superhero. Casey, the phone lines on the board are inaccessible.
What a friggin' nightmare.
It'll take just a moment. We have them up on our monitor here, but to actually pull them up through the mixing console, we have to do this quick little reset.
We have a gasoline-powered phone system. It's one of the old ones.
It's a pull cord.
Yeah, you have to pull the cord.
We don't even have
the calls come through.
A key start or anything like that. And now we just lost all the calls.
Well, we talked about doing that thing where we have to test a different line on the air. Or is that happening? Like, let's do it then.
That was supposed to happen.
We keep losing phone calls.
I would rather have you dial a non
working number.
Easy phone. We were gonna like it was gonna be like a 610 number or something like
Why
that.
Why not go back to fax?
Yeah,
right. So
it'll
much
be quicker
easier
than the system we have now. So we had a bunch of people on hold. They're all gone. Is that what it is? All right, hang on a second. Let me
buy
try
yourself something.
Let
today.
me see if this call works. Hey, Eric. Good morning.
Morning.
All right, Eric. Who was first Marvel comic superbook hero?
I guess Superman.
No, wrong universe. That's DC.
Yeah.
That's not Marvel. Incorrect.
And we have no other calls.
And we have no other calls right now. We'll come back to that.
Let's just give it to him
in a moment. Yeah, why not? Sure.
We'll bend the rules.
We'll go through some other stories, and we'll see if we can get an answer in a little bit.
Sure.
All right. So the rumor about Disney offering Johnny Depp $301 million to return to the Pirates of the Caribbean franchise has apparently been debunked. It was simply that, a rumor. On Monday, multiple outlets shared that Depp had been offered the $301 million deal. A source reportedly told Pop Topic Disney is very interested in patching up their relationship with Johnny Depp. They are hopeful that Johnny will forgive them and return as his iconic character. However, representative for Johnny told NBC this is made up. In May, Pirates of the Caribbean producer Jerry Bruckheimer was asked if Depp would reprise his role as Captain Jack Sparrow, and he responded, not at this point. The future is yet to be decided.
So my guess is they are going to get him for another Pirates movie.
Yeah.
Because you have a built-in advertising machine for the film already because interest is high, but they're not going to pay him $300 million for it.
Right.
Is there a market for another Pirates movie, though? That's what I'm concerned
My
about.
market stopped after the first movie.
Yeah, I really liked the first one, and then they got worse and worse as they went along. And then, Steve, there was one, I just was scrolling back. There was one that came out in 2017, Dead Men Tell No Tales. I don't know anything about that movie.
Like Enough.
Yeah.
Enough.
We've seen it.
Okay.
It's Keith Richards on a boat.
Right.
All right, let me go back to the phone, see if we can get an answer to this. Who was the first Marvel comic superhero? Hooper-Zero? Hi, Mike. Good morning.
Good morning.
All right, Mike. Who is the Hooper-Zero?
That would be the Human Torch.
The Human Torch is correct. Yes. Hang on, Mike.
You're like a Hooper-Zero.
We're going to give you a $50 Dave & Buster's gift card. Summer's better with the great outdoors at Dave & Buster's, where you can play.
It's over here.
No, it's not. Like nothing's okay.
You're
all
on
right.
the wrong
Pull the cord.
You can play 10 new games like Wicked Tuna, Dodgeball, and Top Gun Maverick Virtual Reality, plus enjoy 7 new chef-crafted menu items like Spicy Taco Burger and Spiked Black Cherry Limeade. That sounds good. You can visit one of their 2 Philadelphia locations. By the way, the Human Torch, yes, the very first Marvel comic had 3 different superheroes in it. Besides, the Human Torch was Angel and Namor.
Oh, Submariner.
But Human Torch was the first one in the storyline. So
Is that's Submariner's name? He's Prince Namor,
yeah,
right?
Prince Namor, yep. All right, so Alec Baldwin announced on Sunday that he's going to be interviewing Woody Allen today, despite the controversy surrounding the Annie Hall director.
Aren't they doing the interview while they're duck hunting?
Maybe they're doing that. The interview is scheduled to take place via live Instagram Live. Allen, of course, allegedly sexually abused his adopted daughter, Dylan Farrow, when she was a child. These allegations, which first arose in 1992, resurfaced due to an HBO docuseries titled Allen versus Farrow that was released last year. And, of course, the docuseries featured Dylan and her mother, Mia Farrow, detailing the abuse. Baldwin came prepared for backlash. When he announced the interview, he captioned his post, "Let me preface this by saying that I have zero interest in anyone's judgments and sanctimonious posts here. I am obviously someone who has my own set of beliefs and could not care less about anyone else's speculation. If you believe that a trial should be conducted by way of an HBO documentary, that's your issue. And he also added, I love you, Woody. So we'll see how that goes over. When's the last time Woody Allen actually did an interview?
It's been forever. So he obviously feels that he is not going to be broadsided by Alec Baldwin, who's got obviously stuff that he's dealing with on the public perception front. So we'll see how it goes. Right. Actually, Baldwin is a good interviewer. So we'll see how this works.
Yeah. On ABC News yesterday, Danny Bonaduce shared the symptoms of his mystery illness and said that he was hoping for a diagnosis but did not get one. Detailing his experience, he said, I couldn't walk at all. I couldn't balance. I couldn't do anything like that. And he added he was afraid of everything. I was afraid of my stairs and just moving around.
Nobody's been able to figure out what he has?
In April, he announced that he was taking a temporary medical leave from his radio show. Though his illness remains a mystery, doctors were able to rule out a stroke. He said, I just immediately said stroke. I'd seen my dad have a stroke. It was the same thing. I couldn't walk, couldn't keep my balance. I slurred really badly. I couldn't remember anything. And this amazing miracle of medicine, they said, you did not have a stroke. So he returned to his radio show this week, but he doesn't know. He has no idea what's wrong. Isn't that crazy?
Well,
and sometimes that happens, man.
Do you know what? There are two ways these things go. I mean, you find out immediately that you have something bad or you have something that's impactful, that caused this. To me, I'd rather go that path than the elusive, we can't figure out what it is, and you're always living in fear, and you have no course of treatment. You don't know how to handle it.
Yeah, I've seen stories of people who've had mysteries for years.
Yes. Kathy, you've dealt with a few things where you've been trying to hunt down what's...
Yeah, like allergies. Trying to figure out what it is you're allergic to.
Yep. So we'll see if something, if he can figure something out. I hope so. Jodie Sweetin, the actress, doesn't want her run-in with the police to detract attention away from the Supreme Court overturning Roe v. Wade. The Full House actress co-hosted E's Daily Pop on Monday and commented on the incident. She said, people are shocked when they see Stephanie Tanner. Something happened to her, and all of a sudden it makes it more real. And she said, I hate that it takes people knowing someone, being someone that they recognize, for people to be outraged or to take action. Sweetin added that she wants to keep the spotlight on the bigger issue at hand. She said, above all, I want to continue to not make this about me and continue to bring the focus back to women's rights and also police brutality. If people are disturbed by what they saw, let me tell you, I spent a lot of time protesting out on the streets, and that's a very minor incident of police brutality. So it's a pretty wild video of her getting shoved, but she's okay and everything, but she's speaking out about it, obviously. Here's another interesting follow-up. Police in Florida are on the lookout for Bam Margera. Now, this was as of yesterday. I don't know if there have been any...
Another?
Another
It was as of yesterday evening.
And what, did he leave rehab
He left
again?
Yeah, he vanished from rehab.
With Jodie Sweetin.
He had been staying. No, I don't know about that. As his rehab stay is court mandated, he is not permitted to leave the facility without permission. So he's going to get in trouble, man.
He will.
But he reportedly left the building around 5:30 on Saturday and hasn't been seen since. The Broward County detectives are asking anyone with information on Margera's whereabouts to reach out with tips. And this is the second incident in 2 weeks where he has left the facility. We talked about the other one the other day.
So we've hypothesized that is the only thing that's going to work for him is that he has to be locked down. He has to just be forced to stay in a facility because nothing else is working.
Margera's team is hoping that the star can be found quickly, as without being monitored, the concerns of a relapse have returned. In May, he revealed that he had completed a 1-year drug and alcohol treatment program. And his close friend Brandon Novak also told TMZ that Margera had shown tremendous improvement and was closer than ever to being back to the Bam that he knew from the years before his substance abuse issues spiraled.
You got to see this Brandon Novak, his turnaround case. I know you're familiar with how low this guy had gotten, and now he's like Steve-O. He's completely the other way.
And he just, he's at a point in his life where he is able to help people, and that's all he wants to do.
He's trying.
Now, Bam is dealing with, not only like substances, but
he's
also
bipolar. Right?
Like some mental issues as well, which makes everything so much more difficult.
Yep. All right. Kendall Jenner and Devin Booker responded together.
Oh.
They were at Soho House in Malibu on Sunday enjoying one another's company amid reports of their breakup.
Were they on their way to Nobu?
There's hope. I don't think they were at Nobu. No. Booker also liked Jenner's nude sunbathing post. Did everybody hear that? Booker liked Jenner's nude sunbathing post.
You know how to describe that post, Preston? Thirsty.
Oh, time will tell whether things are really over between them or not. We'll have to see. So,
you can see your hiney.
You see
completely.
It's a bare hiney.
Yeah.
You know.
That's thirsty.
Yep, that's pretty thirsty. Page 6 reports that Katie Holmes and wait, you know what? I shouldn't mix and match here. Let me go to a Kardashian / Jenner story first, and then I'll come
We're
back
still
to
in the
Holmes.
afterburner mode.
I don't want to leave that. I don't want to leave the Jenner sphere.
No.
And then come back to it later on. We only get one trip to the Jenner
It's
sphere.
so large, it's hard to go through all of it in one trip.
Yeah, in the Jenner sphere. Yes. Kim Kardashian took.
We have a full-size Olympic pool that, because of gravity management, we can maintain the water so that you can swim to your heart's content.
That's terrific.
I worked on the technology myself with Elon Musk.
Kim Kardashian took to Instagram on Monday to wish her sister Khloe the happiest of birthdays, along with photos of the two of them eating pizza. Right. Kim wrote,
Khloe it was wild. If you saw Preston, she actually rolls up the whole pie and eats it like a breadstick.
"Oh, really?
Yeah.
All right, and here you go. Here's another caption that I kind of just cringe at. She wrote, "Happy birthday to my number one ride or die." Ride or die. Wasn't that like a Hell's Angels phrase or something like that? And now it's used to describe your buddy.
But they're sisters.
I know.
It's not your buddy. It's not your ride or die.
Your ride or
it's your
die.
family.
I don't know if it was Hell's Angels or not, but I know it was a
maybe
bike.
the pagans.
It was definitely a motorcycle club thing. Anyhow, she goes, "I feel so blessed to be your sister and call you my best friend.
I love you so much.
No one in this planet deserves the happiness and blessings that are coming your way. And every single person that is blessed to be close to you is a better person because of you. And I'm so proud of your heart and how genuine you are. You are always true to yourself and always want what's best for others.
Beautiful.
Your heart is so pure
Oh, knock it off.
that I can feel all of the best energy coming your way. I love you so much and couldn't get through this life without you." So, yeah.
I wonder if they actually, at any point, say this to each other or just
No.
assume they'll read about it
It's
online.
Instagram language.
Yeah.
It's for the post. I saw her and Pete Holmes on PBS. They had the Mark Twain Award for Jon Stewart.
Right.
And Pete Holmes was one of the presenters. And so it was Pete Holmes and then Kim Kardashian and then Steve Carell and then his wife. It was an odd to see her in that mix, but she was there with Pete.
This post was weird because I think the very first picture, because it was a series of pictures, Kim looks bald. And I'm surprised she went with that. Like she looks
she's been doing that with her hair.
She has blonde hair
for a
pulled
while.
back, right?
She slicks it back. Well, she always was like that slick back look, but with the blonde case, and her skin tone, it makes her look like she's bald.
Yep. So anyhow, she's her number one ride or die.
I like the final picture where she's rubbing Chloe's belly.
Page 6 reports that Katie Holmes, let me go back to this, and her new beau, Bobby Wooten III, seem to be very smitten with one another. An eyewitness shared that the pair engaged in some PDA at a wedding, Kathy in Montauk over the weekend.
Oh, where was it?
In Montauk.
I know, it doesn't say where.
I don't know. It doesn't say.
It's a big place. You don't just go to Montauk.
PDA in Montauk. It's a little light finger blasting too, right?
Yeah. They were at Maine and South. I don't know where the hell they were. I have no idea.
Okay, I didn't know if there was a venue that would be listed.
It just says they were at PDA. So anyway, Katie and Bobby were very affectionate with each other at all times. They said they looked very in love and didn't care who saw.
Reckless abandon.
Yep.
I love you, Bobby.
He's not in the Wooten brothers, is he?
I do not know. Bobby Wooten III. You can look him up and see. Maybe he's a member of that band. I do not know Bobby Wooten III. Let's see. On Sunday, Vanessa... a group of people recognized him.
Yes, and they point like
When they were
Invasion of the
Montauk.
Body Snatchers.
Looks like he's a musician, Nick.
Yeah.
You showed him playing an instrument.
He might be
Maybe he was here in our studio when I jammed with the Wooten
Yeah.
brothers.
Little did you know.
That's the only reason I brought it up. I thought that maybe we had a connection to the Wooten brothers, but I think he's in a separate Wooten clan. Different Wootens. Oh, you know what? He was in the David Byrne's American Utopia.
Oh, wow. That's cool.
Wow,
Yeah.
hey.
Okay. Okay.
All right.
On Sunday, Vanessa Hudgens posted a video of herself visiting the Salt Lake City school where High School Musical was filmed. So
A little bit of nostalgia.
Going back, yeah. She captioned the video. Do you remember in kindergarten how you'd meet a kid and know nothing about them? Then 10 seconds later, you're playing like your best friends because you didn't have to be anything but yourself? And that's all she wrote. So
I don't. But those those movies were fun.
I agree. I agree. Yeah. This was sad news, and I have to admit, I'm not familiar with this actress, but she was in a lot of things. Mary Mara,
Yeah.
actor best known for recurring roles in ER and Law and Order. She died in Cape Vincent, New York, Sunday from an apparent drowning. She was 61 years
no.
old.
I recognized her picture. I'd seen her in things. I didn't really watch those shows all that much, but I'd seen her in other stuff.
So she was discovered in the St. Lawrence River in Cape Vincent Sunday in the evening by various officers. She was staying at a summer home
It's horrible.
of her sister Martha's. A preliminary investigation suggests she just died by drowning while swimming. An autopsy will be performed. So she started her career in 1989 in the television movie The Preppy Murderer, Steve.
I remember that, yes.
Yeah, and would go on to amass over 80 screen credits. Her notable productions include ER, which saw her play a recurring patient Loretta Sweet, and police procedural Nash Bridges, which saw her act in the main cast as Inspector Brent Carson. Other notable television credits were NYPD Blue, Ally McBeal, Law & Order, The West Wing, Monk, Shameless, Ray Donovan, Dexter, and Criminal Minds.
I think Ray Donovan is where I saw her.
And she was in several movies, too. She made her debut in Love Potion No. 9. That was a Sandra Bullock movie.
Yeah.
And appeared that same year as Billy Crystal's daughter in Mr. Saturday Night. Other credits include Bound, A Civil Action, K-Pax, Gridiron Gang, and Prom Night. So she was in a lot of stuff. So that is sad news. And unfortunately, she drowned. All right, I told you I had heavy stuff and lighter stuff. This is a little bit lighter. Ben Affleck's son, Samuel Garner, 10 years old, got into a fender bender while visiting a luxury car rental dealership over the weekend.
Yeah.
On Sunday, the actor's 10-year-old son joined him and Jennifer Lopez at 777 Exotics in Los Angeles, where he let his preteen get into the driver's seat of a yellow Lamborghini.
It didn't work out so well.
While in the vehicle, Samuel hit a white BMW that was parked behind them. A source told People Ben was at the dealership to test drive a new car. Sam seemed very interested in the exotic cars, but let him get into the driver's seat of a very expensive Lamborghini, and the car ended up reversing into another parked car. So my question is, was this car running?
It apparently was.
Or did it just get popped into neutral and slid backwards?
Well, you look at the pictures, they seem to be on flat pavement.
Yeah, there was no damage to the cars, but you could tell that Ben very much regretted letting Sam get into the driver's seat. He seemed upset about it, apparently. And a representative for Affleck also tells People in a statement there was no damage and everyone is okay. So there's a picture of Ben, and he's like holding his hands up.
What
like
are you going to do?
Yeah, like that kind of, hey. But I'm wondering if he was...
Tell me, do you want a spanking?
If he was
You
angry at the people working there or not.
Yeah, I mean, it
don't
seems
know.
weird that the vehicle would be on and the kid would get behind the wheel and engage it.
Yeah, don't know.
Can't do that, Batman.
All right, how about this?
Sorry.
The Queensland, Australia waitress who argued with Katy Perry over a cafe table has revealed details of her embarrassing encounter with pop superstar. Her name is Indiana Paul, and she went viral on TikTok earlier this week after revealing she had served the singer while working at a cafe in Port Douglas on Saturday. Indiana, who did not recognize Katy beneath her hat and sunglasses, said she told Katy that she would have to wait until the table became available.
Cool your jets.
She clarified that Katy wasn't acting like a diva and actually had a really good reason for wanting the first available table. She said, looking back on it, the reason she wanted to get inside the cafe was people were taking pictures of her. I was so oblivious. I had no idea. Indiana praised Katy for acting normal and taking the rejection like a champ instead of throwing a tantrum. She said, I think partly why I didn't recognize her was that she was just so relaxed and chill about it. She didn't have the appearance about her to make her seem like she was worried for waiting for a table. She handled it like a champ.
I wouldn't have recognized her, what she was wearing.
After initially telling her that she'd have to wait for a seat, Indiana agreed to give Katy a table that wasn't meant for customers before kind of scolding her for breaking the rules. She said, I was walking over to her, made a fool of myself. She said, just for future, know that we can't seat people in this table. Indiana said she was mortified moments later when somebody told her that the customer was Katy Perry. She said, I felt like a fool. I went over to apologize. I was a bit shocked that I had acted like she was just a casual Joe Blow. And I can't believe how nice she was.
I'm going to continue to treat the regular people like crap, but I just want you to know, tell the celebrities they'll be fine.
So she left a generous tip.
That's cool.
She didn't specify how much. She said it was more than the usual $2 we get thrown in the bucket. So it was actually a good experience. Variety reports that American Horror Story actress Emma Roberts has joined the cast of Marvel's Madam Web. Dakota Johnson and Sydney Sweeney are also set to star in the Spider-Man spinoff. I don't know.
She's the Euphoria girl, Sydney Sweeney.
The Euphoria girl?
Yeah, she's on that series, right? She's the one that Mr. Skin has been raving over.
Okay.
What is Madam Web?
I am vaguely familiar. Again, like Moon Knight and a lot of these peripheral.
I assume it's a female Spider-Man character, so I don't really know. According to The Hollywood Reporter, Rushmore actor Jason Schwartzman is the latest actor to join the cast of Hunger Games, The Ballad of Songbirds and Snakes. And he'll join the cast that includes Tom Blythe and Rachel Zegler. I don't really know anything outside of that, but that's another cast member added to that list. And finally, one last story. Variety reports Carol Burnett will appear as a guest star on Better Call Saul's 6th and final season.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
I don't know who she's going to be playing.
I think she's going to play Carol Burnett.
Okay.
She just gets involved.
Wow, she shows up.
Yeah.
Maybe she's wants to get in on some criminal activity.
There's a bookie that's after her.
Okay.
Yeah.
So she said, I'm thrilled to be part of my favorite show. So apparently
That's her favorite?
She loves the show.
Wow.
I wonder if she ends up like playing, I don't know, maybe Saul's mom or something like that. I'm just trying to, because I'm pretty dialed in with that whole series, and I'm trying to think of how and where she would end up.
Right.
It's
his mom
in the story. Yeah, maybe.
Maybe she's a bounty hunter.
Oh,
right.
That would be.
Wouldn't that be cool?
Be weird.
Like a skip tracer.
I love that.
Yeah.
Maybe. Talk about stunt casting, but I'm all in.
She pulls up on a Harley. Like dog.
All right, we're ready for clips. You're going to be able to do this?
Yes, sir. You got to do it right here, though.
Where?
Right here.
Okay. The Upshaws.
What's up, Shaw?
The Netflix sitcom that follows a hard working-class family in Indiana is entering its second season. And here, series co-creator and star Wanda Sykes shares her joy about the series.
I am thrilled. I really am. In a way, it just came together. This is like meant to be, it was just happened so this is like the smoothest process I've ever been in since I've been in show business.
I don't think I want to see it.
Season 2 of The Upshaws premieres tomorrow on Netflix. Next clip. The mystery comedy series Only Murders in the Building, in which three strangers start a true crime podcast, left fans with an unexpected cliffhanger. And in this clip, Selena Gomez talks about her new responsibilities this season.
What I enjoy about producing is learning. I'm not afraid to ask stupid questions, and I love that everything I've been a part of has meaning and is authentic and real to me.
Season 2 of Only Murders in the Building is on Hulu now.
Is it so they've already started with the episodes?
Yeah, it's my favorite show from 2021. I haven't watched any from this season yet, but I can't wait to dive back in.
How many in are they, Nick? Do you know?
Just one or two, Steve. They just started.
Son of a bitch.
And they're going, I believe, one at a time.
Yeah.
That's how Hulu does. It's not all at once.
Did you finish off first season, Preston?
Nope. I got to go. And you know what? I need to go back and start it over.
You know what,
Because I
though?
watched, I think, 3 episodes, and then, like, Ted Lasso had come into our life, and we were all about that. So
This would be good for binging, because now you could do 2 seasons at once. You
Yeah.
could dive back into season 1 and then just go right into season 2.
I think I'll start from the beginning. I never even got to where Sting comes into.
Oh, yeah.
So you
It's
guys
great.
told me about it, and
And,
Sting is playing Sting.
Yeah.
So I got to see that.
There's an episode that's centered on one of the cast members being hearing impaired, and it's one of the most brilliant episodes of TV I've ever seen. It's so well done and innovative, and plus, like Steve Martin and Martin Short.
Yeah.
Well, Jane Lynch as Steve Martin's stunt double
So
for the
good.
series was terrific. But it ends up, you forget in the last few seconds, you're like, oh, that's right.
Yeah.
There's a cliffhanger, or at least a reminding of something that sets the whole series in a whole new direction.
Excellent.
Yeah.
I'm intrigued. All right, so there you go. That's the entertainment report. And this is exciting. We have a screening of Thor Love and Yes, we do.
Wow.
This is good. Wait a minute. Hold on. Hit that again. That's the one. That needs to happen every time. It is Wednesday, July 6th, so it's a week from tomorrow, 7 o'clock, UA King of Prussia. And it won't be in theaters till Friday, July 8th, so we're getting this ahead of time.
It's pretty cool.
Huge.
Yeah.
You failed to mention that it's an IMAX.
It is the
screening.
IMAX screening. How about that? I love it when that happens.
That's me calling upon the forces of nature.
What if when Thor shows up, his catchphrase is "Yoo-hoo"?
Yeah.
And that's like as he arrives.
Wait. I'm gonna do this.
Ready?
And it just puts the absolute fear into all villains
wait.
Lightning first.
when they hear it. Oh yeah, hang on a second. All right.
on a second.
Wait, no,
Thunder.
wrong song.
I know. What's the one I'm looking for here?
It is.
We've got to work this out.
No, I got it.
Got it?
We're all set. Are you ready,
Yep.
Steve?
All right. That's it.
In the land of the you and who.
In the land of the you and the who. All right, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to take callers 10, 11, and 12 at 215-263-WMMR. We'll give you movie passes to that screening. So 10, 11, and 12, July 6th, 7 o'clock, UA King of Prussia. That's it. Thor, Love, and Thunder. So let's set you up with that right now, and you will be good to go, my friend. We'll take a break. We'll be back in just a moment. Stay with us. Video that was released from Pastor Jesse Duplantis.
Our favorite, the jet and pastor.
That is absolutely correct. And, he still wants his new private jet. But he wants to make it clear that he's not actually asking anybody for money.
Listen to these verbal gymnastics that he's doing here. I think even he's surprised at how much this caught on, because it just sort of swept across. It became a viral meme. And where these guys, it'd be easier to get away with this stuff maybe 10 years ago. And now it was just all over the place. It was on the national news. He was asking for his $54 million jet.
Yeah.
And we played audio of him walking down the hallway of his establishment there, his church, for whatever he calls it, pointing to the different jets he's owned. He has had three before. He needs this fourth $54 million jet that carries a lot of fuel, so he won't have to stop as he's spreading the word of the Lord.
That's it. So here's a couple of clips, and let's see what he has to say about not actually asking for money.
He didn't ask for money.
Here we go.
I'm not asking you to pay for my plane. The Lord said, I didn't ask you to pay for it. I asked you to believe for it. I don't dupe nobody. I've always been honest. 40 years I've been preaching this gospel, and I've never had a scandal. And this is not a scandal. I'm not discouraged. I'm not depressed. In fact, I am excited. I've never had this much press in my life. Well, that's negative. It don't make no difference.
And it's negative. It don't make no difference.
Don't make no difference.
So he's asking.
I am excited about all this negative press painting me as a money-sucking prick.
Yeah. So he said, I asked you to believe for it.
Believe for it.
Not to pay for it.
Now, if you happen, your method of believing involves your checkbook, I'm absolutely happy with that.
He had said, I never raised money for the plane. I put it in our magazine and said, believe God with me. He said there's a vast difference between believe in God and asking for money.
He's a Journey song, Preston. Don't stop believing.
Yeah. In the earlier video,
I'm just a small town preacher
Duplantis
living in a lonely world.
He could turn it around.
Yeah, I could turn it around.
Yeah, he used to take the train everywhere.
Yeah, but I took a 54 million jet going anywhere.
So, without further ado,
WMMR presents Boxco versus Delco.
Here we go, gang. This is going to be the final round today. Actually, 2 rounds of competition, same contest, but we are going to make this whole thing happen and finish it up today, and we are going to crown a victor, and that's all there is to it. Before we get to the final event, here is a recap of the events leading up to this epic showdown. Listen, the week started off with Operation Evac, a race where the contestants were blindly dropped into enemy territory. Kathy started at Casey's golf course, Paxton Hollow in Delco, and Casey in Boxco at Kathy's alma mater, Pennsbury. Now, without using GPS, they had to navigate their way to their home base.
Just go straight. Thank you.
Okay, go straight. Peel wheel.
I feel like there's probably another road this way.
While Casey was stuck in traffic on the turnpike,
That could work in our favor.
Kathy was able to navigate back to Bucks County, earning her 200 points.
It's a bunch of crap!
For day 2, both contestants needed a call for reinforcements. Kathy asked her best friend, Elisa, a.k.a. Queen Bee, and Casey brought in his big brother, Dave, a.k.a. Foz. The contestants and their partners mind melded, then competed in a thrilling match of the Pyramid Game.
All right, this is where the U.S. Open was. Oh, that's Aronimink. No. Oh, Marion, sorry. That's the one you just said? Marion. No, the other one. Aronimink.
In the end, Kathy got an even bigger lead with 430 points, but Casey was right at her heels with 320 points. Day 3 brought us into the skies. We blindfolded Kathy and Casey, flew them in a helicopter over an unidentified spot in their respective county, and they had 30 seconds to guess what town they were hovering over. Casey had some difficulty figuring it out, earning 200 points.
I guess Knowlton is in media.
That's correct! Yes, you got it! But Kathy got it on her first try, bringing in an additional 300 points.
I'm going to say Ben Salem.
That is absolutely correct. Day 4 was a doubleheader. Kathy and Casey went head-to-head in a county spelling bee, and then had to answer questions from Delco versus Boxco from 5 years ago. Casey must have done his homework, because he was finally able to pull ahead. And so, the totals going into the final day: Kathy, 1,030. Casey, 1,170. Casey is leading in the competition so far. So I defer to Casey to decide who gets to go first.
Ladies first.
All right,
So
ladies first is what we're going to do. So Kathy, taking a look at the categories, which one would you like to begin with? Geography and transportation, sports, entertainment, schools and education, shopping, landmarks, history, or food and drink?
I guess I'll go shopping.
Shocker!
I know. And how much would you care to wager in that particular category?
I'm going to go 50 points.
Kathy, what outdoor shopping area between New Hope and Doylestown hosts a place called Giggleberry Farm?
New Hope and Doylestown. I'm going to say Peddler's Village.
And that's correct for 50 points.
I don't know what giggles whatever is, but...
Casey, it is your turn. What category do you want to go with next?
Let's go sports.
Sports.
And I will go sports for 60.
All right, sports for 60 points. Here we go. Casey, your question. In Newtown Square, a famous heir lived on a large piece of land where he hosted a wrestling camp for Olympic athletes. What is his name?
DuPont.
Yes, that is correct.
Well done.
Okay, let's go schools and education for 50 points, Preston.
All right.
Schools and education for 50 points.
All right. Kathy, what is the Council Rock North mascot?
Oh.
Council Rock North mascot. The mascot one would find at that school.
I don't know. The Rock.
Okay, so you're going to go with The Rock?
I'm going to go with The Rock.
That's incorrect. They are the Indians.
Ah.
I did not know
Indians.
Go, Rock. Go.
What year did the Springfield Mall open?
Oh, Jesus. I mean, why couldn't you ask me what year
He didn't.
Target opened?
Just ask it. Just ask it.
Kathy's very supportive.
This is the history of your county, man.
I know. And Target opened in 2005. But, you know,
Well, can you use that?
Wanamaker's closed in 95. Hex opened after that.
You did study. You lied to me.
No, my mom quizzed me last night. We were eating chili, and she asked me lots of trivia.
We're eating chili.
Yeah. Meet you in the basement. I'm bringing a pen.
I mean, the first Wawa opened in 1964.
Okay, yeah, let's get to the
I
ball.
will say.
If you got this right.
Yeah, I'm just going to throw out a number there. I'm going to go with the year I was born, 1975.
Oh my God.
No, it was 74. Dude, you were so close. All right,
Man.
you call no fair on that because it was before you were born?
No, I'm not going to call no. It was just that's a difficult question.
This historic restaurant is located along the Delaware River in historic Bristol Borough and has hosted both kings and presidents.
Yep. I've been there.
Once again, this historic restaurant located along the Delaware River in historic Bristol
My mom is going to kill me.
Borough.
That's a weird name for a restaurant.
And has hosted both kings and
Oh my God. What is
presidents.
it called?
No, go to your happy place.
I know where it is. I know where I sat last time I was there.
Kathy handles stress very well.
She knows I love it when she yells.
Oh, you got to be kidding me.
Cracks me up. Mm-hmm. All right, think about it. Think
I
about
know.
Work from your seat
And
backwards.
it's like there's like a little hill when you walk in. It's a little railing outside. Statue.
Miss Romano is here. Welcome to.
I don't even know if this. I'm gonna say Georgine's.
Georgine's.
Yeah.
That's incorrect. You're going to kill yourself over this one. It's King George.
Yes! It is! I have a gift card in my wallet for that place!
King George the what?
The second.
King George the second. I've not been.
Yeah.
So have you been
Yeah, it's
We should
beautiful.
just carry on the discussion. I've been there!
I like the statue. Yeah, the statue and the railing are really nice.
Oh, man. I mean, like, I can picture it to a T. Exactly
right.
where I sat. My mom gave me a gift card.
You have a gift
I wish my mom quizzed me last night.
All right, so I have already closed out sports and I've closed out history.
No, you haven't. You haven't done any history.
Well, yes, I have. All of my shopping questions were freaking history questions.
Oh, my.
Wow. This
Thank
is
you.
what we've been
Thank
waiting
you.
for.
Yes.
Impugning the contest itself.
Yeah.
You knew it was going to happen.
It was good, though, right? What year was this thing? What? Stupid questions. Let's go food and drink. Maybe
Food and drink.
Food and drink.
Food and
For
drink.
how much?
For 50.
Food and drink for 50.
Preston's not even picking
Come on,
his
man.
head
That was
up.
a good joke.
Okay. All right. You get this wrong. You get this wrong. And this, if you lose this whole thing, this is all your fault.
Okay.
All right. You ready for this?
It better be a softball.
A large Pika's pizza
Oh, my God. Costs how much?
is cut into how many slices?
Oh, okay. That's a really, really crap question.
A large Pika's pizza is cut into
You can
how
do
many
a little
slices?
diagram, whatever you
Drawing
want to
the
do.
pizza. But there's the box.
Round, and
It's a
then there's little
rectangular
lines.
shape, right, Case?
Yes.
Yeah, that's what he's drawing.
All right, so that is that's a Neapolitan, right, or is it Sicilian square?
No, they just do their own version. They put
All
the
right.
sauce on top of the cheese.
12.
Right.
Casey says 12. Damn right you got that right. And what did you wager on that?
50.
1,000 points.
The scores are as follows. Bucks County, 1,070 points. Delaware County, 830 points. But there's ground to be made up here. And we're on to round 2. Now, things are going to change quite a bit in this particular round. Our categories are going to remain the same. In the past, you've been able to pick your own category and pick your own wager up to 100 points. This time, I thought it'd be kind of nice because you guys have been avoiding certain categories. How about you pick your competitor's category and your competitor's wager in this round? Kathy's leading, and she gets to go first, and you get to pick the category that Casey will choose from and how much Casey will wager in that category.
Okay, I'm going to go history.
Okay. Of
course.
For 50.
All right, history for 50. All right, Casey. Delaware County was formerly a part of which other Pennsylvania county?
I believe Chester County.
Your answer is Chester County, and that is correct, sir. Wow! Delaware County split off in 1789.
Interesting. After the great Battle of Chester Hill.
They were originally together, and therefore Casey gets 50 points in that particular one.
All right, so for Kathy, I'm going to go with. This is hard. I'll go with sports.
Of course.
For 100.
Sports for 100. All right,
So sweet.
Kathy, here's your question.
Yeah.
Who was Neshaminy starting quarterback in 1990 and current Penn State head coach?
I don't know. God, I know you're going to say it, and I'm going to recognize it, but I don't know it.
Okay, so you don't have an answer, or
Well,
you just
say a
gonna
name.
throw a name out there?
Say your name. Say your name.
Ryan Fitzpatrick, although I think he's a representative.
No, that's incorrect. Casey, do you know who it is?
It's Franklin.
Yeah, James Franklin is the correct answer. So Kathy gets docked 100 points.
All right, I'm gonna try this, but I'm gonna go shopping for. What's the difference here?
You are at 970 right
You're
now.
up by
Casey's at
90.
880.
All right, I'm gonna do 50.
Okay. Keep in mind, these questions came from residents of Delaware County.
People who live there.
They want you to win.
Yeah.
But these are the only questions that I had to go off of, Casey. So no complaining, please.
Well, no. I've already done all my complaining for the day.
I'm sure there'll be no more complaining.
You've got more to go.
I got
This site, recently home to the Countryside Market in Swarthmore, or is it Swarthmore?
I say Swarthmore.
Swarthmore.
Uh-huh.
Was a convenience store in the 1980s. The convenience store had 3 names before becoming the Countryside Market. You just have to name one of those.
Soups? Or like supers?
Incorrect.
Ooh.
No.
Really?
It was either Eddie's, Albert's, or Evans.
Okay.
All right, Kathy, which former Philadelphia Eagle graduated from Pennsbury High School in Fairless Hills? There wasn't any toilet paper.
You need to understand.
And
don't tell anyone.
Dude, you laughed so hard. You were just
You're so vulnerable.
I was at my most vulnerable ever.
Give me a hug.
Come here, buddy. Oh my God, I'm so sorry. Come here.
All right. So anyhow, so you've had this happen, and I saw this article with some pretty interesting tips. It says instead of descending into self-loathing, have an action plan. Here's what to do when there's no toilet paper in your bathroom stall. So
Well,
they
this
have
can
some
be very
suggestions.
helpful. Good.
Yes.
I think everyone can use this at some point in time.
So I'm going to read from this article verbatim
Right.
because there are some good tips here. And feel free to share your own stories if you like. 215-263-WMMR. So it says in this article, number one, first thing is ask for help. It says if you're alone in the restroom, the obvious first step is to check other stalls for supplies. If you're not alone, just call on the love of your fellow humans. If there's someone else in the restroom, swallow your pride, make a polite request for assistance. It says you may you may feel embarrassed,
right?
But we all have to move our bowels at some point, and it's significantly better than the next few options that are going to be explored in this article.
I think all things being equal, I think you would attempt to help out someone were you outside the stall and someone called for help from you. It's just the kind of thing that we could all commiserate on.
Agreed.
Right?
So swallow your pride, swallow your embarrassment, go ahead.
Swallow your fist.
And just ask for some help and see if some stranger in there has some toilet paper. Now, if there's no one in there,
right,
and you can't leave the stall for whatever reason, then your next step to contemplate is non-standard paper products.
Which
okay?
is the thing that rifles through everyone's mind. What can you possibly use?
To wipe my ass.
Right.
Well,
All right.
sometimes you have the ass gasket. It's just sitting there, right?
Have you ever used
may
an
I go
ass
through this?
gasket?
Let me go through
All right.
these.
Yeah.
Number one, toilet seat covers.
Yeah.
Okay.
The ass
So we
gasket.
have them.
And these are in order, by the way, of which ones you should use. Okay. Given your druthers,
Right.
that's the first one you should go for. And they give reasons why.
Okay, please.
These are your best option if available. They are sanitary and flushable.
Are they?
So they're really just oddly shaped toilet paper anyway.
All right, hold for
And
one.
they're probably the smoothest option as far as comfort level goes.
All right. So this actually adds something that makes me angry now. Because I will go in, and many is the time I'll go in and see the ass gasket still on the toilet.
Still there.
Now knowing
It says
that
it's
it's flushable
Yeah.
makes it even more.
And even if it wasn't, just go throw it.
Get rid of it.
Way. Some people's public bathroom habits, specifically
Here.
in buildings where they are regular tenants.
Yes.
They're here working every day. And I see the regular stuff happening all the time. And I'm like, honestly, really? Seriously? Seriously?
Filthy animal.
It's basic.
Yeah.
It's seriously basic to flush the toilet. That's what that handle is there for. Or take away. It's like going out in the woods. Leave no trace.
Leave no trace.
Right.
It's a pretty easy concept.
And usually it's
Keep it clean.
When you walk in, it's very anonymous. You have no idea who left the mess or
Unless you
whatever.
sign the wall.
But I was washing my hands one time, and somebody came in, used the stall to go number one, and left the toilet seat up, and then left. And I'm like, ugh, just put the toilet seat down.
That's not as bad as
I agree.
Still,
Yeah.
I know, but you're making somebody else touch that toilet
Well,
seat.
you're going to be communing with it in some form or another.
Mm-hmm.
Your body will be. So I got it. I understand. Technically, yes, you're right.
It's not the
But
worst.
that doesn't set me off.
That one's nominal.
Yeah.
I think. All right. So then you have your second option outside of the toilet seat cover, paper towels. Obviously.
Okay, you're saying what you're saying. This list says is more corrosive or more irritating than the ass gasket.
Yeah, if you grab some paper towels, it says from the sink area, you have a scratchy but effective substitute.
Would you moisten said paper towels?
You can minimize the roughness by getting them a little damp before using.
And that's what I would do.
Which is what I was attempting to do when Casey came into the bathroom and saw my full frontal moment.
I had a similar moment to that where the person was getting paper towels, not for the reason that you were getting them, a different female reason. And she looked at me and she went, "I'm so sorry. Do not talk about this on the air." And I was like, got it. Check.
All right, now here may be one that you did not consider. All right, and this is what actually made me go, okay, this might be worth mentioning on the air, this whole conversation. The cardboard roll. Now, this is when you're getting down to, I have no options here. So the bare cardboard toilet paper roll might be mocking you from the dispenser, but you can use it for an extremely unpleasant wiping experience.
How would you extricate it? Like we have our
It depends on what you have. Ours is industrial
Right.
size.
You can't
So
get in
I
there.
don't think you'd
That's
be
not
able
gonna
to do
work.
that. It's the type of thing that if you have yoga classes that it's like you can roll your back on, like it's
Yeah.
that, you know what I'm talking
Right.
about?
Yeah.
Kathy?
Yeah, I have
So
one of
unless you have
them.
an extraordinarily large ass, is that going to help?
But
you?
it says, like paper towels, you can make it marginally more comfortable with some strategic dampening. But if you have to, you can use, and I think that's more like the standard home version of toilet paper, that cardboard roll.
Right.
You can kind of tear it apart.
And it's different sheets. I mean, and that's you're really slumming it at that point. But when you have no options, you have no options.
All right. Then moves on to another level.
Oh, can I guess?
Yes.
The floor tiles.
No.
No.
It says, let's say you've wandered into some sort of Mad Max restroom where there are no paper products at all, not even the cardboard roll, and you've started your business and you haven't noticed it and it's too late. It says, a wasteland of bacteria and shame.
Oh, boy.
It's time then to search for a hidden reservoir of paper on your person. Check your pockets and your wallet for anything that could be used.
That dump just cost me $150.
Well, it goes through some.
Really?
Options here. So,
All right.
starts with tissues. So this one's pretty obvious. Of course, if you have a pack of tissues in your coat pocket, your toilet experience won't be so traumatic.
Do you have tissues with you? Do you have a handkerchief with you?
I do not.
don't.
I have tissues in my bag.
Ladies usually do in their bag.
So walk over to the ladies' room with your pants around your
You
ankles.
could do that if you're desperate. All right. How about this? And I never would have thought of this. Receipts. If you went to CVS right before you hit the
forget it.
loo,
You're good to go.
you're in luck. You can wipe for days.
You can wipe other people's butts.
It says paper receipts aren't ideal.
No.
But they can get the job done. It says, sure, you might not be able to return those ill-advised impulse purchases, but you will have defeated entropy for one more day, and that's not nothing. So if you have that, you're available. Now, how about this? Wrappers.
I don't see. Okay, I hear this. I never have any of this.
Similarly, yeah, but you may, at that moment, you may have just stuck something into your pocket. You may have just picked something up, and you might have it in your pocket. It's worth looking for.
All right.
Similarly, candy wrappers or other packaging that you've got in a bag or in your pocket may also provide a bit of emergency relief here. And then, Steve, the one that you mentioned at the top, cash. Says, yes, that makes this the most expensive public restroom you've ever used, but wasting a few $1 bills might be worth it in this instance. If you don't have any singles, you're going to have to engage in a very serious conversation with yourself regarding the price of your dignity.
Man, would it be better to keep a couple of blank checks in your wallet?
Oh, man. I don't know. Maybe. I'm going to go to some calls and I'll come back to a couple of other ideas. Well, actually, let me get to these ideas because some of them have to do with people, what people are saying and when they call in. So another one says you can do a make a do-it-yourself bidet.
So this was something I was wondering about because listen, you've now become subhuman, but you've got to do everything you can to clean yourself properly and leave there with some peace of mind.
Mm-hmm.
So do you then you have to think, okay, the water in the toilet.
Right.
All right.
So
is that where we're going?
No, not at first. It says if you happen to have a bottle of water on you,
all right,
consider using it to clean up without paper. Water is pretty effective at this, which is why billions of people around the world use it instead of or in combination with toilet paper.
So
it
this
could be a
is-
choice.
For me, I always go to the bathroom and I bring a pressure washer with me.
Oh, good call.
So I would use that
Listen,
first.
if you had to, I think you can flush the toilet.
Yes, exactly.
And then you have a fresh bowl of water.
Yes,
You're going to have
exactly.
to use your hand.
Yes, but you could wash your hands once you
can
got out.
wash your hands as soon as you get out.
In fact, you dive over to that sink.
So you that is a one of the last ditch.
I mean, listen,
desperation moves.
Can I say I think we're saving lives
We
here
are,
today?
we are.
I think
I
so.
think we're
These are
saving
good-
lives because these are legitimate. When you encounter it, you're going to say, "Oh, this is frivolous talk." Until you find yourself, perhaps, and God, I hope it doesn't happen later on today, having to manually bidet your ass with toilet water.
Well, that's how some
You're gonna
cultures
thank us.
will do it.
Absolutely.
I mean, my friend she spent a long time in India. And
Yes.
I think that's maybe why they don't ever shake hands with their left hand, because that is your ass wiping hand.
There are some cultures, yes, that they use their hand for quote unquote grooming.
Your AWH.
And that is, what is that?
Your ass wiping hand.
Your AWH.
But they'll have
Is that your AWH?
It's your
I'm
aw.
sorry.
Your aw for short.
I don't want to shake people's hands anyway. Now I really don't want to with AWH. Now that I know about that.
Well, it's just the left hand. The right hand is usually okay.
No,
But
that's
they'll take
completely
water,
fine.
That has COVID on it.
Splash it up.
Yeah.
That's your BTH, your ball tickling hand.
Yeah. Happy.
All right, and then your BTH. And then finally, and this is the one a lot of people are calling and texting about, sacrifice your wardrobe.
Yeah.
Get the hell out of here.
No.
What?
No.
This is the most dumbest story ever. This is not happening.
Did you not just hear
Kathy,
Saved lives.
people
honestly,
agreeing that we're saving
Honestly,
lives?
what?
what would you do?
This isn't going to happen.
She would
I'm
wait.
not gonna
She
go-
would
Such
stay.
a denier.
She would
Oh my
stay in
God.
the stall until the building was demolished.
Let's say you had an emergency, like I got to get to the toilet right now.
I
I
would
have
go
no choice.
home.
And you,
Yeah, I would.
You're gonna crap your pants, is what I'm saying.
I'm not going to crap. I don't have situations where I'm going to crap my pants. That doesn't happen.
She's not realistic.
No,
Listen,
I am realistic. I don't have
She
situations
can will it to
where I'm gonna
happen.
crap my
She will
pants.
make it go back up.
There are times,
But I will
you
tell
might
you
get sick.
because the
What if you're sick?
well, hold on. All the time. If I go into a public restroom, I check first if there's toilet paper, because not for what you guys are talking about, just going to the bathroom, urinating. If I have
Sage advice.
If I don't have toilet paper and I have wet underwear, it ruins my day. It's so uncomfortable.
Okay.
So I check every time I go in here, if I'm at Target, wherever I am, a concert, whatever it is, I will check when I go into the stall if there's toilet paper there.
So she's saying something that really is the first step.
Well, yeah.
That you and while you may not think about it, make sure you check. Now, this is obviously we've gotten past that, and you didn't. But you can head all this off of the past if you make sure that you have, and if it's not in your stall or whatever, go to the stall that has it, or work out your things ahead of time. But Kathy, you're in a situation, as where Preston said, let's say you have, you just got food poisoning. It came on you like a bolt of lightning. And would you?
Apparently that has never happened to her in her 30 years.
How would you extricate yourself from this scenario?
But that would be a pretty unfortunate string of events that you all of a sudden have food poisoning and no toilet paper and you're out of your house.
Yes.
Like, I just don't see
And you're
it
in a
happening.
foreign country.
And listen, I understand it might happen to some people.
You're in India.
Hopefully that never happens to me.
And you've sprained your AWH.
So anyhow, if it did happen to you, Kathy, you might consider this, okay?
All right, yes. Always wear something you don't like.
Using your socks. And this goes in kind of like an order of what you might want to go to.
Let me ask you, have you ever, under the stall, pulled the sock off someone in the stall next to you?
I need this.
Yes,
I've not.
I need this
Sorry.
badly.
I'm going to be taking this.
I mean, this has happened to me in my home. It's not even a private, restroom or I'm
You
sorry,
really have no
a public
excuse
restroom.
to wipe your clothing in your own home.
But I have gone into the bathroom, sat down, started my business. Oh my God, there's no toilet paper.
Right.
Because apparently I'm the only one in the entire household who replaces any toilet paper.
So clothing, let's go the hierarchy, Preston.
Socks.
Socks,
Start with that.
number one.
Says your best choice once you've hit this bottom because they come in pairs. And once you're done cleaning up, you can carefully insert the dirty sock inside its mate, making it easy and relatively sanitary for the garbage. So you could take your other sock, you put the dirty sock in the clean sock, throw it in the garbage can,
and you're done.
And then you're good to go. And listen, you were going to lose the other sock anyway because it's in pairs.
You look very sort of stylish in a Bruno Maglia, right? Maglia, what do they call it? Hey, so
would you use the inside of the sock or the outside of the sock?
I would
inside, softer.
So you can still wear them.
I think the inside is a little softer than the outside.
A sock wouldn't be my first choice. I think I would use
suit jacket?
A suit jacket first because I hate suit jackets.
All right, next would be underwear.
Yeah, I would probably go underwear first.
Reasoning that your underpants are going to be ruined anyway if you do nothing, maybe make their sacrifice really count. But Casey, dude, I wear Tommy John underwear. I like good underwear.
I hear you.
So sue me because I spend a lot of money on my underwear, but they're really expensive.
Wait a second,
though. I
though.
want to ruin my underwear.
He does make a good point, Casey. I would actually say that a good pair like Tommy John, and I agree with you 1,000%, Preston, how comfortable they are. They're I think they might be softer than your socks, than your average socks.
You should really
but
try
they're way more expensive, so I wouldn't want to do that.
You should really try Fruit of the Loom breathables. They're great. They're very, very comfortable, and they're not as expensive. But the sock is dirty. It's around your.
Have you not understood the parameters of what's happening here?
I understand.
Yeah, this is no time for that
You can
pie in the sky thinking that you have.
You can worry about cleanup later.
Yeah.
All right, and then finally, it says using your undershirt. If you're wearing an undershirt or layers of shirts, maybe you don't need all of them.
Yeah, probably not. Well, what about the tie?
Ties can be really expensive.
Doesn't matter.
So it all depends.
This is your human dignity. How much is that worth?
But given a sock over a tie, I'd do the sock. Socks are cheap.
All right.
You know what I
what
mean?
if you take the tie?
Yeah.
And Garrett, the guy in the stall next to you,
and steal his socks.
Exactly. And there you go.
Now, here it says one final note. Whatever you wind up using in the situation, with the exception of toilet seat covers, do not flush it down the toilet.
No, horrible.
Even paper products like paper towels or tissues shouldn't be flushed because they won't disintegrate like toilet paper. Tissues are designed to withstand explosive sneezes, after all, and persist for a long time, clogging time in our sewer systems, for example. And if you do have to resort to one of these desperate measures, steel yourself and walk the remnants to the garbage.
They have left out hats, and weaves as possible
What was
wiping
the last
material.
one?
Hats and weaves.
Oh, weaves.
Yeah.
Talk about expensive.
Steve,
yes.
listen, the things that people will flush down the toilets. I have a friend of mine who
Plumber?
No. He works for Public Works.
Okay.
And there was a pump house near this housing development, and he said because there was like big time backups and stuff, and they had to go put in a whole new system. He said you wouldn't believe what he found that people flush down the toilets, like baseballs, lacrosse
baseballs,
dildos.
Really?
Like, yes.
Yeah,
people
I remember
are
you
flushing
telling me that. Dildos.
these things down the toilet.
That's the garbage disposal for your dildos, right?
Exactly.
Yeah. Anyway, by the way, a lot of texts and calls coming. This text says, I once wiped my ass with a $20 bill when caught without any toilet paper while drinking at a party. Took the same $20 bill, washed it off, and then bought more beer with it.
Oh, God. Grody.
I could not. But
they wash it. Would you throw away the money?
I would.
I'd wash it off.
I would. No, I would. I would. I just couldn't bring myself to recirculate that into the system.
Once you clean it, it's good.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm going to go to Brian. Let me go to some calls here real quick. Hey, Brian, good morning.
Good morning.
What's up, buddy?
How you doing?
I'm great.
I was on a job site once,
Yeah.
and I was about an hour and a half away from where I work, and I went into the porta potty, and there was nothing. So it was a chilly day. I had a sweatshirt and a T-shirt on, and I had to use my T-shirt.
That's absolutely fine.
Brian, did you realize before you sat down or?
No.
Oh, no, it was afterwards.
You know,
that's the thing. That's it.
That's the point at which you've made a critical error. That's why I think for our bathroom here and Brian on job sites when you have the porta potty, there should be a small rack of clothing there for you to use in case you run out of toilet
just
paper, right?
clothing. Yeah, at all times.
I agree.
Brian, did you end up? I guess you tossed your shirt into the porta potty, right?
Yeah, I feel bad for the guy who has to clean it. But
Well, you could toss it into a porta pot because it's not going through plumbing.
Yeah.
But they eventually have to. Yeah, it won't go through plumbing.
Yeah.
But they do have to do something with that stuff eventually.
Don't they have people that pull the clothing out and clean it?
Yeah, I think they do. Maybe that's what I'm.
Ooh, a shirt.
Ooh,
All right, listen
a
to
dildo.
this. Listen to this. I'm going to Scott. This is very interesting. Hi, Scott. Good morning.
Hey, Preston, is this bad time? Can you talk?
I can talk. I'm good. What's up, buddy?
So I was out for a long walk with my girlfriend, now wife. We were going to go feed the ducks, feed the fish, and the urge hit, and we were far from anywhere, and I had nothing. I squatted behind a tree. I told her to run. It wasn't
to run.
This isn't going to be pretty.
Run! Get to the chopper!
And I had to use the pack of hamburger buns that we were going to use to feed the ducks.
Oh, my God.
My God. You used a bread product.
I did. I had
Okay.
to.
So could you? You could. Was it in plastic? Could you have used the plastic first?
I probably could have used the plastic, but
I'm going to support you in your use of the bread. I think that probably on a more natural level would be better. And even with this knowledge, this woman married you. She's a keeper.
She did, yes. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely.
Wow. And then it says here on my screen, there was some other situations.
Oh, yeah. I did landscaping for a number of years, and when there's nothing out there on a job site, and it's in the middle of winter, and there's no paper, there's nothing, I just rolled up a couple snowballs and washed it.
Snowballs.
I thought you were going to say
Never
like
considered that.
a shrub.
My God, Scott.
A snowball would work.
Yeah, but think about
the cold.
Yeah. How funky was that?
It was awful. The homeowner actually came out, and my boss told her what was going on. She was a friendly lady. And she said, that must have been one cold poop.
Oh, my God.
Let me ask you just on a basic level, Scott. How do you have intestinal issues, or were we talking panic situations here, like you're sick?
It was. I used to have some pretty good intestinal issues before I got taken care
And because when that happens, people don't realize.
But listen,
there's nothing you can do.
Working the landscaping though, if you're out all day long, and I would imagine a lot of times people aren't home. You can't say knock on the door and say, "Look, I'm having an emergency. I apologize." You probably don't want to do that anyway. I would imagine you find yourself in a situation where it's like, all right, pardon the pun, but I got to make do. I got to make this happen.
You better skim your pool.
Yeah. All right, thanks, Scott. I appreciate it. I'll bet you construction workers, guys out in landscaping,
snipers,
maybe. Yeah. No, but I'll bet you that that group of people have to deal with this more than anyone else.
Because your options are much more limited.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
I would always be wearing a wiping shirt.
Case, we don't have much time, right?
Damn it, we're just cracking the surface on this.
Let me see
We're
here.
changing lives.
What is this? All right, let me go to Dan. Hi, Dan. Good morning.
Good morning, guys. How you doing?
Good. What's up, Dan?
Okay, so when I first got together with my now wife, I was born in Kansas, and I wanted to take her. We were going to visit family, and I wanted to take her to the river where we spend my stomping grounds when I was a kid. We used to go fishing, swimming, you know.
It's awesome. Yes, how romantic.
It was going to be great. So I thought. So we get down there, and you know we're walking around, and I'm like, yeah, this is where I used to. She's looking at me. And I'm like, well, I'm sorry, you know. So I'm actually using the car that my mom lent me, you know, while we were there visiting.
Oh, it's beautiful.
Opened the door to the old Chrysler Sebring drop top, and I thought, well, I don't have anything. And I'm looking around, and I'm like, Mom's beanie it is, you know.
Mom's beanie?
Yeah.
She had a hat in the car, and that's it.
I used the hat. I had to, man. I do construction, too, so I'm telling you guys, it's a rough life, man.
I know. I have no doubt.
You're
when you
right.
have to use your beloved mother's beanie.
God rest her soul. No.
Thank God Grandma wasn't in the backseat. Your skin's kind of papery.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
Dan, that's...
My wife looked at me, and I'm like, I'm so sorry.
All right.
Thanks, Dan.
Rabbi, I'm going to ask you a question.
Yeah.
You don't have to say yes.
Oh, my God. Listen, at some point, you have no choice, or you're walking around with what we described the other week, you know, the Chappelle thing, mud butt, and you can't have that.
It reduces you, but the thing is that you're not alone.
Yeah.
That's the song says.
I thought these were good tips. I thought these are good things you may not consider to check your pockets, maybe the cardboard roll. I mean, these are last measures.
But number one, as you said at the top of it, don't panic.
Don't panic.
Don't panic.
Relax, and you can get through this. So anyhow, just
John McClane it.
We're saving lives here. That's what we're doing. All right, so we need to take a break. Thank you for listening and for your patience and your resolve to stay with the President Steve Show. $50 Wawa gift card. Take caller number 8 at 215-263-WMMR. Tomorrow is Wawa Hoagie Day. It's part of the Wawa Welcome America celebration.
So exciting.
Casey and I will be on Independence Mall tomorrow from noon to 2 at 5th and Chestnut.
Beautiful weather.
And you can come out. The weather's going to be great. Yep. And you get free. It's an 8-ton hoagie. Free to the public. Come and get your lunch and join us for that event. We're going to take a break. We'll come back in a moment. We will get the CEO of Wawa, Mr. Chris Geison's on in just a little bit. Returning shortly. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve.
Answer is correct. Wow. In 1850, Delaware County's county seat moved to Media. Okay, Media is considered the county seat of Delaware. Where was it originally?
Chester.
He's right. Chester was originally the county seat. All right, what category and what's the wager, Case?
Kath, I just want you to do well. Right, so I'm going to give you a whole bunch of points. We're going to wager 100 points on history.
History. This person was the founder of the religious school Log College and later the pastorate of Neshaminy Warwick Presbyterian Church.
Mr. Log.
Mr. Log.
Is that a real answer? I'm curious. Yes. No, it was William Tennant.
Mother, I knew it was. You know what? And somebody sent me not that information, but somebody sent me information about Log College.
That somebody did you a disservice.
Yeah, they did.
All right, that was William Tennant, a well-known name in Bucks County. 1,010 for Kathy, 930 for Casey.
So 80
it's an 80
points
difference.
separate. two contenders.
Last question for Casey.
Oh my God! Last question.
Can we just keep going for a little?
Well,
Oh wow.
I'm just kidding.
Okay, so it's an 80-point difference. This is the last question. Is there a double jeopardy?
there's something else.
Okay. All right.
You look great today, Ken.
Go ahead, say the F word, Ken.
I know.
You're trying- you want to say it so badly. We can dump it out.
The dulcet tones of Kathy Romano.
That's what Dennis hears around frisky time.
Damn it. All right, I'm gonna do entertainment.
Okay.
Entertainment.
For 10 points.
Wow. Okay. See, and this is where the strategy comes into play. Casey?
Yeah.
What's the Delco dance club that featured a spaceship and a dancing robot
Wow.
MC?
Listen, it's only worth 10 points, Kathy. Pulsations.
Yeah, that's correct. Yes, absolutely. What's the category and what's the wager?
We're going to go 70 points in history.
70 points in history. And I got to get to the history.
Right, Nick?
Yeah, man.
I didn't.
You play Jeopardy.
Yeah, I didn't do well in my SATs, but.
You even know how to wager.
History. What Boxco town was named after George Washington's famous crossing of the Delaware River to take Trenton by surprise in the Revolutionary War?
Washington Crossing.
She got it right. That's exactly correct. Yes.
I got pulsations. You get that. That's fair enough.
All right. So, what is the score here at the end of round 2?
Kathy
It
with
is.
1,080. Casey with 940.
I need the screen, please. For this, we're going to do something now. A few years ago, we had somebody call up on the phone,
Yes.
and we're going to do the same thing. This time, we are calling this, I don't know who's on the phone.
Oh, okay.
The category of I don't know who's on the phone is local businesses. Local businesses. So write down your wager now. Okay, you guys ready?
Yeah.
All right.
Sure.
Wagers are in, and we're playing I don't know who's on the phone. Local businesses, the category, and we have our caller on the line. Good morning. Can you hear me, sir?
Good morning. I can hear you.
All right. Would you please present your question for our contestants?
Good morning. My name is Bill. I'm vice president of a local company. We were established in South Philadelphia in 1891. We are headquartered in Malvern, Pennsylvania, and we have 11 locations in Delaware County and 7 in Bucks County. One of your show members currently endorses our company. What is the name of the company I work for?
Okay. Marissa just handed me a note that says it's over.
It is over.
And
that's not fair.
And I shook my head. And I said, no, it won't be because more bitching is going to happen.
No,
It is.
you know why
After
it's
we
not
get the
over?
answer.
Because tonight you're going to wake up screaming, and you'll be reliving it over and over again.
Okay. So do we ask for their answers first, or do I ask our caller on the line what the answer is?
I
we
think
go
what
to
you
their-
do is you go to the answers and then
first.
right.
Yeah.
And then I do the Alex Trebek. Oh, I'm
Yes.
sorry. Okay, let's go. And then we'll have our caller on the line to hang on just a moment. So, Kathy, you were in the lead, and that means you get to go first, I believe, is how that works. So, Kathy, what is your answer?
Dunkin' Donuts.
Dunkin' Donuts. And that is incorrect. I'm sorry. What is your wager, please?
300 points.
300 points. And Nick, what does that total bring her to?
780 points for Kathy Romano.
Casey?
I really could have done a number on myself here, but I blame my brother if I get this wrong, because my brother's philosophy is go big or go home. Okay? My answer is Horizon.
Horizon. That is also incorrect. And your wager?
940 points.
Oh, my goodness. Let me go to our caller. Bill, can you tell these people what company you work for, please?
I work for Acme Markets.
The official supermarket of the Preston and Steve Show. Casey,
Kathy
wait for it.
wins!
Kathy
Kathy wins!
My God! Oh my freaking God!
Boxco versus Delco. It was anybody's game to the very end.
I actually, at the last few moments, was sure you had it, Casey.
I did too.
I was sure, because you're also, it looked as if you wrote a short word.
I did, and you know what really stinks is he's the new president, so I don't know his name.
Well, that's why we chose him, because if it was somebody that you knew by the sound of their voice, they weren't going to be able to.
Let's focus on what's important. I won!
Well, whenever you want, girlfriend. Whenever you want.
Nick, do me a favor. Remove that screen between
so he
those
can
two
punch
people.
her.
So Casey can punch her in the face. Oh, my God.
I thought for sure.
They're hugging.
I thought, Casey, you were going to say your brother had quizzed you about this company and you had some insight.
If I can have a moment, I prepared something I wanted to say.
Casey's written a statement.
You know, I came here this week, and I didn't know what to expect. Now, I've seen a lot of people hating me, and I didn't know what to feel about that, so I guess I didn't like you much then either. During this fight, I seen a lot of changing. The way yous felt about me and the way I felt about you. In here, there were two people killing each other. But I guess that's better than 20 million. What I'm trying to say here, if I can change and you can change, everybody can change. I just want to say, to my kid who should be at home cleaning, don't forget to scrub the toilets. I love you.
He's a champion anyway.
Not really. I'm the champion. Here's the thing. What's great for you guys is, because what I was thinking is if Casey won, then the whole competition would have been evened out and we had to do it again. Now,
we don't have to do it.
Now there's no grudge match. There's no grudge match.
No rematch.
No rematch.
Ain't going to be no
I
rematch.
win. Thank you very much. I'm so glad that I didn't disappoint my Bucks County residents and friends.
You honestly, you
Mom,
both
Dad, I love
played
you.
very well. Kathy, you played very well. You did. And I mean, especially honestly in the trivia, you pulled some things out of the proverbial ass that I had no hope you would get, and you got it.
Thank you
so
very
amazing.
much. Oh my God, this was so fun. Thank you guys.
Of course it was fun.
This
No,
was
it
great.
sucked, I
What
think, for
a fair
everybody.
contest you guys pulled off.
Now watch us find out that Soups is actually the name of the place.
Then I would have 100 points and I still lose. By the way, Kathy, you mentioned Dunkin' Donuts. Did you know that there's 33 Dunkin' Donuts locations
Oh,
in
there's
Delaware
26 in Bucks County.
County? Yeah.
Are you serious? Are you serious?
Yeah.
Because you did the Wawa question last year.
Do you know how many swim clubs there are in Bucks County?
Listen, you know what? I want to know. I don't know if we're going to do this now or not, but some of the questions that we didn't go over, because there was something that I was sure you guys were going to answer, and I really put a lot of time studying it.
What was it?
I have several other ones, and we don't have time to do it now. But maybe next week we can go through some of the questions because
we'll do a question purge.
I'm dying to know.
So one of the big things in Bucks County, and specifically Levittown, was the LPRA pools, and I thought for sure you were going to ask questions about those.
Nothing came up about that.
Yeah.
So.
And because we were both lifeguards, I could have sworn there was going to be. There were a couple of things where I'm like, all right, what do Kathy and I both have in common? Dunkin' Donuts was obviously the one. And, and I thought about Acme, but I wasn't sure how many Acmes there were in Bucks County.
Yeah.
So
I had to pick something that both counties had in common.
Oh, I know. And
I tried to see if there was maybe a famous person that was born in one county and went to school in another or lived in another, and I couldn't come up with anybody.
How about this one?
Okay.
William Penn founded two towns on either side of Philadelphia, and he called them new towns. Okay, so there's a Newtown, Bucks County, and a Newtown, Delaware County. Same question, different answers. So
Interesting.
Newtown, Delaware County was founded in 1681, and then you guys were like 1684 or something like that.
Well, William Penn actually was born in Rutledge and opened up the first sweet roll shop in Croydon.
Yeah.
I did so much research. Meanwhile, we both were like, no, we're not doing anything.
Kathy, Marissa, there's a couple of pieces of paper underneath my
I
computer.
did so much research on, and it didn't need to be, because I knew you weren't going to stick to Levittown, even though that's where I grew up. But, there's all of those sections. All of the sections have different street name, or have the street names with the same letter of the section. So I memorized 3 street names for each section. In case you asked me the same question.
Well, but then both of you were full of crap that you weren't studying.
Dude,
listen,
did
and
you
it
see my
wasn't
study
until
sheet here?
Look at his study sheets.
It wasn't until last
It looks
night.
like his tax returns.
Steve, I did it last night laying in bed. My cousin Katy texted me and she goes,
if you're not studying, I'm going to be so angry. And I was like, oh no, I'm studying, I promise.
Yeah, so like shopping, I'm surprised you guys didn't ask me about the bazaar. You know, I remembered like because the bazaar's not there anymore, but I remember.
Casey, there was a question about the bazaar that was, what is the name of the store that used to sell rock T-shirts at the bazaar?
That might have been Comic Universe. I don't know.
No, it was Rock Tees.
Rock Tees, yeah.
So you wouldn't have gotten that one right.
And I want to thank Levittown Now because they did an article on, or did an interview with me a while back, but he sent over like a fact sheet on Bucks County.
Really? Do you know what the population is in your county?
You know what? I didn't go there because I thought we kind of covered that yesterday.
Yeah.
What is it in Delaware County?
562,960.
I know there's 17,311 homes in Levittown.
Oh my God!
Ridley Creek State Park is 2,600 acres. There's 191 square miles in all of Delaware County, 184 of which is land.
Driftwood Water Adventures operates out of Tyler State Park and Falls Park.
Yeah, Strathaven High School is actually named after Thomas Leaper's hometown in Scotland. And by the way, I'm going to start a petition now because the Strathaven mascot is the Panthers, and because it's named after a town in Scotland, I feel like their mascot should be the Griffins.
Okay,
the Griffins,
fair enough.
right.
Start that petition.
Nick Murphy, also from Bucks County. Did you know that there was an East and West Levittown? I did not know that, and it is split by Edgeley Road. Yes.
Wow. What's the oldest library in Bucks County?
Oh, you know what? I think is it gone? It's gone because the library that's there now is new.
Do you realize you're providing questions for when we do this again in 30 years?
No, we're not doing it again. I win.
The first library, I think the oldest library in the country is in Delaware County, Casey.
If it is, then it's Darby Library because that's the oldest in the county. And then the longest tenured mayor in Delaware County, he's been mayor for 44 years, Frank Kelly in Collingdale.
Okay.
Shout out.
Bob Casey, Pat Toomey.
Yeah. Well, Bob Casey's for
Brian
both of us.
Fitzpatrick.
Do you know who your city councilman chairman is?
No, I didn't do councilman. I just
John
did the Senate and House of Representatives.
Bob Brady. That's
what else do I have?
The 7th congressional district is vacant right now.
Levittown's 22 square miles.
Felicity alum. Felicity.
Tonight on a powerful Felicity. Felicity shows up late for a chemistry class.
I'm sorry. I thought it was an 8.
That's to go to detention.
Go to detention. Felicity.
Carrie Russell.
Carrie Russell.
Huh.
She, formerly of the long locks, who killed her career by cutting her hair, but has now grown her hair back and is doing great things with the American.
So Carrie Russell was Felicity.
Sound like it's Carrie Russell's history. Presented by Rita that she grew it.
Thank you. Hang out, please.
Preston Elliott has completed his hoagie from Wawa.
Everybody have a seat. Thank you. Appreciate it. Oh, this just in. Oh, yeah. Breaking news.
We go down to Jim Iglesiewski outside the Pentagon with some incredible news. Jim, what's going on out there? Well, Preston just finished his hoagie, and he wasn't quite sure he could do it. Back to you.
All right. An Italian shorty is what I had. All right, so now listen, and the reason with that we're eating Wawa Hoagies in the studio this morning is because it's a very exciting time of year. It means that we're in the full throes of summertime when Wawa Hoagie Day comes around.
It's awesome.
And of course, the Welcome America celebration and all that they're involved in. And it's an event that Casey and I do for Wawa Hoagie Day. We go to Independence Mall, and there's an 8-ton hoagie that is handed out to anybody who's hungry. And there's charitable stuff and all kinds of cool things in touch with it.
Make this the year you go and check it out because it is a blast.
And the weather's going to be perfect.
Yeah.
It's going to be 80 degrees and sunny. We are excited, and we always see him every year. We have the CEO of Wawa, El Presidente, our friend Mr. Chris Geisens is on the show this morning. Chris, via Zoom.
Guys?
Good, man. How you doing?
Good to see you, Preston.
Yeah, you too,
Good.
man.
The hoagie was okay.
It was a perfectly made Italian hoagie, just the way that I like it. And getting ready for tomorrow. And obviously, the big hoagie building competition is one of the most exciting parts about Wawa Hoagie Day.
It is.
Yeah. And
it is, yeah.
And they're a little loose on how well the hoagies are built in that particular event.
Yeah. We've said actually it's more a full-blown food fight than anything else, but it's still something to witness.
No, but
Very true. It is a food fight for good cause. That's what it's all about.
Yeah, Chris, are you coming out for the event again tomorrow?
I'll be there tomorrow. You said it. It's going to be beautiful, so that's exciting. Everyone should want to get out. It's going to be, look, one happy summer. You know, this is really sort of the official, if you ask me, kickoff of summer when we get to Wawa Welcome America and Hoagie Fest together. We haven't done that for 2 years. I will be there tomorrow with bells on. It's going to be fun.
Excellent. And so, by the way, you guys are continuing your quest for national domination as Wawa continues to spread. And you know what's great about that, Chris, is I think we here, Philadelphia specifically, see it as our brand, our city expanding as well, if you know what I mean, right?
Yeah, I do. Totally. I mean, even when we went down to Florida 10 years ago, hard to believe, there was a debate internally whether we call what you just ate a hoagie, which is very Philadelphia-centric, or a sub, because that's what they called them in Florida. And no way, we're bringing Philadelphia across the whole country. And they're always going to be called hoagies. And the brand and the passion that is Philadelphia, that's what Wawa's all about, and it'll continue.
You know what, though? I do have to give you guys credit because obviously, here in this area, we call it a hoagie. But also in this area, there's a certain, we call it a shorty, and so you guys have successfully rebranded the hoagie into something that is, only served at a Wawa, and that is a shorty.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, that's the blessing that we have of why Philadelphia is our hometown. I mean, people just have embraced Wawa, continued to grow up with it. We try every day to just make them happy, have a good experience. We always talk about it. It's never about how big we are, how far we're going, the number of stores. It's about every customer and every visit, making it great. That's why I'll be in stores talking with customers, talking with associates. These are the best days when I get to tour stores.
All right, Chris, I wanted to ask you about this because Nick sent me an article the other day about the expansion of Wawa and your trek further west into Pennsylvania, which leads into another convenience store's kind of territory.
You know it. We're not. It shall not be mentioned.
He shall not be named.
Yes.
So, what are the prospects of that, and how far are you guys looking to get? All the way into Pittsburgh, and is that the plan?
Not yet is what I would say. It's really about building out adjacent markets, which sounds like marketing talk. What are we doing? We're sort of going to the next neighborhood, the next town to the west. I mean, those markets for us where we have a border already with Sheetz have been doing really well. And you look at the Lehigh Valley as an example, that market is exploding with the transportation industry and the warehouses. So for us, it's just about opportunity up there and a place where our supply chain, our brand, we think really can fit well. So do we make it to Pittsburgh? I doubt that. But could we make it to State College, where there's been a lot of requests for Wawa? Maybe.
All right.
Chris, I see exactly what you're doing. And I concur. You're following the Battle of Thermopylae. And I think that's great. And what you're going to do is, and you don't have to say anything here. We got you. We know. But let Pittsburgh keep your head on a swivel. Let's just say that. And we'll leave it there. No more further commentary necessary.
That's right.
All right.
The exciting part of that announcement is Nashville. We announced we're going to open stores in Nashville. In a few months. So that's
all right.
A big jump for us.
Nashville's is definitely hopping. I have to ask you something, and I'm going. Can anyone send me from corporate pictures of what the Germantown Wawa design is going to look like? Because I'm beyond excited about it. Or can you tell me what's the layout going to be similar to?
I wish I could tell you, Steve. I don't have that one memorized, but I will tell you there's a couple high-profile, including you, customers there that will be taken care of very nicely.
All right.
Yes, if you want a rendering, get you a rendering.
I will hang it over my fireplace.
As far as designs go, Chris, I was curious because I now spend a lot of time with my family in the Wildwood area, and the Wildwood Wawa has a very unique design to it, and everybody comments about it. It has this real cool retro look about it.
Really?
A la 1950s, early 1960s, yeah. and it's in line with a lot of what you'll see in hotels down at
Nice.
in that Wildwood area. Are there any other buildings that have a non-traditional Wawa design to them like that, or is that the only one that's kind of stands out like that?
That's clearly our most iconic, that doo-wop down in Wildwood, because of the fit and feel of what the city's all about. And by the way, people always ask me, they think Avalon or Sea Isle's the highest volume, Wawa during the summer. It's actually that one.
No
So
kidding.
I believe it.
I could see it. Yeah. But it kind of stands.
But, I would tell you in Princeton's campus, they rebuilt our store. We rebuilt it near the train station a handful of years ago, and it fits their architecture. I would tell you, my name for it is it looks like Darth Vader's helmet, to be honest.
That's cool.
That's
I like that.
I got to see that.
We wouldn't have designed. And I'm sure there's others, as you go further south in Virginia, they have red brick is more the style. In Florida, the design's different, but there's some features in stores, some statues that we're required to put up. I would say design-wise, those two probably come out as the oddest, if you will.
Okay. All right. Chris, I have a sort of a technical Wawa question for you, and I'm sure it varies from state to state. In fact, I know that it does. But when it comes to selling alcohol in Wawa, like beer and wine, there are, I believe, a few stores in PA that allow for this. And then in other parts of the country, it seems more readily available. What's the process like, and do you think it'll ever be more common in Pennsylvania itself?
So in all of our Virginia, all of our Florida stores, we sell beer and wine. And that's just more easy of a license to get. Obviously, these things are controlled by state licensures. In Pennsylvania, that type of license doesn't exist for a convenience store or a pharmacy, if you will, to sell beer and wine. We have to purchase a restaurant license. It's the same if you were going down to a restaurant in Philly, the same license they have. Technically, we would be allowed to let you drink in a Wawa, which we choose not to. So we have 12 stores in Pennsylvania right now that have alcohol because we purchased those licenses. We're planning another 10. So we're trying to do it. It's just the requirements to do that and own that license. You have to have a different checkout for beer and wine, a seating area. That does a lot to our store design that doesn't fit everywhere. So that's why we're a little slower in the Pennsylvania market. But we're going to still continue with that. We'll have 22 stores in the Pennsylvania area.
Right now, they're BYOBs.
No. But on to Hoagie Day, because we got to wrap this segment. But tomorrow, noon to 2 is when this is taking place. And workers are going to get started, I guess, tonight, kind of assembling the hoagie or 2, 3 o'clock in the morning, something like that, Chris?
100 Wawa zealots will be there like 2 in the morning. And they're not supposed to get done till 10, but they overachieve and they're done at like 7. So by the time, the lazy CEO rolls out of bed, they're already done and just eating a hoagie. And it's great though. Yeah, tomorrow, and they'll 8 tons of hoagies. You said that 30,000 hoagies, 20,000 will be on the Independence Mall at noon, available for free. It'll be great. Come out. We'll have a lot of fun around that and surrounding it. We're giving another 7,000 of those to Phil Abundance, and then 3,000 to local veterans and other community service groups. And by the way, every Wawa celebrates Hoagie Day. So tomorrow, every Wawa will make a few dozen hoagies and deliver them to a local community organization, which gets every town of all of our almost 1,000 stores now involved.
Excellent. That is the best. All right. Well, we're looking forward to it. We got great weather on tap for that tomorrow. So Casey and I and everyone else who is coming out is going to be able to see you while we're there tomorrow at Independence Mall. So we'll catch up again tomorrow. But thanks for coming on this morning, Chris.
Look forward to it. Thanks, guys. Be well.
Take care. Chris Geisens, guys, CEO of Wawa. He's a great guy and loves coming out to this event. And it's really cool. So we will be on hand tomorrow.
It's pretty amazing.
You know what? I'll give away a $50 gift card right now.
Nice. Do it.
We'll take call number 12 at 215-263-WMMR. This courtesy of your friends at Wawa. This event is free to the public and honors the everyday heroes as well. So come out and join the Wawa Hoagie Day festivities tomorrow. But we'll set you up. Call number 12 with the $50 Wawa gift card. Oh, B-File. Let's do that.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Sorry, I'm late with this. And then we have a guest to get to. So we're going to have to keep this kind of short. All right. Brought to you by Dry Tech Waterproofing Solutions. You can protect your home from water damage, cracks in your foundation, and mold with Dry Tech Waterproofing Solutions. Preston and Steve listeners get 15% off when you mention our show. Go to drytechcorp.com. All right. Part of the wooden stands collapsed during a bullfight in central Colombia on Sunday, sending spectators plunging to the ground and killing at least 4 people and injuring hundreds.
This was wild footage, and I've watched like some of this footage over the years, and I always thought those stands looked so rickety.
The disaster took place during a traditional event called Correleja, in which members of the public enter the ring to engage the bulls. Videos taken during the bullfight show a multi-story section of the stands collapsing as people screamed. The mayor said that 800 spectators were seated in sections that collapsed. Besides the 4 dead, another 4 people were in intensive care and 2 others recovering from surgery. But, I mean, it just crumbled.
To be honest, I don't know how more people aren't dead. If you watch the footage, it's pretty horrifying.
A pilot preparing to land at Los Angeles International Airport told air traffic controllers that he saw what he thought was a man with a jetpack flying through the sky. The pilot was about 15 miles from the airport at an altitude around 4,500 feet.
That's pretty wild.
Air traffic control said, I have a report of a jetpack 4,500 feet over the gate in the section, which is about 6 miles east of your present position right there.
I love you 3000.
The Federal Aviation Administration said it's looking into the report. The agency noted that it has received reports of several other sightings, but has been unable to verify them. So I want to see a follow-up on that story.
Yeah,
And see
absolutely.
if they're able to track down if somebody, some mystery jetpack guy is out there.
It's not out of the realm of believability.
Might be the Rocketeer.
It
Who
could
knows?
be, yes.
A man looking for his lost rooster made a chilling discovery Tuesday afternoon.
No.
In a news conference, police spokesman said that a local man was out looking for his rooster, excuse me, in an empty lot when he stumbled upon something sticking out of the dirt. The man kicked it, saw that it was a human skull. Called 911.
Did the rooster kill a guy?
No, I don't know.
And then try to bury him?
And then investigators arrived the following morning, including a homicide detective, medical examiner, and team of forensic anthropologists. Digging with hands and hand tools in the shallow dirt, they discovered even more remains, including human arm bones. The police said it is too early to tell the
We're gonna
gender.
file this one under cockadoodle dead. Right?
Cockadoodle dead. CSI.
I wish I used to have the music.
Yeah. So
let's file this one under cockadoodle dead.
It's too early to tell the gender or if there was any trauma. It is too soon to tell how
Wait,
long.
I got it. I found it.
All right, go ahead.
File this one under cockadoodle dead.
It's too soon to tell how long the remains have been buried, and it appears that they had been buried.
Did he find the rooster?
No word on the rooster.
Damn it!
Suspiciously.
Yes, almost as if it was planned. Almost as if the rooster killed a guy, shaved his skin off, buried him, and then used that as a distraction.
The rest of the skeleton was covered at the same area. The bones were likely there for a few years, they said. All right, sorry to keep this short, but just one more because we have a guest coming up. Florida deputies responded to calls of a driver seen driving on a Sarasota County sidewalk to avoid rush hour traffic.
You can't do that.
Deputies were alerted when a concerned citizen provided dash camera footage of the driver on the sidewalk during the Tuesday morning rush hour. So here's what they did. They set up a sting the next day, Wednesday morning, and they were waiting, and the driver did it again. Like this was his move.
Wow, man.
He didn't do it out of desperation, like an emergency or anything like that.
How reckless.
Just to avoid traffic.
Son
What
of a bitch.
a dick. The driver was stopped, issued a citation, received a lecture about dangerous driving.
So can you drive across lawns and things like that? If
Of
you're
course,
yeah.
of course, but not the sidewalk.
That's
Come
where
on.
people walk.
And that is what I have in the bizarre file for you. We're going to take a break, come back in a second. When we return, Mr. Neal Brennan will be joining us, so stay put. We'll return.
Those commies.
In what?
In the Americans.
Oh, the Americans.
You don't watch that?
No,
She's
no.
a spy.
I don't watch that.
It's like that John Travolta, Kelly Preston movie.
Oh, yeah.
You know
The Experts.
The Experts.
But she may join J.J. Abrams and Star Wars Episode 9.
We forget that it was J.J. Abrams who created and wrote a number of the
Felicity episodes.
I did forget that, yeah.
Yeah.
No word yet on whether she'll tackle a hero or a villain in the epic franchise. The movie begins shooting in London this month, by the way.
Unless we forget also that Kerry Russell won Mr. Skin's Best Butt Shot, I believe, in the Anatomy Awards.
Get a nice pooper.
No kidding. Casey says
got
she's
a hell of a pooper. kind of butt you want to spend a weekend spelunking at, if you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, we are back from vacation.
We are.
So the.
Oh yeah, this is nice. This is good stuff.
Look, there's some soccer players in there from Thailand.
So the kids are gonna help you out.
You guys all right?
Wait, I see light from the badge.
Oh, God.
We can do this.
Wow.
It's a new survival story unlike any other.
Walk this way, kids. Here we go. Is it a stalagmite or a stalactite?
The tight or from the ceiling stalactite hang on top, and the mites are.
You know that?
Yeah, that's the old stalactite.
It's tight. It hangs
tight.
on, and stalagmite might make it to the ceiling if it keeps growing.
And all of this is taking place in Felicity.
in Felicity's butt.
Okay, yeah.
Text says, driving my kids to daycare. My 2-year-old is calling my 1-year-old a commie bitch. Thanks. Sorry about that.
Sorry.
Well, they're learning about a time in our history that was very important.
Yeah. Hey, I noticed a few things.
Oh, my God.
I did. I absolutely positively.
He's back.
Yeah.
You know what he does? He notices things so you don't have to.
Yeah.
You're too busy sleeping 3 hours a day on your job.
Yes, it's
He's
true.
out there noticing.
Hey, you know what I noticed? I noticed that my penis looks a little bit bigger in the summertime.
Is that right?
Yeah.
And I think I know that's why is that? You tend to be trimmer in the summer, don't you?
No, actually, this is something that was on Reddit, and I just used me as an example. This is not true, but apparently there's something called a summer penis.
And the living is easy?
Or summer penis
makes me feel fine.
So on Reddit, one user asked if others experienced a, quote, bigger D in the summertime and smaller in winter.
Bigger D.
I'm paraphrasing.
Winter's coming. Winter's coming. Smaller D's for everyone.
Men said soaring temperatures cause their junk to appear larger. And when they're happy, so to speak, when they're at attention,
clap your nuts.
Apparently, it's better.
When you're happy and you know it, clap your nuts.
Squish, squish.
Ow.
Dr. Dudley Danoff.
Dr. Dudley Danoff does not exist.
Author of The Ultimate Guide to Male Sexual Health says that hot temperatures cause blood vessels to widen.
Yeah.
And you may swell a little bit.
Oh, yeah. I'm swelling right now.
Urologist Dr. Jamin Brambot.
Stop it.
This is fake.
There's not even, yeah.
This isn't real.
Dudley Danoff.
And his nurse, Katrina Thunderrod.
This is urologist Dr. Now, I'm probably pronouncing this. It's probably Yamin, Jamin. I just
Yamin.
said Jamin.
You got yourself a big penis there, man.
Brambot, which is Brahmbhatt.
Maybe it's Jimin, and his real name is like Benjamin, but
he changes it
instead of going by Ben, he goes Jimin.
It's quite possible.
Well, Yamin Brahmbhatt says that men's penises always remain the same size, but adds that blood vessels near the surface may contract to maintain heat, and that hot weather may cause those blood vessels to fill to the max.
We're not talking about, obviously, we're not talking about a 1.5 foot increase. We're talking perhaps just a general. Now,
Just a
however,
general
though,
fullness.
when you lose weight, it does appear to be larger. Correct?
I would think
yeah,
so.
Stand to reason.
I would guess so, yeah.
So yeah, that's. But I mean, yes, in the engorging process, perhaps.
But also,
Bill loves all these words, by the way.
Don't you feel like your fruit hangs a little bit lower during the summer just because
it's sad?
Not necessarily that, but it's just it's warmer, so
I think so.
Things
right?
are looser.
For
yeah.
proper child production, the baby batter must be cooler, right? That's why your testicles are the way they are in the body's configuration. They always say to you, loose and cooler is the you guys have kids?
I don't know. I didn't look that much into it.
You didn't chill them up before you got it on?
But it is sophisticated.
Spray them with some CO2?
It is sophisticated equipment that is meant for the purposes of of reproduction, yes, and therefore it maintains a to a certain temperature so that your equipment
Your
will work
McDLT.
properly, and you're cool on the cool side and hot on the hot. Anyway, we'll move on to something else. I just liked it because the headline was "Heat Waves Lead to Summer Penis."
From the noticer.
Thank you.
Makes me feel fine. Blowing into jasmine across my sack.
Love that song. Can't help it.
I did notice something else.
More from the noticer. He notices so you don't have to.
I noticed
across an empty field. Down the dark alley.
I do notice that I will use digital assistants from time to time. The two that I use are
your fingers.
No.
And your toes.
Not those digital.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Meaning Siri and Alexa. Those are the two that I use from time to time. Now,
Okay.
Alexa I mainly use for like a timer when I'm cooking or music to listen to real quick or something like that.
In your kitchen, do you have the show, the Alexa show? Which has the screen on it?
Oh. No.
It's actually very cool, especially if you're doing recipes or things of that nature.
Right.
Yeah.
So anyhow, there was a new study that finds which is the smartest of them all and in what order. This is Loop Ventures. They did a study that had researchers ask the 4 digital assistants 800 questions, and they found all assistants were great at understanding the questions. And they have determined who actually answered the most questions.
I have them all, or have had them all. This sounds like I'm bragging about sexual conquest. But yeah, so go through this. I'm curious to see if it lines up with what I experienced.
So they found that the smartest of them all is Google Assistant.
Okay, so that's what I learned, is that the ability to answer questions and questions contextually went to Google.
I can't stand when I ask Siri a question and she just gives me a bunch of websites to go to. I'm like, dude, just give me.
Do not like
answer.
that. However, though, Google Assistant will most often default to Wikipedia.
There are obviously silly, ridiculous things that you don't need it for, but you use it for anyway.
I still do, yeah.
What do you think for you is the most practical purpose for using any of these?
Well, honestly, for the when I'm sitting, for example, if I'm sitting and I'm setting up something for the media, you know, I'm watching TV or whatever, and I'm looking down at something, or I need the lights on, or I'm turning lights on and off.
Okay.
Playing music, playing
I think that's
the radio,
what I would use it for.
playing. I walk into a room. I constantly use it for weather. I constantly use it. I'll get a quick news update.
Yep.
So I'm interfacing it with that. And if you look at if you find out on your app on your phone, it'll tell you your last 70 requests, and mine are always sort of the same thing.
Okay.
You know,
I mean, it records everything, so you can find out every single request that you've asked.
I am using them all the time throughout the day.
But you know what? Like, you're busy, Steve. I know somebody, Nick, who can probably come over to your place, who I think is in between gigs right now. Gary Lauer is not doing anything right now. His house is closed.
You know what? Honestly, you don't even need an echo. Just have Gary hands.
Yeah.
It's pretty hot out there.
Just have your own Gary.
I'll turn it on for you. Lights on.
All right.
Hey, Gary, lights on.
All right, 1 second. There you go. Gary, should I wear a sweater outside? I'll be right back. It's pretty chilly. Lauer.
Yeah,
Lauer.
that's what it would be.
Yeah. Hey, Lauer.
Because Gary would be too common.
Hey, Lauer, play Allman Brothers. Lauer, switch to Skinnerd.
Hey, Lauer.
Yes. Switch to killers. Somebody told me.
All right.
Hey, Lauer, play MMR.
Well, don't you have to kind of have like a bing bong prompt?
Yeah.
You know.
Hey, Lauer. Working.
Play Summer Breeze by Seals and Croft.
Summer Breeze.
So Lantern Entertainment and the Weinstein Company have come to terms on two major sticking points in their deal, a price and a close date. So they agreed on a final purchase of $21 million and expect to close on July 13th. A bankruptcy court hearing is scheduled for July 11th, and Lantern also agreed to make numerous payments to creditors to avoid a lengthy court battle.
All right, so and they're obviously going to not use the name Weinstein, right?
Oh, no, yeah, they're not. I don't think they're going to do that.
Charles Manson Productions.
So they're going to.
They figure it has a better reputation.
Hell yes. So they're getting closer to.
And then you can have Manson instead of the MGM Lion.
Wouldn't that be awesome? His face in that circle logo.
Right.
I love it.
This is one of these meetings here with the town where people can get up and speak their mind. And this young man got up and he had a take on legalizing prostitution.
So I propose this. The city allows for licensed masseurs to give genital massages if the masseur and the client both agree to it. We let someone get naked and have every other part of their body touched and rubbed by a massage therapist. Hell, we let proctologists spend their day men and sticking things. So if someone wants to yank a guy's crank, I say let him.
Oh my God.
That really is as inspiring as FDR's speech on December 8th, 1941.
I love the last part of that. Hang on.
So if someone wants to yank a guy's crank, I say let him.
I say
And so I say to you, if someone wants to yank a man's crank, I say let them do it.
Okay.
And so by this time,
legit?
well,
maybe.
You know what? I don't care. But he was definitely in front of this group. He was prepared. He seemed, and then he goes on. It's not just enough to state that's your intent or what you'd like to see happen.
Yeah.
You have to provide.
You got to back it up.
Examples.
Yeah, some context.
Some context to it. Yes.
Here's clip 2.
Picture this: a big old sweaty fat guy would get with your hand actually be that much worse than giving him a full body massage, getting up in there under the folds of fat, or being the proctologist sticking your finger.
Kathy, so
What happened?
Changing plans, I guess. Okay.
No, it's my fault. It's my fault. It's not
No.
a change of plans.
No, it is a change in plans. We were gonna do an interview right now, which I teased ahead of time. We are now going to do that an hour from now, and we kind of fly by the seat of our pants. Sometimes we don't plan out. Hey, we're going to do this at 8:30. We're going to do that at 7:30. So I don't know what we're going to do now. I didn't know what we were going to do at 9:30. So we're going to figure this out as we go along. But I do know that we have the results, and I want some music for this, Casey.
Yes, that we do have.
The results of the Eye Bleed for Preston and Steve blood drive. We had this on Friday. We did a live broadcast for the first time ever at this event, and we were happy to be there and had so much fun doing it. And we are excited to reveal that the numbers are way up from last year.
Excellent.
And we collected 959 units of blood for the American Red Cross. And what's great about that is what's interesting is I know that we had two separate locations this year, Live Casino and Hotel and the Greater Philadelphia Expo Center at Oaks. And leading into this, we were hoping, like this record year and all this stuff. And what I hadn't realized is that they still kept the amount of beds and donation numbers a little bit on the lower side, even though we had two locations. And the goal, the Red Cross's goal, was 800 units. And we collected 959.
Whoa!
I'd say that is a tremendous success.
That's a tremendous success, absolutely.
And we're hoping that maybe next year, because there were still some COVID protocols at the specifically the live casino,
Yes.
and the numbers were a little bit lower as far as taking registration. So I'm hoping that next year that we can take even more on and do the two location thing again with bigger numbers at each location. and maybe, get over that 1,100 mark.
Well, by the time we wrapped up at Oaks, you and I went over to Live Casino. And when we got there, it's probably around 1:30, they were pacing about 70 to 80 pints ahead of their projected pint count at that time. So I knew we were kind of off and running. But you're right. They had to make certain restrictions because of the COVID protocols.
Yep.
Again, with those released, there's no reason we can't just blow this out of the water next year.
Yep.
It was really fun having us do the live broadcast there. I enjoyed that a lot. And then I stuck around for 2 hours or so after our show ended and hung out with Pierre, which was also awesome. And I thought the flow of people donating during our show was really smooth.
It was great.
It actually started to get a little jammed up during Pierre's show. But I saw that as a good sign because it just meant that there were a lot of people there making donations. Everybody was patient. Everybody had a good time. And it was cool to have that vibe of Pierre doing his show live from Oaks.
And I wonder, because it was a really good weather weekend. So on that Saturday, how many people we might have lost to going down or just leaving the, and you can completely understand that people want to do things on the weekend. Having that Friday vibe worked in our favor, I think.
By the way, it was 181 more units than last year.
That's great. Wow.
Yeah.
Nice.
I mean, way past what was collected last year and what was expected of this year.
I love it.
So thank you to the sponsors, Recovery Centers of America, Window Nation provided the reusable totes that we gave away, and Everfresh Juice and Juice Drinks were a part of that. And I think, for me personally, by far, my most favorite part of the event was when Steve caught that munchkin.
Oh my God, that was so
I
funny.
threw halfway across the damn room.
It was epic.
Nailed it.
So we had a gathering over at our house on Saturday, and people kept coming up and talking. And I bet it seemed like it was from here to over there. And I'm going, actually, it was further. No!
Yeah. You know what I was bummed out about is I watched the video, and we're teeing it up, and we're doing it, and Casey didn't see it. His head was down. He was looking at something.
I was on my way, because here's the deal. I didn't think it was possible. I did not think you were going to be able to catch it. So I put everything down, and I was like, I thought it'd be funny if we grabbed a full donut to throw into Nick's mouth. So I left the broadcast area to go get a full donut. And the second I turned around and walked away is when you caught it.
You thought it was a lost cause.
I thought it was a lost cause.
Never give up.
Never give up. Never surrender.
It was awesome. I could watch that. I watched that video I watched it replay 8 times in a row.
Do we have the audio of the? You hear?
I don't know.
Yeah, because you actually.
I heard. Because I was next to Steve. I heard that noise was like, even that was satisfying.
Yeah, that and the fact that Casey brought his scooters out for us.
Are great, right?
Those
to ride around on.
I didn't get. I think I'm going to get one. They just look so cool.
Yep, they're a lot of fun. So. Nonetheless, but the money shot of it all is everybody that came out and participated. So thank you guys. We really, really appreciate it. It was a lot of fun. And thank you to Pierre for broadcasting live, Jason and Connor, everybody back at the studio, and of course to Brent and Jackie and Sarah. We saw Sarah at Live Casino when she came to kind of relieve us after we had been there for a little while. So. By the way, there's a video of Nick riding the scooter. It's hilarious. There's a slow motion drive-by facial expression that you do that is like, I am so cool.
Somebody on Instagram said that it had Nick Cage Con Air vibes.
Yes.
I thought that was a nice compliment. Yeah, I took that one.
Yeah, so if you have not seen the videos of the event yet, make sure that you take a look.
Those are really cool, those things, man, I have to say.
They were fun, yeah.
Yep. All right. I know.
All right, since we're flying.
I know.
Did you, was the time misunderstood?
I messed up. I don't know where I made the mistake. I scheduled it for 8:30, but clearly all the emails going back and forth said 9:30.
Casey, I had a radio dream the other day, and Preston and Steve were so mad at me. I was hiding under the desk, and it was you know what it was. I screwed up the time on something. I booked.
Well, it's because they hit you guys if you do.
Well,
this.
yeah,
So-
I know.
We do.
So we understand why you're
but
scared.
we always
Say
we
sorry.
get you ice cream afterwards.
Well, I booked Tom Hanks.
Oh, what?
I swear,
Amazing.
but then there were 2 mess ups. It was actually Tom Cruise, and I wrote it down as Tom Hanks.
You idiot!
And then I screwed up the time, and you guys were so mad at me. I was like, but it's Tom Cruise.
Come on, man. That's good too.
All right. Well, actually,
It's Colin Hanks.
I do have a couple of interesting things, and we can put them under the banner of the Just Saying Institute. Because they are,
I love that.
They're research and scientific related topics. So
The Just Saying Institute, home of the Tom Hanks, Tom Cruise Scientology Center.
Tom Hanks is a Scientologist too.
Yeah, right now he is.
Tom
yeah.
Cruise converted him.
Yeah,
and
that's how
they opened
powerful
up
the messages. Yeah,
they opened up a center together.
And
haberdashery.
There was and haberdashery. There was research published in Science Advances that suggests that people whose natural body odors are chemically similar are more likely to click and form fast friendships.
I mean, come on. Statistically, what are the odds of this happening?
They're pretty decent, but I mean the research is questionable because it's early and there hasn't been a whole lot done. But
also, aren't people's natural sense on things usually often hidden behind deodorants and colognes and things of that nature?
Yeah, but maybe there's something that you can
like
sense.
a pheromone.
Yeah, there might be an undertone of a scent.
I mean, you've seen dogs, right? Where like dogs
I've
who go
seen
up.
dogs.
You have seen dogs, right? You've lived a long life. You've seen a dog or two,
Guys,
right?
Cat or dog? Dog.
Guys.
Yeah.
I've never seen a dog.
Oh my God!
I tell you.
And you have dogs.
Yeah,
All right,
I know,
please,
but I've
guys.
never seen them.
It was a.
I know. Go ahead. You've seen dogs.
You've seen dogs
You've seen them do
meet
what?
each other and they'll sniff and everything's
Exchange business cards.
Everything seems fine, but they catch a sniff and they're
sets
like,
them
"No,
off."
I don't like this guy."
Yeah.
You know
Well,
what I mean?
that's actually how dogs are. You're not supposed to have your dogs greet face to face. You're supposed to let them do that, and I guess that's how they figure out
Yeah.
if they like the other dog or
Butts
not.
to nuts.
Butts to nuts, and then they just smell something in the air.
Well, you know how don't you hate if you're out with your dogs and people who are in the know what you do. You extend your hand to allow the dog to smell it first before you just ram your hand in and start patting away.
Yeah.
They are very
What
much
cat?
they are very much reliant on that smell.
No, I was just, I don't even know if we talked about this on the air. I can't remember, but when I met Reggie, Casey's dog, and I just turned around, I went, Reggie, how does my ass smell? His nose was so far up my
Preston.
ass.
Yep. Oh, yep. I have. I've had a rim job from
Reggie.
Reggie. Yeah.
A red job.
All right, so a Reg's job. All right, so through a series of experiments designed to uncover the effects of body odor on social dynamics, researchers from the Weizmann Institute of Science in Israel found that existing pairs of same-sex non-romantic friends who reported having clicked when they first met emitted similar odors. Additionally, a sensor that the study describes as an electronic nose was able to predict above chance levels whether strangers would feel a click upon meeting based on the chemical signature of their natural body odors.
I'll tell you one thing. Body odor, like
Actual
bad
body odor,
is a gag-inducing thing for me. I can't.
Okay.
I can't take it. That and snot are my two. Those are my kryptonites.
Mine is like halitosis.
Okay.
Yeah, because
Similar?
you can smell it when you can smell it from like over 3 feet away. There's
over the phone.
Oh my God.
Case, you did that Grand Canyon trip where you didn't shower for the better part of a week, maybe more, right? But you were able to swim during some of that time.
Well, no, I showered I bathed in the river. I brought soap that was fine to use in.
So body
in the
odor
river,
never
yeah.
really became an issue during that week. Probably.
I don't. So here's the deal. I underarm armpit body odor. I never get. That's never been
Neither
an
do
issue
I.
for me. Ass odor, on the other hand,
you got that in
I
spades.
get
It's
that
out of
in
control.
spades.
It's out of control.
If I don't wear deodorant, which occasionally happens if I shower after the gym or whatever, like the body odor creeps in quickly. It's just and so for me, like it ends up smelling like onions. Like there's
yes,
a weird onion
it
scent.
does. It smells like a hoagie. Preston. So they're saying this is a usually a same sex thing.
Yeah, like your best friend.
buddies.
Right.
Non-romantic,
Okay.
same-sex, non-romantic friends.
Okay, I wonder how this correlates to different sex attraction.
No, this is just about clicking and being friends. So,
You're my smell buddy.
Neurobiologist Inbal Ravrebi said, I feel comfortable to conclude now that there is chemistry in social chemistry. So in the study, the researchers first polled people online for how they would describe the initial spark preceding a fast friendship, which, according to Ravrebi, is often intuited but doesn't exist in the scientific literature. As she describes it, common themes kept emerging, such as being on the same wavelength as someone, feeling as though there is chemistry between them, and experiencing a sense of immediate bonding and understanding. And using those definitions, the team recruited 20 existing pairs of same-sex friends between the ages of 22 and 39, half of whom were men and half women, in which both members reported having clicked upon meeting. In order to harvest participants' body odor, each was provided with unscented soap and a cotton T-shirt, along with instructions to avoid all scented products, such as other soaps, perfumes, and lotions, before wearing the shirt for at least 6 hours overnight for 2 nights. Participants were also asked to keep pets and other people out of their bed for those nights and to avoid eating body odor-influencing foods such as curry, asparagus, and garlic.
Oh, yeah.
The odors trapped in the shirts were then evaluated by a commercially available electronic nose, which uses an array of chemical sensors to determine the components of a gas. In order to compare the device's performance to that of a human nose, which experts note is far more sensitive, other participants were presented with the odors of each person from either a click pair or a random pair, as well as a third distractor odor. So they have these different ones that they're going to smell.
Yeah.
And they were asked to guess which two, if any, were from those who had clicked. While there were differences between human and electronic perception, the test ultimately helped validate the device's predictions. All right. So finally, the authors wanted to test whether odor similarity predicted clicking among strangers meeting for the first time. This is an interesting sounding experiment, what they did. For this, the team assigned pairs of strangers who had followed the same T-shirt protocol to stand facing each other from a short distance and mirror each other's movements without speaking for 2 minutes. How awkward would that be?
It's like that Harpo and Lucille Ball routine where I got it.
All of the participants then repeated the process with all the participants of the same gender, resulting in 22 pairings among men and 45 among women, and rated how well they meshed with each partner, answering questions, including whether they felt connected to the partner, whether they wanted to meet them again, and whether they felt comfortable with them on a scale of 1 to 100.
It's like looking in a mirror.
And across all tested cases, there was a subtle correlation between body odor similarity.
I want to smell you.
And can I smell you?
Will you? You don't have to move. You just stand there. I'll smell you. Smells good.
Casey, I just thought of something. Can we have the Stallone Wuya meet sloths? Because I have a feeling that'd be a fun conversation.
It's like it's like a debate.
Yeah.
Firing line.
Will you? Will you?
So anyhow, I don't even know where it was.
Anyhow, didn't I sniff you guys and determine I identified you each by your smell?
Yeah, you're so good at it.
Did you?
Yeah.
I think you did, yes.
I think we did.
Yeah.
Because I thought that I could identify who you were just by your smell when you came by.
I want to do that again.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can we do that right now?
I want to kiss you.
Look, we don't know what we're doing right now. So
Sure.
can we get a blindfold?
Yeah, we can try.
Marissa, would you
Get a
mind?
blindfold.
I'm sorry. Thank you.
Get a blindfold.
Now,
Yeah.
Casey and I
We're
don't
doing science.
Let's see if we can kiss, too. See if you can kiss us by kissing.
part your lips. Casey and I usually don't shower in the morning. In fact, I hardly ever shower in the morning. I know Preston and Steve, you guys almost always do.
every day.
Every day.
Single
Yeah.
morning.
I'm a night shower.
Even before I'm going to work out, I will shower and then.
So, Kathy, does that make a difference?
Oh yeah, Steve always smells clean.
Oh, I like that.
Like if he
Thank
walks
you. I
by,
try.
it's a clean scent.
It's like a warm zephyr on a summer's day.
By the way, so across all these tests, there was a subtle correlation between body odor similarity and clicking that exceeded what would be expected by chance, and the difference in body odors between click friends were smaller than the difference in odor between other pairs, the paper reports. So essentially, on this small study,
right,
it seemed that those who shared a similar body odor type
we're likely to click instantly.
We're more likely to have an instant, connection.
In your life, who have you clicked with the fastest? Who did you say immediately?
I'm going to be friends with that person.
This guy, or we're talking same sex?
Probably Well, I've had a few here and there, but like my friend Will here locally, like immediately, I'm like, I love this guy.
Okay, there you go.
Yeah.
And what does he smell like?
He smells like a warm spring morning.
Oh, all right.
No, I don't know. I couldn't tell you, but he's.
Smell your ass.
Wow.
Hard.
I'm gonna smell you so hard.
I want my nose to touch small intestine.
So Kathy, did Marissa bring a?
Yeah, I haven't blindfolded.
Marissa,
What do you want to do?
You know what's going to have to happen? We're going to have to blindfold her. One at a time, we're going to have to step over there, but we can't be speaking at all, so she doesn't know. So you're going to have to kind of narrate this, if you will.
All right.
Wait, let me stand up.
All right, so we'll announce as we step over,
And
right?
we'll each have, she'll have to identify us by number, okay?
All right, spin her around. Hey, wait. Should we get her out of the room?
Wait, hold on.
Should we get her up on the roof?
Leave the room for a moment.
You want me to leave?
Yeah.
Get out of here.
Leave with your blindfold on.
Connor, you're going to have to guide her back in a moment. So, yeah, I know. Well,
Spin her around in the parking lot.
Don't worry. We'll figure this out. So
All right, now everyone switch pants.
I'm going to give each one of us a number. And here you go.
Okay. Now don't.
This is the order.
Don't announce these numbers.
No. This is the order at which we will go in.
Now we've never met, right?
Right.
Okay.
We've never met. And Marissa, you're just going to have to say, all right, Kathy, this is number 1. This is number 2.
All right.
And then we'll get her commentary on who she thinks it is when we're all completed.
I suggest taking off any lanyards or anything.
Yeah.
Jewelry.
Take off your clothes.
Pacemakers.
Why the lanyards?
Nick has a little jingle to him, and
Yeah.
you just know each
So
other.
no,
like that.
No audio.
I'm taking off my Spurs.
Nick McElwain. That's his jingle.
Yeah. And my Benoit balls.
All right. So, Marissa, I'm going to give you the mic. Have Kathy come back in, please.
Now we need to shut up.
And then let's have her sit at the microphone.
All right. Okay. Stand.
And you know what? All of us, we're going to go to the other side of the room once she gets in here. And we'll come over one at a time, Kathy, and you can smell us, okay?
Okay. What?
All right. Yeah, right there. Okay. All right. We're going to go to the other side of the room. Marissa, here you go. I'm going to give the microphone to you. Here.
Which way am I facing?
Face that way. That's
This
perfect.
way? Okay.
Kathy, didn't you predict last week that it'd be the Kathy and Marissa show in less than a week?
That's right.
It happened.
And here we are.
It happened. All right, number 1, step up to the microphone.
Okay. So I need to smell Wait, I don't want to get too close.
She's sniffing his neck.
I think it's Nick.
Are we saving it to the end? Okay, we'll save it to the end. How about number 2? Please join Kathy Romano at the microphone. She's sniffing around.
Oh, that's Steve.
Okay. Number 3, step up. We're not revealing this until the very, very end.
Wait. Oh, Preston.
Kathy is taking this very, very seriously. Number 4 is stepping over. This is the last one.
Ew. Just kidding. I think it's Casey.
You can take off your blindfold.
Okay, now everybody's back. Wow. That was 100%. You got every single one of us.
Holy moly.
The only one you were kind of like Nick was like, I think this might be Nick. That was the only one. And you said closest to him.
There wasn't much there.
Yeah,
and maybe it's because you showered last night, you know what I mean, and not this morning.
Yeah. How did you know it was, you're like, oh, that's Preston.
It's like a,
How would you describe how I smell?
okay.
Like a dead mouse?
No, I'm not, and you guys are going to laugh. It's almost like a fruity, sweet smell.
There you go. That's very nice.
Okay.
And was it
fruity and sweet?
Was it Steve's scent that gave him away?
Steve is a very light cologne.
Right.
Casey, well, I knew it was you at the end because that was the only other person that I didn't pick, but I forget what yours is. Yours might be either like a detergent or a light cologne.
I
too.
smell cologne on Casey.
Yeah, it's a cologne.
A cologne, okay. But it's light. It's not,
Yeah.
you don't put too much on.
Which is crazy because I feel like I do put too much on, but I don't know. I do like.
All right.
I actually
like
have a
8
small.
sprays, right? Like,
what I do is
I do 4. I do 4.
I fill the sink with the cologne and I push my.
Yeah.
By the way, I got this text that says, the Kathy and Marissa show is refreshing.
Good work, guys.
Wow, nice job.
Yeah,
I couldn't do it with you guys. There's no way.
No,
I couldn't at all.
I know that Casey wears cologne, so I could probably do that, but I couldn't. I don't think I could pick between.
He sits right next to me. I never noticed that you were wearing cologne.
You're probably nose blind, though, because I can't smell it either.
Okay.
I mean, I could smell it maybe the first week or so.
Can your wife?
I don't know.
I wonder if she knows your scent like better than anyone.
If you were to fully evacuate into your pants, how long before you would, just by smell, realize that you'd done that?
Oh, pretty like immediately.
Oh my God!
I
yes.
have 3 different scents, but I have been using the one.
Which is?
It's YSL, and it is a Y.
You're so lame.
I feel pretentious when I say Yves Saint Laurent.
Oh.
But you really should.
So I'll say YSL.
By the way, yesterday, so I went out and played golf, and the group I was with, I was like, guys, I know we're outside, but I have to tell you that my stomach is rumbling. If you smell something bad, it came out of my
Wow.
nose.
This is outside.
It's outside.
Yeah.
And I was just like, and I
Were
had
animals complaining?
I was walking by, and I let one slip, and I'm like, okay.
Jesus Christ. The hell, is a forest on fire? What the hell's going on?
Did you say that to our former boss?
No, that was, I played with him the day
Oh,
before.
thank God.
I would have felt embarrassed saying that
All
to
right,
him.
good.
He's such a,
Hey, John, I really have to take a hairy one behind the bushes.
Yeah, but they would have understood. He's a dude. Come on, man.
He's a cultured man.
All right. Well, anyway, yeah. Is it this really swanky golf club?
Who is that? Pooping.
Yeah, that's it's a guy who doesn't work for me
Excuse me,
anymore.
sir. I have noticed that you were taking a large dump in the sand trap.
So
we encourage the club members to not do that.
Not do that. All right, we have time for another thing from Just Saying Institute.
Yeah, I
right?
think we do, as a matter of fact.
So, but anyhow, keep in mind that person that you're that clicked with immediately, you might share a similar body scent. Now, this is interesting, and I kind of fall in this category from time to time. So, things that make you sneeze, dust, pollen, stuff like that, right? But there's a subgroup of people that exposure to bright light
I've told you this.
can launch an onslaught of sneezes.
So when I go outside today, I'll get what I call my complimentary 2. I'll sneeze twice. If I want to
Every day?
sneeze, like a day like today, yeah, I'll sneeze once or twice.
Okay.
And if you feel that's what I do. I think what
Yeah.
you're going to say next is if I feel a sneeze, but it's like not like is it
I look up
coming?
at the light.
Look up at the light.
Yep.
Same.
So it's a condition, and I remember when I was a kid. And
does it make you smell fresh, right, Kathy?
If I would like feel a sneeze coming on, and it was teetering on the level of okay, I might not sneeze.
Right.
Look at a bright light, and I could sneeze.
So actually, Dr. Mike has described what causes this. It's kind of interesting. It's actually, for me, it's kind of cool because I hate that teetering on a sneeze feeling and not being able to complete. Yeah. But the light, it has to be a particular kind of light source. Will get it to happen.
All right. So the phenomenon is appropriately called Achoo syndrome.
Oh.
Short for autosomal dominant compulsive ophthalmic outbursts.
They worked on that one.
Yeah. It's also known as...
It's like your ass wiping hand.
Yeah. It's also known as photic sneeze reflex, PSR. So it is, and also Achoo syndrome. It is it's not serious or life-threatening on its own, according to Dr. Louis Patek, a neurology professor at the University of California, San Francisco. But depending on your circumstances, it could be dangerous in certain situations, like if you operate heavy machinery.
Yes.
Researchers have yet to identify the exact cause of Achoo syndrome.
That's why I am always wearing dark sunglasses when I'm using my bulldozer around the house.
Yeah.
But here's what they know so far about the medical mystery. Okay. So usually you sneeze when the mucous membranes of your nose or throat get irritated by particles of dust, pollen, spicy foods, air pollution, things like that. It's the body's way of clearing the irritants.
This kind of thing.
But with Achoo syndrome, the sneezing is not in response to any sort of particle. Rather, it occurs when someone is exposed to bright light. Sunlight is the most common culprit, but even a camera flash can set the sneezing off.
That'd be too short for me.
And it's not just one sneeze. The condition can cause uncontrollable sneezing episodes of at least two or three sneezes in a row. Though in many cases, people only experience a prickling, tingling sensation in their nose without actually sneezing. The reflex seems to be triggered by a change in intensity of light rather than a specific type of wavelength of light. This means that sneezing occurs due to the sudden exposure to bright light after an extended period of relative darkness. That's why when you go from inside to outside.
I could have run this there. I could have given you all the data you needed but without going to this doctor. Yeah, that's everything you're saying is exactly my experience.
So there are plenty of circumstances where the reflex might be triggered. Watching a film inside the movie theater and then walking out into bright sunlight. Waking up in a dim bedroom, then turning on bright lights. Being on a dark stage with a spotlight suddenly turning on, or driving out of a tunnel on a sunny day might be when you are triggered.
So, but like, why? For example, if I do a one of those breath strips, like a peppermint or whatever, I will sneeze once or twice after I put one of those in.
So anyhow, CHU syndrome can be passed down from parent to child. If one of your parents has it, you have a 50% chance of inheriting the trait. Given that babies can also have the condition, it may be congenital or present from birth. So the exact cause of the sneeze is unknown, but many have shared their best guesses throughout the years, starting in 350 BC.
350 BC, they have research going back that far.
Aristotle theorized in his Book of Problems that the heat of the sun dissolves the moisture inside the nose, and the vapor is then expelled by sneezing. English philosopher Francis Bacon disproved this by facing the sun with his eyes closed, where he felt the heat of the sun, but it did not make him sneeze. Now, I think Bacon was the guy who developed the scientific method, if I recall correctly. No?
That might have been Francis Porkroll. I'm not really sure.
Shut up.
That was pretty good. Thank you. High five.
Who are you high-fiving?
Myself.
Oh, okay.
He never felt as alone as he did at that moment.
That was pretty good. High five myself. All right. The Casey Show.
All right, Casey, here's one for you.
Okay.
Geology rocks, but geography is where it's at.
That's good.
Who came up with this?
Right.
This is Bacon?
Yeah. Yes, it was Francis Bacon.
So this is from his, I have 99 theories and the bitch ain't one.
The bitch ain't one. See if he was the creator of the scientific method.
Scooby-Doo.
Please, I think he was.
He did not create Scooby-Doo, but he did create or contributed to the scientific method.
That's what I thought.
He's standing around.
In the 17th century, Bacon made a theory of his own, suggesting that the bright light causes tears to form in the eyes, which then drain through the tear ducts into the nose, leading to a sneeze. But a 1985 study also proposed this mechanism. However, it is unlikely true because people sneeze almost immediately after exposed to bright light, which occurs before the eyes have time to start watering.
I will tell you something. When I get this sunblock, that is the sunblock that is not water soluble, so when you sweat, it still stays on. If that by any chance gets into my eyes, my nose starts running so hard and so quickly that I can't open my eyes and I can't breathe. It's just...
Do you start sneezing?
It's hard. Yes, I'll sneeze a couple times.
All right, so in 1990, a more recent theory is that the stimulation of the optic nerve, the nerve that connects the eye to the brain, can trigger a sneeze. When a bright light hits the eyes, the optic nerve constricts the pupils, which in theory triggers a sensation that irritates the nose. The irritation is then sensed by the trigeminal nerve, a nerve that sends sensations from the face to the brain and causes a sneeze.
Dad, can I talk to you for a minute?
Oh, my God.
He's got the sneeze syndrome, Preston. he's got CHU syndrome.
Yeah, I thought he had a strange
Dad, can I talk to you for a minute?
Mother, I have a strange...
Well,
sneezing with a mouthful of food is the worst. Yeah.
Yes, that can suck.
Yeah.
I can't remember the last time I've ever done that.
Before eating a box of Oreos.
Yeah.
All right, a 1995 study reported that sneezing in response to light may be associated with having a deviated nasal septum or when the cartilage and bone separating the nasal cavity is off center.
Apparently, I have a slightly deviated septum.
I do too.
Yeah.
What does that mean?
It means that I can't get aroused.
It means what I said here, Casey. The cartilage and bone separating the nasal cavity is off center.
You got to listen.
This thing is bent a little bit.
That's what. Okay.
You know where the cartilage is?
Yeah.
I never had it broken. I got a deviated leptum.
A what?
A deviated leptum.
A deviated leptum. Yeah. We're looking at a picture. That's a deviated septum.
Okay.
So if you get like a swabbing, sometimes they'll have to, they'll have to really pound it up there with a ball peen hammer.
You know what I got again last night? It woke me up out of my sleep. Remember, I was getting that like smell, and we talked about it, and people said it's like
like a stroke,
like a strong scent.
Yeah.
And this time, I'm not kidding. It had been like a grill. It would smell like, or like a fireplace. This time, it was onions. Like so much so that I was like, are onions being cooked at 11:30 in the evening?
So literally, it was that profound?
It
where
woke me up.
you think you're like at a fry cook?
Yeah, I was like, my neighbor's cooking onions. Like, what's happening right now?
So we've always heard that burnt toast is what you're supposed to, or what many people report smelling prior to a stroke.
Yeah, mine. Oh, prior to a stroke. Okay.
Yeah, but you that's not.
Well, no, but I
not
have.
onions.
But I have smelled the like it almost smells like somebody just cooking on a grill, and that's not happening.
Okay, do you want me to read this here? All right,
do it.
here's an olfactory hallucination. All right, makes you detect smells that aren't really there in your environment. The odors you notice in, it's called phantasmia.
Right, it's the Disney movie.
Are different from person to person and may be foul or pleasant.
I wonder if it has, like, if it's in the same part of your brain that trigger, like for example, when you have a dream and you have a really strong sensation in that dream, that's not happening to you, right? But
say you accidentally booked Tom Cruise,
right? For example, no, like you're having sex or you're flying or whatever. Those things aren't happening to you at that moment, but while you're dreaming, you feel like they are. I wonder, Kathy, if your sensation is like that part of your brain is being triggered, like your smell sensation, but it's some kind of dream that's actually happening within your brain.
I don't know, but last time we talked about it, a bunch of people called in, and the people who had a similar situation, they all had sinus issues. So I somehow related to that, but I mean, it could be.
You think you're dreaming of something that would?
I don't ever dream, and if I do, I don't remember it. So I don't know.
Okay.
Maybe it's making me an onion salad.
Maybe in a weird way, this is how you dream.
Salad.
Maybe.
You know.
By the way, we had gum salad last week.
That's right.
So good.
Now we have to have onion salad. All right, so the condition in 2010, the condition they found might also involve the overexcitability of the visual cortex, the part of the brain that processes visual information in response to light.
Dad, can I talk to you for a minute?
Therefore causing a sneeze. And then this final one note is that a 2019 study theorizes that the photic sneeze reflex may be part of or subtype of the trigominocardiac reflex.
Okay.
Which refers to the sudden onset of disturbances in the parasympathetic nervous system wherever the trigeminal nerve is stimulated. Whenever the trigeminal.
Lost.
Anyway, up to 35% of the population have this reflex.
Okay.
They have this, light sneeze reflex. So
Do you know anyone who's-
more studies are needed to fully understand the mechanism behind the condition. They don't officially know why. They have some theories, but there's never been proven.
Do you know anyone who's hyper photosensitive, like has to take those warnings at the beginning of video games and stuff like that really seriously?
My son's friend has epilepsy.
Okay.
And had a grand mal seizure right in front of me. So,
That's right, yeah.
Yeah, so he can't.
Because of that?
No.
Okay.
But it can, something like that can trigger it, but that's not why he had the initial seizure. Hang on, I'm going to go to Aaron. Hi, Aaron. Good morning.
Good morning. You guys rock.
Thank you. What's up, Aaron?
I'm actually in the car. I just dropped off my 4-year-old who's been listening to you since he was born at camp. So he's sad he can't be here with you guys, but he sends out probably a shirt to you.
Okay, thank you. All right, so this story you wanted to share with us, does it have to do with him?
No, actually, with my 6-month-old, he, when I wake him up, whenever he's been sleeping in his crib and I turn the lights on, he sneezes repeatedly. And he sneezes about 4 times in a row.
Okay, that could be it.
Count them before I say bless you.
Yeah, it's probably this attribute syndrome where just bright light, for whatever reason, triggers a sneeze. And he's not alone.
Yeah,
this study says like 35% of the people have that same issue.
Yeah. I don't know if it's genetic or anything also, because my husband has the issue with pictures. he, like, if a picture flashes, he closes his eyes, and sometimes he gets to sneeze, but he cannot keep his eyes open for a camera flash.
Okay, so Preston said that there is a case to be made that this can be genetic, passed on through genetics.
Oh, there you go.
Interesting.
All right, thank you. Appreciate it. Somebody texts in and says they sneeze every time they eat ice cream.
Ice cream?
That's pretty strange.
Yeah.
I wonder if it's the cold. I wonder if they notice that with
eat ice cream.
With other frozen treats besides ice cream.
Unbelievable.
Does it happen with water
It's
ice?
incredible. It's Rocky Road. Get it? The Rocky.
Yeah.
Rocky Road?
Oh, my God.
What's your name, Brainiac?
Rocky Road?
This is my very smart friend, Sloth.
Chocolate.
He likes chocolate.
He says words gooder than I do.
Will you?
All right. Anyway.
Enough of this.
Anyway. One more thing. Do we have time for one more thing?
Little guy.
All right, I do have a little guy.
Extra credit.
This is extra credit. All right. The last thing that I will mention is that if you suffer from FOMO,
right,
silencing your phone might make it worse.
So this is a fear of missing out, correct?
According to a study published in Computers and Human Behavior.
Is this like your AWH?
Wait, I forgot what that
Ass
was.
wiping.
Ass wiping. Yes. 138 iPhone users completed a survey to determine whether or not they suffered from FOMO. Individuals with high FOMO scores tended to use their phones more often.
Yeah.
And had higher feelings of stress when their phones were muted.
This makes sense. I was watching a special over the weekend, and it correlated the advent of the iPhone with all sorts of horrible things, mental breakdowns, nervous anxiety, so many of our societal ills that have been an offshoot of the phone, and it's kind of wild to see it.
On a personal level, I am distancing myself more and more from my phone.
You will be happier for it.
I don't want to be around it. I'm not really, and I apologize, I just don't answer my text messages that often anymore. I certainly don't check the constant news updates and things like that. I'm just like, I want to get away from it, man.
Because there's so much that you're going to be hyper aware of that doesn't affect you in the slightest, but can give you agita and angst and all this crap. And also, it's almost the if it's really important, you'll find it'll get to you.
Yeah.
And a lot of stuff you convince yourself is important that you really don't need. And really, it gives you more time for Pornhub.
That too.
Yeah.
Which is also available on your phone.
Yes.
But, go
you
old
want to
school.
see it on a bigger screen.
Use the laptop. I found myself the other day that I was spending half of my free time simply replying to texts, replying to emails, replying to direct messages on Instagram, whatever. And it's like I like the engagement, right? And I like connecting with people. It's part of what our job is. However, it takes up a significant portion of your time. Yeah. And when you put your phone down and walk away from it for a little bit, you can reply when you pick your phone back up.
Right.
But when you have your phone in your hand, you feel this need to reply instantly.
Yep.
And separating yourself from that is a really good idea, I think.
I'm sure we've all had instances of FOMO, but like I don't get the FOMO as far as like the phone goes or social media or like, so I have a friend who is constantly on her phone and social media. And I think, this is just me theorizing, I think it's because she wants to be the first to know anything.
Right.
So like you can't tell her, oh, this happened. She already knows. She knows the details. She has the inside information.
It's important.
She knows more
to
than
her.
you. I guess. And I just that part of it, like, and there was, I remember there was a concert that everybody went to and I didn't go. And I was like, oh man, I wish I should have gone. So I guess that's a form of FOMO, but like
sometimes
like when it's everything and it's like, you can't be on your phone because you have FOMO. Like that's ridiculous.
I was speaking to a buddy of mine I hadn't chatted with in a little while. It was one of my oldest friends. And he told me he just reached 4 years of not paying attention to the news.
Wow.
4 years.
That's a long time.
It's great. And he's like, the really, really big stuff.
We'll make it through.
We'll make it through and he'll find out, the unavoidable news. But for the most part, he has stayed away. And I was like, dude, I'm jealous. No way.
We can't.
No, we can't. We need to at least have an idea of what's going on, a little bit of everything here and there. I'm like, I'm very jealous of you. He's like, I am so much happier.
You do it
much happier.
When you're on vacation, though, Preston, you disconnect entirely.
Done.
I wish I could. I can't.
Well, that's part of your need, Steve. Like you feel like you need to connect, and I understand.
I'm like
that.
Maverick. I have the need to know.
when I'm in places where there is zero service, you can't connect to Wi-Fi. When you can't connect to a cell phone, it's heaven.
It's great.
It's wonderful.
I have what is called phobia, which is fear of being included.
Okay.
Phobia.
You want to be so
I like that,
excluded
dude.
from everyone.
Phobia.
Do not.
Please don't include.
I don't want an invite.
Fear of being included.
Oh my God. Or fear of being invited. Either one of those works. They're interchangeable. That's great.
But see, I don't like news. I like the news. I like knowing what's happening in the world.
You like the sports.
But I wouldn't associate that with FOMO, like, or needing my phone.
Well,
You know
but
what
you
I mean?
described a kind of person, like the
It's
kind
a
of
little
person
different.
who needs to be, first, when you see a string of comments after a story, where that becomes the first one's your comment, or that's just so tapped in.
Well, and
that they need to get that information out quickly.
And I'm also not. I'm not mad or angry if I don't if I didn't get the information.
Right.
You know what I mean? I just I
as long as
genuinely
you get it, that's all that matters.
Yeah.
Okay. Interesting. No, but the phone, if it's a sense of anxiety, consider taking a break from it. All right. So that's it. That's the Just Saying Institute. We have to wrap up this segment because I think we have a guest coming up in a little bit.
The newly established Tom Cruise and Tom Hanks Scientology Center.
Yes, that's where you'll find it at the Just Saying Institute, the JSI as we call it. Tomorrow's Wawa Hoagie Day.
Yeah.
Both Casey and I are going to be your hosts for the event, and it will be on Independence Mall, 5th and Chestnut. We will be there from noon to 2, and it's free. There's 8 tons of hoagie it's going to be handed out. And in conjunction with that, I got a $50 gift card to give away.
Hey.
Yep, and we'll take caller number 17, 215-263 WMMR. And don't forget, Hoagie Day is just one part of Wawa's Welcome America festivities. The July 4th celebration that showcases all the America's Birthplace has to offer is part of this, and you can find a full list of free activities, by the way, at welcomeamerica.com.
That's awesome.
Caller 17, we'll give you the gift card. Be back in a moment. Stay with us.
Job. Another grown adult is willing to give one for money, then let them. That would truly be a happy ending for everyone.
Okay.
Oh my God.
The crowd loved it.
There is, I think, legitimacy to his claim, by the way. Are we going there or are we not going there?
I want to hear. What do you think?
I like the way you
Casey started doing
like a velociraptor all of a sudden.
His head was going left and right. Are we going here?
Well, yeah. I mean, dude, why is that illegal?
Rub and tugs?
Yeah.
There is that. This is an age-old question about the. In fact, right before the Magna Carta came into being, there was the rub and tug.
I mean, there is a separation of church and state, right? So, is morality a church thing?
Wow, this got a lot deeper than I thought. We were simply playing a goofball, but you want to work out whether prostitution or the sex trade should be legitimized.
Well, maybe we should put them in malls.
Let's talk about abortion. Let's lighten things up a bit.
How do we want to proceed into the next thing that we're going to do?
Well, I think we should. Where did Bill go? Oh, Bill, could I trouble you to come over here? I got to ask your opinion on the air about something. If you
Bill Weston, man about town.
He just goes, oh, boy.
Oh, boy.
Yes, well, the real reason we have rouged you into this studio is to offer you our thanks and congratulations, and allow me to read the words of Kevin Gunn, if I may so attempt.
You certainly may, sir.
So, we call him the man about town. We kid him about his kitchen cleaning, dashing wardrobe, and how he presides over meeting after meeting after meeting after meeting. He's always open to ideas, but he often reminds us that, quote, this is not a democracy. Probably a good thing, too. Can you imagine if the Preston and Steve show, me, Jackie Bam Bam, Jackson, Brent, and the rest of the MMR staff were left unchecked to their own devices? Or if there was no one to say, let's think this through? Or have you considered what might happen if, or the building might not go for that? Or Are you out of your freaking minds? You want to do what? But there it is. Bill Weston, the adult in the room. He is our leader through a business that is open 24/7, 365 days a year. He has to deal with the creative types, the executives, the sales staff, the accountants, the consultants, the concert promoters, the bands, their managers, countless live events, listener comments, office demolition and construction, and it is quite a job. He does all of this with a measured demeanor, self-effacing sense of humor, and a wealth of experience and wisdom. This year, he has also taken up the additional task of overseeing MMR's 50th anniversary celebration and has done so, might I say, with limitless energy and incredible savvy. So, in addition to being the man about town, Bill Weston is also the man about music, the man about programming, the man about administration, the man about meetings, the man about sometimes saying no. In short, the man who's all about this radio station. And that is why, and probably to his chagrin, we, his staff, award him the well-earned and long overdue recognition as the Rock of MMR.
Go. Thank you. Thank you. That's no idea. And yes, to my chagrin, because this was something that we came up with to award to or recognize people that don't get recognition.
The unsung.
Yeah, this happens just a couple of times a year. This award is handed out.
Right.
It is a giant rock on a platform, and it's got the MMR logo, and then it's got little spaces for whoever might be the rock at any given time.
Yeah, like the Stanley Cup, the names are added to the rock. Right. And now we add Bill's name to that.
That's I'm touched, and I really appreciate the sentiments expressed in your missive. Who wrote that? Kevin.
Kevin wrote it. My
Thank you,
presentation, but entirely Kevin, who is a genius and brilliant and one of our great ones. He wrote the words.
Yes, my reward is I get to work with really talented people who are in much better positions to act
stupid
freely and
freely.
Well, the idea, the words that Kevin put in there, you want to do what? Which mostly applies to you guys.
Yes.
You want to light a refrigerator on fire in the parking lot and then add 7 cars to the mix and see if we can cause a giant mechanical explosion?
Yes. That's
I
a
mean,
good one,
consider what we have done in the last 15 years to just imagine what he has said no to.
Oh yeah.
Well, and then, but I mean, then tolerating a pony coming in.
Yes.
Well, he didn't know about that one.
Yeah, never.
Some things you beg for forgiveness.
You just don't apprise him of.
I thank you very, very much. That's like I said, my reward. I was just came back from a long motorcycle trip out in California.
Right.
Actually went through Petaluma, Pierre, and I was telling these guys that I was hanging with, just regular guys, retired cops and plumbers and whatever. I said, I still love my job. I am blessed to be able to work at WMMR with people who care, and actually their first response to something that needs to be done isn't that's not my job. It's to how can I help? Right. And it's that kind of atmosphere that we have, and we involve our listener because they're an integral part of that radio station. It's a great thing. So this is very cool. I appreciate whoever took the initiative.
A complete surprise, would you say?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I had no idea. I was over in engineering looking at floor plans. And Chuck says, we need you in the studio. I said, they need more time off. What are they going to ask for, more vacation time? Preston's complaining about too many live reads. I'm like, oh my God, what is it?
But the thing is, every one of us has worked for insane program directors at various times, and I think the nature of the job drives people over the edge, and for some reason it has not done so with you. You've retained this balance that even if you're pissed at us, you present it in a nice way, and you don't call someone while they're on the air and say you should never have done that. You wait until they're off, and then you take them in and have them strapped down. And you truly you have this balance and this calmness that is in a frantic group of madmen and women that we are. You really are a father figure that doles out a lollipop when needed and sends you to your room when needed, but does so in this balanced, calm, and reasonable and nice fashion.
Thank you for saying that, Pierre. It's
There's really something extraordinary about it.
They say in teacher, sometimes you teach what you cannot do.
Right.
You guys do something that I wish I could do. I started out as a disc jockey and was pretty mediocre at it, So I respect and appreciate what everybody does and the talents in this room, on air and also in our programming and promotions department. I appreciate that. And
you get a parking spot now, too.
Yeah, that's right. It comes with a parking spot.
And one other thing, he's worked so hard on this 50th anniversary.
Yeah. Oh, yes.
He's pulled out, he's found archive selections I didn't even know we had, and I've been here for a long time. I mean, he found America singing A Horse with No Name. He found...
We had to steal that back from the guy who stole the tapes from us.
Really?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I mean, he's found so many cool things and gotten, really worked the Foo Fighters thing and the Bon Jovi thing for these special 50th parties that we've had, and U2 and all these other things. And he's just, on this 50th alone, he's really
And the fact that he forged on even after learning that it's the 49th.
Right. Right, yeah.
Counter that.
Yeah.
I mean, almost single-handedly ruined the Bon Jovi concert. I mean, I don't know anybody else that could do that.
That gave us a great story, though, for on air.
If you hadn't heard, we did a group photo right before the band took the stage, and they all have in-ear monitors and these little, what look like Walkman kind of thing attached to them, power pack.
I was wearing this jacket, by the way, and it got hooked on the button on my coat, and it yanked it out of his ears, and he gave me the dirtiest look.
They were seconds. I mean,
Wasn't Bill's fault.
No, it was nobody's fault. But they were they were running on the stage, and they stopped to do a group photo. And then in one of those bizarre Spinal Tap, truly moments, John's wire that goes from his ear to this little backpack that they all have in their pockets caught on Bill's coat.
Well, that's what you get for wearing a blazer to a rock concert.
I know. That really was my fault. Thank you. Thank you very much. All right.
All right.
Thank you all. I really appreciate it. Thank you, Pierre.
Bill Weston, the Rock of MMR and Man About Town.
He is the S.
Yep, absolutely. The ESPYs are stupid, but I didn't see it. Marissa, you watched it. How did Danica Patrick look? She was hosting it, right?
She looked good. You know who looked really good?
Pretty much all I'm concerned about. What?
Kate Beckinsale.
Kate Beckinsale.
Kate Beckinsale
Of course
came
she
out.
would look great.
Why was she there?
Yeah. Is she a wife of someone?
She presented, I don't know if she's promoting something maybe, but she presented Best Championship, I think, which went to like
Best
the Astros.
Championship. Best Championship. That's a category.
Steve and I got up close and personal to Kate Beckinsale when we were in Hawaii. She was promoting the movie Pearl Harbor, and she was at that time, Steve. I remember us going, "This is the most beautiful human being that I've ever been in close proximity
You and I
to."
were like, like in Zoolander. We could not understand what is this thing? What is?
We're just hitting things.
I mean, it's like no human looks like that. And then you have the other end of the scale, two sloths like us.
Oh my God. She comes walking closer. We just start bouncing up and down a little bit.
It's okay. It's okay. Here, here's a gummy bear.
Then he calmed down a little bit. Our next guest is excited to be here. He was just talking about the Eagles' Super Bowl victory because last time he was here, Bo Allen was in studio.
That's right.
And they got to hang out together.
Bo Allen was like ecstatic.
Ladies and gentlemen, Pauly Shore is here with us.
Thank you.
Good to see you.
It was like Bradley Cooper against Mark Wahlberg, right? Is that what the vibe was?
Exactly.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Hilarious, right?
It surely was. Yeah.
It was great.
And Mark
I was so happy for you. First of all, congratulations. And I'm not just saying that. I love sports. I'm obsessed with sports. So I was really into it, and I was so happy. I like that pass that he did.
Yeah.
The side pass.
Oh, the Philly.
Right in their face, dude.
No,
that was like straight up right in your face.
Yeah, they pulled out a trick play there.
Yeah, it
and
was
freaked
right in
everybody
their face.
out.
Belichick's like, what? He starts sweating, and then the big Samoan guy threw his headphones on. This is crap. What's going on here? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
In LA, because here the sports celebrities are they're the biggest celebrities.
Yeah.
It's like the sports guys, and then like your news anchors and stuff like that.
Right.
Like, who's bigger out there?
No, I was. It's funny. I was at there's an exclusive club called the Soho House. Have you heard of the Soho?
I have heard of it, yeah.
So they're like in LA, New York. I was there and I saw. This was just 2 weeks ago. I saw Carmelo Anthony hanging out with Russell Westbrook, and they were just sitting there, and I freaked out. You know, I'm like, I love it.
Do they notice you? I mean, because you know, is there any?
Yeah, they're like, man, keep that guy away from me. It's scary. Man, that dude is scary. Keep him away from me. No, they all grew up with me.
Yeah, that's because you're
there's like a connection there.
Your life actually from the MTV days and from the movies and from the access that you had. You talk about access and about celebrities and seeing celebrities and living out there in LA and on the Strip. And the Playboy Mansion you were a regular at. I mean, you have got the kind of stories.
I forgot about that part. That was the part that you carve out, those 7 years. You just carve them out.
What was that like in the heyday?
I just say the word heaven. I was very fortunate, very lucky, very blessed. My mom and dad gave me the most amazing life in the world.
Yeah.
And I grew up, right on the Sunset Strip back in the heyday.
I mean, that had to be amazing.
Awesome.
Yeah.
It was awesome. I saw every genre, every band. From Iggy Pop to the Pointer Sisters to, X.
You seem a little I don't know if jaded is the right word, but you're used to growing up with TV comedians.
No, I'm
actors.
a fan, just like you guys are fans of people. I mean, I'm obsessed with Sean Penn. De Niro. All the great acters, Pacino.
We'll
all these guys.
Celebrities who sort of blow that off or try to act as if that's not a thing.
If you saw me what people don't know, I'm just a normal guy, dude. You know what I mean? I just go home, I make my oatmeal. You know what I mean?
Make your oatmeal.
I smoke a little weed. It's California. You know what I mean? Yeah. You can't say that here. Sorry.
No, of course you can. It's legal now.
It's medical
pulled off the radio. Sorry.
No, we're good medically.
It's legal. My friends in New York are hilarious. They come out to LA. My friend Tony, they just pack up a whole bunch of stuff because you can go. You don't need a medical thing. Yeah. You can go and just
get it. You were in Moscow and Jerusalem. Spent some time there recently.
Yeah, it was my summer vacation.
First time?
Yeah, my first time ever.
I've always wanted to go. Always wanted to go to
Whereas
both.
the Jews say Israel. Israel. But it was weird going there because it was basically every dude that I saw, I'm like looking at myself.
Really?
Yeah, because I'm Jewish. You know what I mean? These are my roots. So it's kind of like just going back to, I don't want to say weird things.
Say weird things.
No.
Because I've always wanted to go to Israel. It looks fantastic.
It's great.
We revealed the numbers from the I Bleed for Preston and Steve blood drive. We did that a little while ago. Of course, it was on Friday. Raised more than 181 units from last year. 959 units of blood. That's huge.
That's amazing, especially since their projected was 800. Was that correct?
Yes.
Wow.
959 donated out of hoping for 800. So
that's amazing.
That's pretty fantastic.
So thank you for coming out and being a part of that.
And I'm thinking once we're completely done with the mask requirements and the numbers and all this stuff, because that's still lingering when you're talking about these conditions where we're drawing people's blood. If next year that is all free and clear, which, most likely it will be, I think we're going to get in above that 1,000, 1,100 number.
Absolutely.
And get back to
absolutely
record. But nonetheless, thank you for volunteering, for showing up, for being a part of the event. And we had a good time as well.
It was great. It was great to do the live broadcast.
First time we've done a live broadcast, and we had a great time. So thank you to Live Casino, the Philadelphia Expo Center, all of our sponsors, including Recovery Centers of America, who were on location, and also Window Nation providing the reusable totes and Everfresh juice and juice drinks and all the refreshments and things that we had. So,
and I think, from what I understand, the rate of a lot of times when you do a blood drive, people show up and their iron levels down or whatever. They really, most people made it on through, and that's why we got those numbers. So that's fantastic.
Yep, it was great.
It's fantastic.
So we'll do it again next year. All right, is our guest ready?
Yeah, I just made an ass out of myself on the phone, but we can talk about that later.
Oh.
I'm a huge fan of his, and I just kind of geeked out on him a little bit.
Oh, okay. Well, we can do that live here
Doesn't
if you
matter.
want.
Yeah,
So, the show that he's promoting is coming up. It's going to be July 14th at the Fillmore.
Very cool.
Great room. Unacceptable is the title, and we are happy to welcome to the program this morning Mr. Neal Brennan.
Yeah.
Hey, Neal.
Yes.
Sorry,
Who was that embarrassing boy?
What did he say to you, man?
He referred to he's like, hey, man, I just want to say I really loved your, that whatever you did, that series, that song you made on Netflix. He was just calling it a bunch of different things.
I didn't. All right, so he's got it's a special on Netflix called Three Mics,
which is great.
And it is really, really great.
You were going on about it earlier.
I
yeah.
was, and I called it a series. It's not a series. It's one show. And then I couldn't think of the name, what you would call it. It's a special is what it's called.
It's like when people refer to the movie or something as the
show?
the lead character by the title. Like, did you see when Streets of San Francisco went in the house? It's like, so that you made that mistake. It's a common thing. It's okay.
I think Neal will go.
And you know who does it a lot? Moms.
Moms do
that a lot.
all
Yes.
the time. Did you see when Jaws bit the guy? No, the shark isn't named Jaws. But Neal, it's...
You know who should work more is Jaws.
Yeah. Jaws needs to get more.
He
work.
really, after that initial run, you don't see much of him. But no, Casey did bring up Three Mics, and so this is very exciting. Unacceptable. Your show, which is you've obviously been performing for a while, but bringing it here, is a great thing. And when you say unacceptable, you are referring to yourself, correct?
Yeah, no, I'm referring to Casey.
Yeah. To Casey now. This is Unacceptable 2.0.
That's great.
Yeah, it's basically all the ways. I just don't really fit in to many categories. Like, I don't drink. I don't really smoke weed. I don't eat meat. I'm a bad liberal. I'm not married. I don't have kids. I'm way too old to not be married and not have kids. I'm at the age now where women don't trust the fact that I've not been married.
You don't at least have one failed marriage.
Yeah, no, that's what. No, I do a joke that women would trust me more if I'd been married and murdered my wife.
But you know, Neal, we've often said, and this is something that of the comedians that I adore, and that I think collectively around the show do. And just people in general, people who are self-deprecating are to me, I immediately connect with that, because you're always running that self sort of assessment, and in the past couple of years you've raised it to an art form. Has it in fact been a release valve for you to be able to do this?
Yeah, doing stand-up is the coolest job. Like, I have friends who have TV shows, and they're like, yeah, but they might leave the show, and I'm like, dude, if you leave your show, you know what you get to be? You get to be a person who talks at night.
Yeah.
It's like the greatest job to me. I mean, no offense to you guys who talk in the morning.
Yeah.
It's not a bad job. But like to just give speeches at night, I don't know. It's a pretty cool thing to be able to do.
Well, it's been a part of your existence. I think your brother was a comedian as well, right? Correct?
Yeah, he is a comedian.
He's a comedian,
Kevin.
right? And so you were raised. And correct me if I'm wrong. David Tell and
I've known Tell since I was a freshman at Archbishop Carroll High School.
Oh,
Yeah.
wow.
See, I went to Cardinal O'Hara, and that's another. I feel like we could have been friends if I wasn't such a tool.
You can keep thinking that. No, yeah, I'm like from Phil. I went to Carroll, and and used to go on the Amtrak, or I would take the SEPTA. It's cheap. You can take the SEPTA to Jersey Transit. It was like $11. to New York. Back in my day, it would cost you $11. You transfer at Trenton, and there'd be people shooting at you.
But wait, you're a main line kid, right?
Yes, my mom still lives in Villanova.
Ooh.
And we grew up in Wayne. Like a lot of my brothers, we lived in Wayne and Villanova. So
there you go.
So I get it, guys.
You do.
Neal,
you do.
I don't know if this makes sense or if it's an apt comparison, but I love your comedy as well. But if you had stayed a writer your whole career, I probably would have loved your comedy just as much. And I put you in the same camp as like Sudeikis and John Mulaney and these guys who earned their stripes, Tina Fey, writing first and then becoming performers. Were you nervous going from being a writer where you didn't have to be the guy out in front to then being that guy who was out in front? Or did that not matter to you?
No, it matters. There's gallons of diarrhea worth of difference. The thing that always, it's like when you write for people, they're your boss, right? So you're like, man, when I'm in charge, I'm gonna do things differently, and like, I'm not gonna have a boss. And what you realize is the audience is your boss. Like there's no way to avoid stress. Like it's just a matter of like I'm either like not afraid of Dave, but like want Dave to like my stuff, or then I start doing stand up and I'm like, now the audience has to like my stuff. And if Dave doesn't like my stuff, I mean, like it's a pretty equally embarrassing actually. I would say if bombing with an audience versus bombing with like a friend or I remember I worked on Chris Rock's last Netflix a little bit, and I pitched him a joke right at the night of the taping, and Bo Burnham directed it. So I pitched Chris a joke, and it was like, it actually wasn't bad, but he was just like, remember when Neal Brennan's punch had some pop?
Oh, man.
But it was like, but that's just Rock being Rock.
Yeah.
I have a very mean Rock story in the show.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm not going to tell it because it's very fun. I'll tell you the second meanest thing Rock's ever said to me. So at the premiere or the opening of Three Mics, right? Dave's there and Rock is there. Actually, it was pretty nerve-wracking. It was Dave, Chris, Trevor Noah, Seth Meyers, John Legend, Chrissy Teigen, like all kind of in the same row, which was like, maybe scatter them.
That could have made a difference.
Yeah. But then if it doesn't, I mean, you can, it's like, I guess that speaker's blown out when I don't get a laugh from that section. So afterward, me and Dave and Chris are getting a picture taken together, and then we all walk away, and publicist goes, "Hey, Neal, they want a picture of you by yourself." And Chris looks at me and goes, "For the first time in your life."
Wow.
Wow.
He's the meanest. He's very mean.
It's funny because I mean, years and years ago, I did stand up for a while, and at that time, people like Rosie O'Donnell had just gotten Star Search, and there was the East Side Comedy Club in New York. That's where I'm from, and some of those clubs. And Chris Rock was like was an Eddie Murphy friend, and he came in and. But you look at him in comparison. If you want to watch the way you've applied yourself to the art of stand-up, and then the people who really get good at it, initially he was very dismissible, and then in short order, it seemed had that epiphany where I want to do something that's more impactful and more a representation of me. And for you, Neal, it seems like you started to. Conceptualize the presentation of, you're always very funny, but you made a concerted effort to have a method to your madness. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, because I did a special for Comedy Central, and it was like, did well ratings-wise. I still post clips from it on Instagram, and I'm like, these are good jokes, but people just kind of didn't care. And I had my own Eddie Murphy named Dave Chappelle. And I was like, sort of like, Dave's +1 or whatever. So I had to figure out a way to make it more remarkable for people. So that was the impetus for 3 mics. And now this one, it's thematic in terms of like the material, and it's sort of it's not just stand-up. It's a lot of stand-up. It's like 90% stand-up, whereas like the last one was probably 65% stand-up and like 35% like emotional shit, this stuff. Sorry.
Yeah.
And then so this one is like probably 90-10.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah.
For those who don't know, 3 mics. There's 3 mics set up on the stage, and one mic is for like traditional stand up. Another mic is and when a certain joke is done, the light will go out there, and then you'll show up on another mic, and that mic is just strictly for like one-liners. And then when that light goes down, then you have another mic, which is more like spoken word, and it's not necessarily comedy. But like what really drew me in about that is it's just you telling the truth about yourself. And like, I think real good comedy is are comedians up there like telling the truth about themselves. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean I knew like that was like a thing I could do well, which is just be like kind of write emotional monologues, kind of like if you've ever been to like a 12-step meeting where people are they call them shares.
Mm-hmm.
They don't need 12-step meetings in Philadelphia because people don't have drinking problems.
No, we managed to beat that a while ago.
Oh, did you get? Oh, that's cool. So that's what I love about the city, especially not Sundays in the fall. And so yeah, I was like, I would go to 12-step meetings sometimes and hear people share these riveting stories, and I was like, if there's a way I could rip that off. Yeah. But it is sort of riveting, and people don't really, now people talk more. I mean, people get a little more emotional every day.
Yeah.
Culturally. But it's still like somewhat stigmatized or like quote unquote queer, as we used to say.
Yeah. But I mean, it's for example, and we've talked about this a couple of times with a couple of different comedians. I love the Apatow's George Carlin documentary, and there was a point. And it's so wonderful. We were talking to Bill Burr about this, not to drop names, but he's saying he appears in the documentary where he and his buddy were going to go make fun of Carlin, the iteration they thought Carlin was at a certain point where he was almost a parody of himself. And unbeknownst to them, Carlin had come to the realization that I've got to do more. I've got to be more true to myself. And he unleashed that night, the new Carlin, and Burr's reaction is so tangible and like, oh my God, this is a seismic shift. And because you can, the comedy only seems, I think, what you do very well, Neal, is it seems much more impactful when you're juxtaposing it against these kind of real, visceral things that occurred in your life.
Well, yeah, there's like obviously Pryor is a good example of that. Carlin got angrier and did those like vitriolic monologues. The thing that impressed me about the documentary was that he did it out of pure competition with Kinison.
Yeah.
Like that was what surprised me, because everybody thought it was Hicks. And it was like, no, he saw Kinison and was like, well, I'm not going to be like an also ran. So it means more. You can see almost anyone go talk about, because honestly, Burr isn't very personal.
No,
I don't know that much about his marriage or his kids or any of that stuff, but like, I think it still feels real. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, and that's the point of it, is trying to make it feel like it isn't like, hey, everybody, where you from, pal?
Well, I'm really interested.
You can just get that from anybody.
I'm really interested to see what Unacceptable is like, because it's directed by Derek Delgaudio, and we had him on. I had seen In and of Itself, and I talked to Preston the next day. I'm like, dude, you got to watch this. Yeah. I'm like, I don't want to tell you anything about it. Yep. I don't want to tell you. I don't want to give you any ideas as to what to expect, but just trust me and watch it. And it's a riveting
Oh, it blew me away. It was so unique and so unassuming.
Yeah, so
what you're getting into.
So you with what you do, and then he with what he does. I'm very, very interested to see what this collaboration is like.
He is a magician, but he doesn't like magic. So he literally has never done a card trick. He's not even come close to a card trick around me, and I resent it.
You son of a bitch.
So are you a comedian that doesn't like comedy?
No, I love comedy. That's the thing, guys. I've said 4 funny things today, so I think that's gotta.
Yeah, that's fine.
I'd like the record.
I would give you more.
I'd like the record to reflect that. Guys, you said you like self-deprecation. We all know it's 9 funny things, but you say 4, and it makes people think that you're a humble guy.
Exactly.
I also want to give you kudos because I watched the Kennedy Center Awards when Chappelle was inducted, and I thought your presentation was the best. And there were some heavy hitters that got up on that stage, and I thought, you're just so comfortable. I don't know if you are as comfortable as you present when you're up there on stage.
It depends. Yeah, I'm pretty at this point. I've been doing stand-up 15 years, so it's like I'm used to it. And that night, I got off stage, like I crushed. It was awesome. You did. It was also awesome, like to do it in front, like the not even like the backstory, but like they didn't want me to be on it. They wanted me to write for it, and I was like, no, I'm not writing for it. Like I wrote some of the material that you guys are honoring them for, so I'm not going to honor the honor. You know what I mean? Yeah. Will you write a compliment about yourself? I basically the reason I seemed better than people was because I got off stage and Kenan Thompson was like, "How did you do that?" And I go, "I practiced." Like everybody tried to play Dave's game, which is like, I'm a cool guy who's making stuff up. And I learned a long time ago that like I'm never gonna be on Dave's level by being a cool guy and seeing what happens.
Yeah.
So like I had to. So I just practiced the monologue at the Comedy Store. Which was kind of weird to go like, do you mind if I honor this?
Yeah, that would be kind of weird.
Thank you, Sebastian. Let me honor Dave Chappelle.
And they must have been wondering, what are we looking at here?
Well, yeah, they were kind of like, wait, what? What are you doing? They kind of figured it out, but it was because it wasn't a roast written necessarily.
Yeah.
Because people try roast jokes out, but I was like, can we do some honoring?
By the way, if people are just tuning in, I want to remind that we're talking to Neal Brennan. He's going to be performing at the Fillmore on July 14th. The show is called Unacceptable. To Casey's, I don't know if you really had a question about it, but with Derek Del Guadio directing this, is there a format of the show that is going to make it unique, or is it straight stand-up, or is there some setup to this?
Now let's just say it's straight stand-up.
Okay.
There's like eventually it'll stream, and it might be a little souped up a little differently.
Okay.
Because Derek's special, like I saw Derek live, and I thought his the way he filmed it for Hulu I thought it was like one of the only things I'd seen that was better, almost better on camera than it was live.
Okay.
So like any sort of upgrade is coming, but it's not going to be like, oh, so I'm going to be at the Fillmore bombing. I am ripping people off, believe me. So Derek's involved in Philly, but eventually when it's streamed, it'll be somewhat more obvious.
Cool. I want to know, you've talked about the ayahuasca experience that you had. I guess you did a fair amount during quarantine, but you also said you weren't very, not a drinker, not much into pot. I've never been drunk, and I've never done any of that. But I wonder, like one time I received an intestinal thing, and they gave me a little bit of morphine, and I was out for 2 days. I wonder for you, your system.
From morphine, you were out for 2 days?
Yeah, it knocked me the F out. So, what about you? If you really hadn't built up that blister of having done the other stuff, how hard did that ayahuasca experience hit you?
The ayahuasca, the first time, I don't. You can sort of gauge how much you drink, so it's not. I would drink like a quarter of an ounce or a half an ounce.
Right.
So, but there were points where I would drink. I did drink too much one time, and it was wild. Like, I have a very low tolerance. You're right. Was I out for 2 days? No.
Yeah.
That's absurd.
Yeah.
But that's absurd, and I hope you feel a lot of shame about that.
I was given it. I didn't voluntarily take it. I was a doctor gave that to me. So yeah, but it did.
Medical doctor.
Yes.
What were they trying to?
I had really bad food poisoning, and it's one of those things where both doctors who are looking at your X-ray are shaking their head, and you're like, "Oh, this isn't good." So I was in such pain. They gave me the morphine. I kid you not. I slept for 2 days.
That's pretty good, though.
Yeah.
They say 2 days is morphine, 3 days is a coma. So thankfully,
that's the saying.
That's the old saying.
That is the saying, I believe.
Yeah.
So ayahuasca, I did. There was a point where I drank too much because I did the old thing of like, it's not working. Give me more.
Oh, right.
The old edibles thing.
Yep, totally.
And then I got clobbered. I wasn't in a coma, but I did go to outer space, and I died by myself as the universe died.
Oh,
wow.
That was pretty cool.
Yeah.
That's pretty great.
That's pretty good.
That was pretty cool. That was as like Saturn and babies and rivers and black holes.
Wow.
They were like, all right, we're turning the switch off. And I was like, well, this is absolutely terrifying.
Oh my God.
Yeah. But
Yeah.
ayahuasca is amazing if you have an opportunity to do it. Honestly, I just drank too much. Normally, it's a beautiful thing.
All right.
Well, people can take some and go to your show and see what kind of hole they fall down.
So Saturn will open up for Neal.
Right.
Saturn. Yeah.
Unacceptable, July 14th at the Fillmore. The show's at 7:30. You can get tickets at nealbrennan.com. We'll have stuff posted on our socials and website and stuff about that as well. So cool. Excellent. Neal, thanks for checking in, man. Have a great time when you get into town, and hopefully we'll be talking with you again down the road.
All right, Bill. It's great talking to you.
All right, man. Take care. Neal Brennan. Yeah. That's awesome. He's great. We need to take a break. We're going to do it. We'll be back in a second, and we will get the B file when we return. So stay with us.
I mean, the geography of it is very interesting. It's Israel, and then you got all these kind of Arab countries surrounding it.
Yeah.
Heavily, though.
Yeah.
And you have a lot of Arabs that live in Israel that are very pissed off and bitter, it's hilarious to me, too.
Yeah.
Because they're basically... So do you know what the name of the Jewish money is?
Not off
It's called shekels.
Oh,
How
sure.
hilarious is that?
Okay.
I mean, that's so Jewy just to begin. Hey, can I get some shekels? It's hilarious. You know what I mean? But imagine the Arabs having to pay shekels. They don't, give me your shekels. You know what I mean? Because they're on their land. Like in the Arabs people's minds, that's their land. The Jews stole their land.
Right. Yeah.
It's all about real estate over there and religion and stuff like that. That's the big kind of, thing where people are fighting all the time.
But outside of that, it's known for incredible resort.
Yeah, it's kind of like Miami, or Brazil. I hadn't been to Rio or anything but like that. But Miami, where people are on the beach, and it's like that's Tel Aviv. But then you drive about 40 minutes and you go to Jerusalem, which is the holy city, which is amazing, which is the center of the universe. And I didn't even know this, but this is where Jesus Christ was crucified. I didn't know that. I thought I'm Jesus Christ. I'm not thinking he's Jewish and in Jerusalem, and you know what I mean. I'm just like most people. Like, sir, did you know that?
The Rick and Morty shirt.
Come here. Did you know Jesus was crucified in Jerusalem?
No, I did not.
You didn't? Where did you think Jesus was crucified? Come here.
I honestly had no idea.
Yeah, me neither. Okay, go sit back down. Sorry about him.
Because it's the Bible. It's
ruined
the
the
Torah
show.
part too.
I pretty much went there for my mom. I mean, that's why I went. My mom passed away. I was really close with her, and I wanted to just kind of like bring her to Jerusalem, and I wanted to be with her in Jerusalem because both my parents are Jewish, and they never made it.
No kidding.
They never made it to Israel. There's a lot of people that are Jewish that don't.
Did you plant a tree in her name? Well, that's kind of an honor. That
I didn't know that. I screwed that up. Sorry.
You can go back.
I'll definitely be back to Jerusalem.
Besides that, and besides all the other stuff that's going on, with you're busy, you have your podcast, you have all these other things that you're involved with.
Yeah.
And to the point of the documentary, is there in fact a documentary in the works, or is that just hearsay?
No, for sure.
Okay.
Yeah, but it's almost like it's got to be presented at the right time. You know, it's kind of like my agents have to present it to Netflix and Showtime and HBO at the right time.
You're a pop culture all-in-one. I mean, you were at the center of a lot of what, like before a lot of the, I was reading an interview with you and you talked about running into Will Ferrell at some event. And, and he sort of gave you a lot of credit. Tell me what he told you.
Yeah, it was a Funny or Die event. It was like the birthday of Funny or Die, which is his website, which I do a lot of stuff with them. And
Adam McKay, too.
Yeah, and I came up to him, and he came up to me. It was just like, you know, and he started mimicking me, and he started kind of like saying that I started it, and, you know, kind of, you know what I mean?
So he was a fan.
That's nice
he
to
was
hear.
a fan, yeah.
Who's blown your mind recently about, again, like a Will Ferrell, or somebody just out of the blue, or someone that you thought you weren't even on their radar came up to you and was a fan?
Oh man, I don't know, dude. It's too early for that stuff. I can't think. I'm, you know, I like watching Donald Trump.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Just because I can't believe it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like everything that happens in this, it's like it's like it is a reality show.
Yeah.
You know,
we were talking the other day about there are so many reality shows that I just can't stand, and that people watch that they hate, but they still watch it.
Yeah.
And I'm like, well, I don't know why people do that. My first inclination is to go, let's put me in a bad spot. Let me just change the channel.
Yeah.
Let me turn it off.
Yeah.
You know?
You watch it in doses, you know, and the whole Omarosa thing is hilarious. Like she was taping people. I'm going to tape this. I think I'm going to tape this conversation. It's hilarious.
Did you ever run into her? Because you've done your share of reality
but I knew
stuff.
Donald Trump from back in the day.
Right.
Yeah, because he was always around the girls.
He was at the mansion occasionally, right? Yeah.
And also Hawaiian Tropic down at Spring Break.
Right.
with Ron Rice. Hilarious. Vince Neil. It was Vince Neil. It was Jim Kelly. It was OJ.
Oh, my God.
You know what I mean? It was
the stories.
Fabio.
Oh, my God.
It was the best.
That's amazing.
Dude, I want to see this documentary.
It was the best.
We had Fabio in here. He was awesome.
He was cool.
He was awesome.
Cool, right?
He was,
Yeah.
Because Fabio understands Fabio. He gets it.
Yeah, he gets it.
Yeah.
Jim Kelly, OJ,
amazing,
and our current president,
and
you,
and Fabio,
and Fabio,
and Pauly Shore.
Pauly Shore.
They didn't like me because I was getting all the babes. You know, they're like, "Get that guy out of here, spatch, bro, spatch."
I remember watching those and seeing you, and you were hosting contests and all that stuff, and I'm like, this guy's just swimming in it, just swimming in it.
That's how it was.
I know.
Back then.
Back then.
That's how it was.
What's happening now?
Now I'm just chilling, bro. I'm watching CNN, you know?
Once you've starred in a movie that's nominated for an Oscar, it's safe to say that you're famous, right?
Yeah.
Well, Saoirse Ronan, who is 24 years old, still doesn't feel famous, though. Yeah, she's adorable.
Yeah.
I love her and the accent.
It's wonderful.
She's just thinking.
It's at a garden party, asking inappropriate questions to Meghan Markle.
I love how they drop the G on ing words. Ronan continued saying she avoided reading about herself. She said,
I was farting.
What was that sound?
I was farting. Farting hard. You just know that'd be adorable. Just outside, standing in the glen, farting.
In the glen.
In the glen. The morning dew collected on the leaves and grass. Yeah. Just decided it'd be a good time for farting. It does sound better, doesn't it?
Oh,
it does.
Oh, it needs to be a song.
Where were you, Auntie Saoirse? I was outside farting, dear. Farting hard.
There needs to be a song called Farting in the Glen.
Farting in the Glen.
You know what? I want to let Marissa vent for a moment because she posted something on Instagram yesterday. I got a lot of response. I thought it was kind of interesting. And there is a movement right now to phase out some plastics that we use in the world to maybe cut back on things that don't biodegrade, and they're clogging up, they're getting out in the water, in the oceans, or they're filling up landfills and so on and so forth. I know they're actually in the UK, there's a big movement to get rid of the plastic tampon applicators.
Yes.
And
going back to wood.
No.
Ow.
Like George Washington's teeth. Martha Washington used wooden tampons. And they were not effective.
Well, they were balls, though. They were very
They were balls, a little absorbent. They left rings.
But the applicators, I saw Alice Eve, because I follow her on Instagram, had posted a video of trying to end that. So they would go with like a cardboard or paper or something.
My thing with these floating garbage farms that are in the oceans is that many times they kill sharks, Case.
Oh.
So there's
some good we might be overlooking.
Okay. That's what they're trying to eliminate, stuff like that. And I can get it. Your thing sort of actually, believe it or not, Marissa, hit home to me because I think I have a level of passion about what you're talking about.
All right. Since I was a little kid, I'm thinking second grade, because I was in school in the 90s and there was a big push to not have the refrigerator open for too long, to turn off lights, to make sure that you turn off water, conserve water. Run, Yep, while you're brushing your teeth. I followed all those. It's stuck through my life. I walk whenever I can. I take public transportation.
You're like a contestant on Who Wants to Be a Millionaire now.
Exactly. I will do anything to save the earth. It's just second nature to me. I don't even think twice. I recycle, I reuse. But when I drink a vodka water, I want to be able to mash the crap out of the lemon and lime that come in my drink. And with these gosh darn paper straws, they get destroyed. And then I have this mushy straw in my drink, and it pisses me off.
So the gist of it is you do not like the paper straws because you do not believe they are resilient enough.
No, they suck.
Okay.
Whoever's making them, they have no integrity and they fall apart, and I just want a plastic straw. I'm sorry. I love the turtles.
Why not just use a
Well, hang on.
Yeah.
Steve, I would. This is the only time I've ever asked to do this. Can I come over there and borrow your reverb for a moment?
Yeah, please. Oh, my God. It's a pleasure.
Hold on. Turn it off just a second. Ladies and gentlemen, to me, this sounds like a first world problem.
But we took a long journey to get to the point that Marissa doesn't like paper straws.
I just had a realization, Preston. This is probably something that I deal with 3 or 4 times a week. Is that more of a first world problem?
Yeah.
That I probably have a vodka water 3 or 4 times a week.
Well, your alcohol addiction might be the bigger issue here.
No, the raging alcoholism is a secondary issue. The waking up in alleyways and
listen. We were at
knife fights.
Have you ever seen people drink sodas or anything that comes in a bottle out of a straw? You put the straw in the bottle.
Yes. Yeah.
I think part of the do women sometimes do this one more time. Here we go.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
All right, brought to you by Dry Tech Waterproofing Solutions. You can protect your home from water damage, cracks in your foundation, and mold with Dry Tech Waterproofing Solutions. Preston and Steve listeners, you get 15% off when you mention our show. Go to drytechcorp.com. An Oklahoma fast food worker has been arrested after a customer allegedly discovered a bag of methamphetamine when they received their food order.
Oh.
It's a very, very happy meal. The incident occurred on Monday in Oklahoma when the police department was first made aware of an incident at an unnamed local fast food restaurant that a customer had surprisingly found a small baggie of drugs inside their food order.
I got a Slimer once.
Police officers learned that the baggie had a crystalline substance inside that later tested positive for methamphetamine. Authorities opened an investigation and went to the restaurant to examine the circumstances around the situation, speak to their employees. Brian Francis, an employee at the restaurant, was subsequently arrested and charged with distribution of a controlled substance within 2,000 feet of a school, as well as possession of a controlled substance.
So we're looking at his mugshot, and there's no indication this guy is in any way a meth head.
Yeah.
He absolutely looks like this. I wonder.
He's only sweating profusely.
Yeah.
Yeah, looks a little bit disassociated. A woman has revealed her extremely unusual path to settling down and falling in love with a rag doll who she is married to and has even had a baby with.
That's awesome.
Mira Vone Rocas Moraes from Brazil met the love of her life after complaining to her mother about being single and having nobody to dance with. Her mom created Marcelo, a rag doll, and it was love at first sight as the pair enjoyed a whirlwind romance. You should see a picture of this thing. It's terrifying.
It would be my honor to feed your insanity.
However, after only a few months, Maravone found herself pregnant.
What?
But not wanting to have a baby out of wedlock, the pair decided to get married in a ceremony which was attended by 250 people.
So we're looking at the baby, which is equally, I think it really got the father's looks in this one.
All right, so having spent a week-long honeymoon at a beach house in Rio de Janeiro, the couple waited anxiously for their offspring to arrive. And she gave birth in just 35 minutes at home with a doctor and nurse on site while live streaming the event to an audience of 200 people. Despite living happily as a family, Maravone says that she is struggling to pay the bills because she's the only breadwinner in the family.
Yeah, well, he's a lazy bastard. She came home early one day and found him in bed with a towel, Preston.
She said, he is a man I always wanted in my life. Married life with him is wonderful. He doesn't fight with me. He doesn't argue, and he just understands me. Marcelo is
I love banging a sock.
And faithful husband. He's such a man, and women envy him. When my mom made Marcelo and first introduced me to him, I fell in love with him. It was love at first sight. However, her story takes an even stranger turn when she recounts having a baby with her doll husband. After gaining the 22 pounds during pregnancy, Maravone welcomed her doll child, Marcelino, into the world and says the birth was pain-free.
Of course it would be pain-free.
Is it too much to say I hate her?
She said, it's true. Marcelo got me pregnant. He didn't take care of himself and didn't use a condom. He got me pregnant.
Well, he's a doll. Would he use a condom?
He's not even a good doll.
He
Look
knows
at him.
sock, right?
It's like drawn on with Sharpie marker. Like it's not.
Hey, he was born that way, Kathy.
Yes, come on.
Back off.
Jesus Christ.
So critical.
Doll-phobe.
She said, I didn't feel the contractions in pain, despite it being physically impossible. She claims that it was like a real birth. She said, seeing the placenta and the umbilical cord and the blood made it real.
We might call it felt.
What the hell are these people talking about?
Well, just how far away are they from us, Preston? Where are they?
They're in Brazil.
Okay, that's good.
Yeah.
That's enough
They
of a buffer.
They can stay there. Yeah. All right. How about this? A team of researchers in China have developed a new device that scans the brain of an individual that is moderating online content and records the brain signals that are fired when the individual sees a piece of content that needs to be flagged for removal. As you can probably imagine, porn is banned in China, and the nation already has widespread policies that remove large portions of content from the internet service.
We will not stand for this.
China is heavily moderating its content through an artificial intelligence program, and while the AI is doing a lot of the heavy lifting, some responsibilities still fall on humans. There's a position called a Zhanhuang, or a porn appraiser, which is essentially a content moderator specifically looking for pornographic images and video.
A porn appraiser?
Yeah. The team of researchers use their new helmet device on 15 male volunteers, and according to the researchers, the human brain was far better at detecting pornographic content than the AI system.
Of course.
However, the team claimed that the helmet showed that it could detect any brainwave spike from the observer that was shown explicit content.
We're looking at this helmet. It looks like a bathing cap with search tape to it.
Yep. Furthermore, the team claimed that a new helmet is capable of filtering out certain brainwave spikes that may be caused by certain emotions or random thoughts. As for the helmet's overall accuracy of filtering out explicit content based on brainwave signals, the reports indicate that it was approximately 80%. Research attributed the helmet's inconsistencies to the lack of accurate pornographic content shown the observers and the fact that all the volunteers were male when most of the content moderators in this category are female. I don't know.
There seems to be some issues with this system.
All right, and there you go. That's all I have time for in the bizarre file for now. Sorry for keeping it short. Last $50 gift card for Wawa. We're giving it away to caller number 7 at 215-263-WMMR. Celebrate Wawa Hoagie Day on Independence Mall tomorrow afternoon. Casey and I will be there. There's free admission to the National Constitution Center as well and free admission to the African American Museum through July 4th. So take advantage of this. Caller 7, you get the $50 free Wawa gift card, and tomorrow, free hoagies for everybody, noon to 2. We'll be back in a moment. Stay with us. And a straw instead?
Well, lipstick or staining your teeth, all of those things. Or my mother would never drink anything out of a bottle. Like that would, like, for me, like when you see a bride,
vulgar?
like, I don't know. There's just time and place for that, and I think.
She'd take the bottle, go over to the windowsill. There we go.
I love opening bottles that way.
Yeah.
Yes.
There's a great scene in Overboard where Goldie Hawn comes back.
That's exactly what I thought
She's
of.
opening the beer that way.
I try, that hurts your hand.
Do you think guys would drink beer out of a bottle if the top of the bottle looked like a little? Wait, I probably shouldn't say it out loud.
Okay, I was. You guys would drink it.
I got a question. Yes, Casey? Something you want to tell the class? You think guys would drink something out of beer but look like a vagina?
No.
He's saying
I was
the other
going male
thing.
part.
If it looked like a-
Opposite, every bachelorette party ever would buy those bottles of beer.
Right?
That's true. Yeah.
I'm sure there are things that are similar, you know. But you know, people get picky about the taste of the stuff in the can and the bottle if it affects the taste. You know.
Yeah.
And straws are just one more step.
Those are things you think about, huh?
Oh, it's just what, you know.
Dear diary, I wonder if men would drink out of bottles.
Yeah, stop it.
If it looked like penises.
Somebody in this room had mentioned chocolate tampons earlier. Right?
Yeah.
So
Well, I was trying to help the health industry. and there's an obvious cooperative between Hershey's and
okay.
Tampax.
Well, Marissa has had it. I thought you would get more support on the phones, Marissa, to be
Not a
honest,
one.
on the paper straws, and it's not really happening.
You're a complainer.
I got a lot of hands up emojis on my Instagram, so I got.
The hell does that mean?
I don't know. People were
Give
like,
up.
praise. Yes,
Give up.
word.
Put your hands up.
Give up your stupid
Give
cause.
it up.
Bring
Yeah.
out the stuff.
Praise.
No, like word girl, we support you.
Bird girl. Yeah.
Oh my God.
Listen.
It reminds me of Pat Boone's first day in Compton.
Word girl.
Word girl.
Oh, I just hate these goddamn paper straws. They're so.
That's it. Word girl.
That's it.
Word
girl.
Preach. Preach, girl.
Where is the Q in Q-tip derived from?
Oh, I don't know. I have no idea. It's technically a cotton swab.
Right. So a C-tip.
So I don't know where.
No one wants to put a C-tip in their ear.
I have no idea.
And by the way, Q-tip, you've done something to your product. You've cut some corners.
Are you talking directly to
Yes,
the
I
Q-tip
am
people?
talking to you, Q-tip. You've cut some corners, and I have noticed. But fortunately for you, you're still the best product on the market.
That's your fight song.
That's my
right?
fight song.
That's right.
1 second.
And I have noticed. Wait a minute. What is this? Is the swab part smaller?
No, the cardboard.
Medicated.
The cardboard is thinner. It's like they've shaved off a layer or two of the cardboard stick, and
Why do you go like this with the
I don't know.
cardboard stick?
I don't know.
The hell is that?
This part right here.
Okay, but
Yeah.
this
Holy
is-
crap, you have one.
Oh, I have.
Let me see.
Oh, Nick, you don't see it. He sits here while we're in the middle of breaks, and he cleans his ear.
You know what he's like, Preston?
Yes,
He's
you
like
do.
Hyman Roth sitting there.
I itch my ears or scratch my ears because they get itchy, and I'm.
Well, I don't care. Whatever. You're sticking that thing in your ear, and I turn over.
my ear. I got a little got the thing in my
Listen, man.
There's usually something in one of his orifices when I turn and look at him.
I got a bit of a boogie here in my
Yes,
nose and
exactly.
my ear.
Pick an orifice. It stands for quality tip.
We're
Steve.
bigger than U.S. Steel.
Oh, did you hear that?
What?
It stands for quality tip.
Oh, okay.
Q-tip.
All right.
And so you've noticed a diminishment in the quality of the quality tip.
Yes, this should be less Q-tip, less quality.
How about
tip.
SP subpar?
Mm-hmm.
Everyone's trying to be environmentally friendly, so
F
maybe
that.
that's a part of it, like the cardboard straws.
Oh, you know what? Here's a bit of trivia, and I did. I have heard this before. The original name of Q-tips were baby gays.
Now you're talking.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
I know it.
Can you get those delivered?
Stop it. I noticed that there was another video that was released from Pastor Jesse Duplantis.
Oh, our favorite, the jet and pastor.
That is absolutely correct. And, he still wants his new private jet. But he wants to make it clear that he's not actually asking anybody for money.
Listen to these verbal gymnastics that he's doing here. I think even he's surprised at how much this caught on because it just sort of swept across. It became a viral meme. And where these guys, it'd be easier to get away with this stuff maybe 10 years ago. And now it was just all over the place. It was on the national news. He was asking for his $54 million jet.
Yeah.
And we played audio of him walking down the hallway of his establishment there, his church, for whatever he calls it, pointing to the different jets he's owned. He has had three before. He needs this fourth $54 million jet that carries a lot of fuel so he won't have to stop as he's spreading the word of the Lord.
That's it. So here's a couple of clips, and let's see what he has to say about not actually asking for money.
He didn't ask for money.
Here we go.
I'm not asking you to pay for my plane. The Lord said, I didn't ask you to pay for it. I asked you to believe for it. I don't dupe nobody. I've always been honest. 40 years I've been preaching this gospel, and I've never had a scandal. And this is not a scandal. I'm not discouraged. I'm not distressed. In fact, I am excited. I've never had this much press in my life. Well, that's negative. It don't make no difference.
And it's negative. It don't make no difference.
Don't make no difference.
So he's asking.
I am excited about all this negative press painting me as a money-sucking prick.
Yeah. So he said, I asked you to believe for it.
Believe for it.
Not to pay for it.
Now, if your method of believing involves your checkbook, I'm absolutely happy with that.
He had said, I never raised money for the plane. I put it in our magazine and said, believe God with me. He said there's a vast difference between believe in God and asking for money.
He's a Journey song, Preston. Don't stop believing.
Yeah. In the earlier video,
I'm just a small-town preacher living in a lonely world.
He could turn it around.
Yeah, I could turn it around.
Yeah, he used to take the train everywhere.
Yeah, but I took a $54 million jet going anywhere.
So, without further ado,
WMMR presents Boxco versus Delco.
Here we go, gang. This is going to be the final round today. Actually, 2 rounds of competition, same contest, but we are going to make this whole thing happen and finish it up today, and we are going to crown a victor, and that's all there is to it. Before we get to the final event, here is a recap of the events leading up to this epic showdown. Listen, the week started off with Operation Evac, a race where the contestants were blindly dropped into enemy territory. Kathy started at Casey's golf course, Paxton Hollow in Delco, and Casey in Boxco at Kathy's alma mater, Pennsbury. Now, without using GPS, they had to navigate their way to their home base.
Just go straight. Thank you. Okay, go straight. Peel wheels.
I feel like there's probably another road this way.
While Casey was stuck in traffic on the turnpike,
That could work in our favor.
Kathy was able to navigate back to Bucks County, earning her 200 points.
It's a bunch of crap!
For day 2, both contestants needed a call for reinforcements. Kathy asked her best friend, Elisa, a.k.a. Queen Bee, and Casey brought in his big brother, Dave, a.k.a. Foz. The contestants and their partners mind melded, then competed in a thrilling match of the Pyramid Game.
All right, this is where the U.S. Open was. Oh, that's Aronimink. No. Oh, Marion, sorry. That's the one you just said? Marion. No, the other one. Aronimink.
In the end, Kathy got an even bigger lead with 430 points, but Casey was right at her heels with 320 points. Day 3 brought us into the skies. We blindfolded Kathy and Casey, flew them in a helicopter over an unidentified spot in their respective county, and they had 30 seconds to guess what town they were hovering over. Casey had some difficulty figuring it out, earning 200 points.
I guess Knowlton is in media.
That's correct! Yes, you got it! But Kathy got it on her first try, bringing in an additional 300 points.
I'm going to say Ben Salem.
That is absolutely correct. Day 4 was a doubleheader. Kathy and Casey went head-to-head in a county spelling bee, and then had to answer questions from Delco versus Boxco from 5 years ago. Casey must have done his homework because he was finally able to pull ahead. And so, the totals going into the final day. Kathy, 1,030. Casey, 1,170. Casey is leading in the competition so far. So I defer to Casey to decide who gets to go first.
Ladies first.
All right,
So I will
ladies
go.
first is what we're going to do. So, Kathy, taking a look at the categories. 1939, 80 Moyer Lumber is your professional source for decks, windows, doors, kitchens, millwork, and more. And you can visit them on the web at admoyer.com. What's going on, Steve?
Well, Kendall Jenner posted a picture to Instagram of her naked on her stomach, causing many to comment that the recently single model is on the prowl. Kendall admits she's hit a bit of a wall now that she's had sex with the NBA.
Yeah.
Hey! Kanye West made a surprise appearance at the BET Awards on Sunday night in Los Angeles to present Sean Diddy Combs with the Lifetime Achievement Award. West said it was a pity they couldn't honor Diddy in the gritty home city of New York.
Oh, my
Thank you.
God.
Thank you so much. And finally, Mary-Kate Olsen back in the saddle to compete in the 2022 Longines Paris Eiffel jumping last Friday. Mary-Kate was almost not going to compete because she was having difficulty finding a horse that smokes. And that's your Hollywood cat.
Heidi, we'll see if somebody knows the answer to this question. Where a man was looking for his lost rooster but found a human skull instead, according to Chief Detective Gene Simmons. We're all going to file this under what? And we'll go to Bill. Hey, Bill. All right, Bill, we're going to file this under what?
Cockadoodle dead.
Yes. Cockadoodle dead. Yep. Hang on, Bill. Just got yourself a pair of tickets as the Preston and Steve Show presents Bill Burr Slight Return on Friday, September 16th at the Wells Fargo Center. And tickets are on sale now at wellsfargocenterphilly.com.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
All right, brought to you this morning by Jersey Mike's. The only way to top a sub is with real red wine vinegar made with real grapes. And the only way to get it is at Jersey Mike's because authentic ingredients make a sub above. Green Day frontman Billy Joe Armstrong's made a pretty bold statement. He was leaving, he says he's leaving the U.S. in the wake of the Supreme Court's decision to overturn Roe versus Wade. He told fans at his concert in London on June 4th, I'm effing renouncing my citizenship. I am effing coming here. There's too much effing stupid in the world to go back to that miserable effing excuse for a country. And he said, oh, I'm not kidding. You're going to get a lot more of me in the coming days. Now, whether he follows through on that or not.
What country was he in at the time?
He was in England.
Okay.
He was in London for the show. So we'll see. I mean, we've heard people say that type of thing before and they don't follow through on it, but that's a pretty bold statement from him. Green Day continue on the Hella Mega Tour with Fall Out Boy and Weezer tomorrow in Glasgow in the UK.
It's Glasgow.
Glasgow. I'm sorry. I said that incorrectly. So how did Tommy Lee break those 4 ribs anyway? Fans finally got their answer. From Lee's wife, Brittany Furlan. And Casey, can we use the instant replay of the Vox Pro? Okay. Brittany Furlan posted a Snapchat video revealing how the legendary drummer hobbled himself only days before launching the biggest stadium tour of the summer with Motley Crue. And this is her talking about that.
Everyone keeps asking how Tommy broke his ribs, so I'm just going to tell you. We were staying at a, old rental house in Nashville. The stairs outside were made out of stones and they were really uneven and the roots were pushing them up from a tree. So the day that we were leaving Nashville, we had all this luggage and Tommy was trying to carry all of our luggage for us. And he fell down these crazy stairs and broke 4 ribs. Not fractured, not bruised, broke.
4 broken ribs.
Yep.
And the fact that he's still going out and playing a couple of songs is, it's cool, but it's also might be a little foolhardy.
She said it was crazy because I came out and he could not breathe. It was really scary. He was on the ground. He was gasping for air. And he got on a plane that day still and went and did the rest of rehearsals for the tour in Pennsylvania. Hope they, made sure he didn't have a punctured lung because it could kill you. Furlan went on to say he went to the hospital in Pennsylvania when we landed, and they were like, "You have 4 broken ribs," and they wanted to keep him there, but he did not want to stay, and he's just a fighter. He's the toughest guy I know. I mean, look at his tattoos. He just really fights through the pain. So I guess he flew before getting diagnosed. That's stupid, folks.
Yeah.
That is dumb. You can die from getting on a plane if you have a punctured lung. Wow.
Is it possible that they were figuring that they could just pull off the extra oxygen in his penis?
Maybe that was it. Maybe they were thinking about that. Coldplay frontman Chris Martin stunned pubgoers in Bath as he performed on Sunday after playing to thousands at Glastonbury Festival. The lead singer played Sky Full of Stars from their 2014 album Ghost Stories while he enjoyed a pint or two at the Stag Inn. He went to the pub with his girlfriend, Dakota Johnson, and sang and played the piano for the patrons. The Stag Inn's landlord, Chris Parkin, was shocked by his sudden appearance and called the entire thing surreal. And he said, "I've seen a few things here in my time, and nothing quite like that. You never know who might pop in for a pint. What a lovely man he is." And here's a little clip of him playing.
What's your name again?
Hannah.
And?
Jeremy.
You getting married in a minute?
No, 28th of August.
'Cause you're a sky, oh, you're a sky full of stars.
Bath is a beautiful. Are you familiar? So the history is the Romans, I guess, at some point occupied that part of England, and so there's all sorts of Roman type architecture and things that make it just a really cool town. And they have these natural mineral baths and all this stuff. But it's just Preston. It's full of little, like, down an alleyway pubs like that. Yeah. Like the one he was at. It's just amazing.
Yeah, he just slipped in there and just there's a piano right next to where he was sitting and just started banging away. So it's
Do you ever, even though you don't play the piano, if you're in a place, just go over and start playing? And,
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'll just,
Stop that!
Just, it doesn't sound any
What
good.
do you guys want to hear?
Yeah.
Oh, I can't walk past the piano and not hit a key.
Yeah, at least hit something. All right, and then one last story. Bono is opening up about a surprising family revelation that emerged just before the death of his father. I revealed in a new interview that he has a half-brother about whose existence he only learned in 2000.
And his name is Malcolm Jamal Warner.
No.
Theo?
That's right.
Yeah.
Blew my mind.
He said, "I do have another brother whom I love and adore that I did not know I didn't have."
And he didn't mention a name, though.
I don't think so, no. So it very well could be Malcolm Jamal Warner.
Yeah.
Bono explained that...
I got to tell you something. Got to sit down.
Bono explained that his late father, Bob, was obviously going through...
Known as Bill.
A lot after the star's mother, Iris, died in 1974, and said it seemed as though his head was elsewhere because his heart was elsewhere. He said, "It's a very close family, and I could tell that my father had a deep friendship with this gorgeous woman who's part of the family," he said, "and then they had a child, and this was all kept a secret." He said that no one, not even Iris or his older brother Norman, knew of the half-brother's existence, but that he was able to speak with Bob about it before he died in 2001 at age 75. I asked him, "Did he love my mother?" And he said yes. And I said, "How could this happen?" And he said it can, and that he was trying to put it right, trying to do the right thing.
Your mother was Janis Joplin, and you have a sister in the States.
What?
Bono said he wasn't apologizing. He was just stating these are the facts, and I'm at peace with it. What?
I smell a new story.
There's a new story, but I'm not telling you because there's a connection to you guys.
What? Really?
No, I want to figure out more. I want to figure out more before I tell you. No.
We're eventually going to hear this?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, you have to. Yeah.
Oh, I
It's
can't
great.
wait. Okay.
She used to call her lover Westy. I think his full name is Weston. Described as a silver-haired fox.
Weston.
Described as a silver-haired fox.
Westy.
Kind of hair that would shimmer when he rode his motorcycle.
While the timeline...
Like one of those chrome spaceships in Phantom Menace.
Pretty cool spaceship.
While the timeline of his half-brother's birth remains unclear, Bono expanded further on his complicated relationship with his father, which worsened after Iris's death. He said that while he understands now his dad was coping with that, he regrets not offering ample support during the difficult times. He's set to delve further into his relationship with his parents in his upcoming memoir, Surrender, 40 Songs, One Story.
It's called That's So Bono.
Which is set for release in November. All right, and there you go. That's what I have in music news for today. As we take a break, I'm going to give away, we gave some of these earlier. I'm just going to hand these out sparingly because we got a week to go on this. But we have a screening, an IMAX screening of Thor, Love, and Thunder. We found out that's how Thor announces his arrival. It's next Wednesday, July 6, 7 p.m., UA King of Prussia. Callers 15 and 16. You get the tickets to go see the movie, and it hits theaters everywhere Friday, July 8th. For another Friday, July 8th. For another chance to win, click contest at WMMR.com. So we'll take those callers now. We'll set you up. We'll take a break, come back, wrap up the show. Stay with us. And when we return, Pierre Robert, live from the Hard Rock in Atlantic City.
Wow.
Yeah, we'll tell you about more when we get back. And how much would you care to wager in that particular category?
I'm going to go 50 points.
Kathy, what outdoor shopping area between New Hope and Doylestown hosts a place called Giggleberry Farm?
New Hope and Doylestown. I'm going to say Peddler's Village.
And that's correct for 50 points.
I don't know what Giggles whatever is, but...
Casey, it is your turn. What category do you want to go with next?
Let's go sports.
Sports.
And I will go sports for 60.
All right, sports for 60 points. Here we go. Casey, your question. In Newtown Square, a famous heir lived on a large piece of land where he hosted a wrestling camp for Olympic athletes. What is his name?
DuPont.
Yes, that is correct.
Well done.
Okay, let's go schools and education for 50 points, Preston.
All right.
Schools and education for 50 points.
All right. Kathy, what is the Council Rock North mascot?
Oh.
Council Rock North mascot. The mascot one would find at that school.
I don't know. The Rock.
Okay, so you're going to go with The Rock?
I'm going to go with The Rock.
That's incorrect. They are the Indians.
I did not know that.
Go, Rock. Go.
What year did the Springfield Mall open?
Oh, Jesus. I mean, why couldn't you ask me what year Target opened?
Just ask it. Just ask it.
Kathy's very supportive.
This is the history of your county.
I know, I know. And Target opened in 2005. But, you know,
well, can you use that?
Wanamaker's closed in 95. Hex opened after that.
You did study. You lied to me.
No, my mom quizzed me last night. We were eating chili, and she asked me lots of trivia.
We're eating chili.
Yeah. Meet you in the basement. I'm bringing a pen.
I mean, the first Wawa opened in 1964.
Okay, yeah, let's get to the
I
ball.
will say.
If you got this right.
Yeah, I'm just going to throw out a number there. I'm going to go with the year I was born, 1975.
Oh, my God.
No, it was 74. Dude, you were so close. All right, you call no fair on that because it was before you were born?
No, I'm not going to call no. It was just that's a difficult question.
This historic restaurant is located along the Delaware River in historic Bristol Borough and has hosted both kings and presidents.
Yep, I've been there.
Once again, this historic restaurant located along the Delaware River in historic Bristol.
My mom is going to kill me.
Borough.
That's a weird name for a restaurant.
And has hosted both kings and
Oh, my God.
presidents.
What is it called?
No, go to your happy place.
I know where it is. I know where I sat last time I was there.
Kathy handles stress very well.
She knows I love it when she yells.
Oh, you got to be kidding me.
Cracks me up. Mm-hmm. All right, think about it. Think about it.
Work from your seat
Yeah,
backwards.
it's like there's like a little hill when you walk in. It's a little railing outside. A statue.
Miss Romano is here. Welcome to.
I don't even know if this. I'm gonna say Georgine's.
Georgine's?
Yeah.
That's incorrect. You're going to kill yourself over this one. It's King George.
Yes! It is! I have a gift card in my wallet for that place!
King George the what?
The second.
King George the second. I've not been.
Yeah.
So have you been there? We should just carry on the discussion. I've been there!
I like the statue. Yeah, the statue and the railing are really nice.
Oh, man. I mean, like, I can picture it to a T. Exactly
All right.
where I sat. My mom gave me a gift card.
You have a gift
I wish my mom quizzed me last night.
All right, so I have already closed out sports and I've closed out history.
No, you haven't. You haven't done any history.
Well, yes, I have. All of my shopping questions were freaking history questions.
Oh, my.
Wow. This
Thank
is
you.
what we've been
Thank
waiting
you.
for.
Yes.
Impugning the contest itself.
Yeah.
You knew it was going to happen.
It was good, though, right? What year was this thing? What? Stupid questions. Let's go food and drink. Maybe.
Food and drink.
Food and drink.
Food and
For
drink.
how much?
For 50.
Food and drink for 50.
Preston's not even picking
Come on,
his
man.
head
That was
up.
a good joke.
Okay. All right. You get this wrong. You get this wrong. And this, if you lose this whole thing, this is all your fault.
Okay.
All right. You ready for this?
I better be a softball.
A large Pika's pizza.
Oh my God! Costs how much?
Is cut into how many slices?
Oh, okay. That's a really, really crap question.
A large Pika's pizza is cut into
you can
how many
do a little
slices?
diagram, whatever you want to do.
There's the box.
Round, and
It's a
then there's
rectangular
line.
shape, right, Case?
Yes.
Yeah, that's what he's drawing.
All right, so that is that's a Neapolitan, right, or is it Sicilian square?
No, they just do their own version. They put the sauce on top of the cheese.
12.
Right.
Casey says 12. Damn right you got that. And what did you wager on that?
50.
1,000 points.
The scores are as follows. Bucks County, 1,070 points. Delaware County, 830 points. But there's ground to be made up here. And we're on to round 2. Now, things are going to change quite a bit in this particular round. Our categories are going to remain the same. In the past, you've been able to pick your own category and pick your own wager up to 100 points. This time, I thought it'd be kind of nice because you guys have been avoiding certain categories. How about you pick your competitor's category and your competitor's wager in this round? Kathy's leading, and she gets to go first, and you get to pick the category that Casey will choose from and how much Casey will wager in that category.
Okay, I'm going to go history
Okay? Of course.
for 50.
All right, history for 50. All right, Casey. Delaware County was formerly a part of which other Pennsylvania county?
I believe Chester County.
Your answer is Chester County, and that is correct, sir. Wow! Delaware County split off in 1789.
Interesting. After the great Battle of Chester Hill.
They were originally together, and therefore Casey gets 50 points in that particular one.
All right, so for Kathy, I'm going to go with. This is hard. I'll go with sports.
Of course.
For 100.
Sports for 100. All right,
So sweet.
Kathy, here's your question.
Yeah.
Who was Neshamini's starting quarterback in 1990 and current Penn State head coach?
I don't know. God, I know you're going to say it, and I'm going to recognize it, but I don't know it.
Okay, so you don't have an answer, or
Let's
you just
say a
gonna
name.
throw a name out there?
Say your name. Say your name.
Ryan Fitzpatrick, although I think he's a representative.
No, that's incorrect. Casey, do you know who it is?
It's Franklin.
Yeah, James Franklin is the correct answer. So Kathy gets docked 100 points.
All right, I'm gonna try this, but I'm gonna go shopping for. What's the difference here?
You are at 970 right now.
You're up by
Casey's at
90.
880.
All right, I'm going to do 50.
Okay. Keep in mind, these questions came from residents of Delaware County.
People who live there.
They want you to win.
Yeah.
But these are the only questions that I had to go off of, Casey. So no complaining, please.
Well, no. I've already done all my complaining for the day.
I'm sure there'll be no more complaining.
You've got more to go.
I got
This site, recently home to the Countryside Market in Swarthmore, or is it Swarthmore?
I say Swarthmore.
Swarthmore.
Uh-huh.
Was a convenience store in the 1980s. The convenience store had 3 names before becoming the Countryside Market. You just have to name one of those.
Soups? Or like supers?
Incorrect.
Ooh.
No.
Really?
It was either Eddie's, Albert's, or Evans.
Okay.
All right, Kathy, which former Philadelphia Eagle graduated from Pennsbury High School in Fairless Hills?
Is it Troy Vincent?
That's a good answer, and it's correct.
Wow.
Yeah. In 1850, Delaware County's county seat moved to Media. Okay, Media is considered the county seat of Delaware. Where was it originally?
Chester.
He's right. Chester was originally the county seat. All right, what category and what's the wager, Case?
Kath, I just want you to do well. Right, so I'm going to give you a whole bunch of points. We're going to wager 100 points on history.
History. This person was the founder of the religious school Log College and later the pastorate of Neshaminy Warwick Presbyterian Church.
Mr. Log.
Mr. Log.
Is that a real answer? I'm curious.
Yes.
Yes? No, it was William Tennant.
William Tennant.
Mother, I knew it was you know what? And somebody sent me not that information, but somebody sent me information about Log College.
That somebody did you a disservice.
Yeah, they did.
All right, that was William Tennant, a well-known name in Bucks County. 1,010 for Kathy, 930 for Casey.
So 80,
it's an 80
point separates the two contenders.
Last question for Casey.
Oh my God! Last question.
Yeah. Can we just keep going for a little?
Well.
Oh wow.
No, I'm just kidding.
Okay, so it's an 80-point difference. This is the last question. Is there a double jeopardy?
There's something else.
Okay.
Way. We got to get the letter day. We got to do all that stuff. So first, I'd like to thank our guests we had this morning. Mr. Chris Geisens, the CEO of a company called Wawa. And Chris is going to be joining Casey and I both tomorrow for Wawa Hoagie Day on Independence Mall, 5th and Chestnut, in and around that area. Trust me, you'll be able to find it. And it's tomorrow from noon to 2. Stop by. Free hoagie. 8 tons of hoagie being put together and handed out to not only people visiting Independence Mall and the Constitution Center tomorrow, but also to Phil Abundance and other local charities. So it's a really cool thing. So come out, be a part of that. It's going to be a beautiful day weather-wise. Also, I would like to thank Neal Brennan. Yay! He was great.
He was excellent.
He's going to be in town for a one-man show at the Fillmore July 14th. Tickets are on sale now, and his show is called Unacceptable. You can get them at nealbrennan.com. He was great to have on. And also a reminder, we had our totals from the I Believe for Presidency blood drive, 959 units of blood collected.
Yeah.
That is 181 more than last year. So we love it, love it, love it. Thank you, everyone who was a part of that. It's fantastic. Let's give away our tattoo now as well for Tattoos Day. Had your text in the word tattoo all morning long, and the winner that we chose randomly, Jennifer Lennox of Runnymede, New Jersey. All right, and a $350 gift certificate for Floating World Tattoo and Piercing, and you can check them out, 1729 South Street, or artwork samples are available, floatingworldtattoos.com, or check out their Instagram page at Floating World Tattoos. I don't know if you guys knew this, but today, from what I understand, or maybe it's this week, the 4th anniversary of the Hard Rock Hotel and Casino in Atlantic City. And commemorating that, a live broadcast from Pierre Robert, who's joining us live right now. Hi, Pierre.
Day in my morning.
Yes, sir. Did I get it correct? Is it today that is the anniversary, or this week, or what, Pierre?
No, it's actually today.
All right.
It's the 4th anniversary. So you would think that, they might want to wait till the weekend and do it as a weekend thing, but they wanted to do it today. And we were here a couple of years ago for the first one, I think. Yeah, for the first year anniversary. And then we had a couple of years off with the pandemic, and now we are back. and they're really big on the anniversaries at the Hard Rock, so they wanted to do it on the actual day, which is a Tuesday, and the place is packed. And there's also a police convention here, so we're in the lobby where this giant guitar hangs from the ceiling that's all a chandelier. It's a guitar that's a chandelier and turns all these different colors in this massive circular screen of concerts, and the Beatles Rolls Royce is right at the entrance, and 4 Beatles outfits from the 1964 era is right where you enter from the parking lot. So it's going to be a fun day.
Excellent, excellent. Well, why don't we get the letter of the day from you, if you don't mind?
Before we do that, I must say that bizarre file was among the most bizarre files I've ever heard. I mean, it was making me cringe. The woman who married the doll, and then she claims to have a baby by the doll. But wait, there's more. Now how much would you pay for it? No, there's more, because she actually live streamed the quote birth to 200-something people, and then wait, there's even more. According to your report, Preston, there was a doctor and a nurse present. How much did she have to fork over to have a effing doctor come? Maybe he was a doctor of management and science or something,
right, yeah,
or a doctor of nutso, and there's a effing doctor there to take care of birthing a rag doll. It's just like, what in God's name? It's a crazy country. It's a crazy world. But that one, it made my stomach turn a little bit. I mean,
wow, of all of them, wow.
It may be, in my humble opinion, and I love the bizarre file, as many listeners do, it may be the most bizarre file I've ever heard.
Wow. I'm happy to hear that, because that's what I'm looking for, to turn
you know
Pierre's
how to
stomach.
find them, honey.
Yeah, thank you. All right, you ready, man?
Yeah.
All right, here we go.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
All right, and the Preston and Steve show is brought to you today by the letter
B as in beach.
All right, we got a
beach.
B, and Pierre is certainly right by the beach. And so we have a father-daughter road trip to the shore package. That's perfect, including a $600 Airbnb gift card, a $100 Wawa gift card for gas, and a $50 Acme gift card for snacks. And it's from Don't Make Me Go, starring John Cho as a single father who takes an unforgettable cross-country road trip with his reluctant teenage daughter. They discover new levels of their love and the unexpected twists and turns that life has in store. Available on Amazon Prime Video on Friday, July 15th, and that is rated R. So what are you going to be doing today, Pierre? I'm sure you got some wonderful things planned.
Well, we're right in the hub of all this activity, and it's going to be a lot of fun. We've got things every hour to give away, and they're going to be artists that are appearing here. So in the 11 o'clock hour, we'll have Chris Isaak tickets. He'll be here on the 29th of July at the Hard Rock. In the noon hour, we'll get to a block of Aerosmith, and the Joe Perry Project is playing here, and Bam Bam is hosting it July 23rd. And then we've got in the 1 o'clock hour tickets for comedian Tom Segura, who's been on your program many times. And in the 2 o'clock, we'll have tickets for the shirtless guy, Bert Kreischer, who will be here September 4th. So every hour, we've got not just a pair, but because it's their 4th anniversary, a 4-pack of tickets that we'll give away over the air. Those won't be giveaway here. So if you're listening, most folks aren't able to get away on a Tuesday unless you're already off on vacation. That is your opportunity to win all kinds of cool prizes to come down here to the Hard Rock. And the memorabilia alone, if you're a fan of memorabilia, again, we're right across from the Beatles Rolls Royce.
That's
and
great.
Their original outfits, those collarless coats that they wore back in the day. Oh, sorry, that's Elvis's car. I thought it was the Beatles' car. That's Elvis's Rolls Royce. Delivered to him in 1963, custom built to the King's specifications, state-of-the-art sound system. It probably had 2 cone speakers in 1963, but still, it had a car phone and a fitted cabinet with crystal glassware.
Pretty cool.
Yeah. So it's Elvis's Rolls Royce. It's silver. It's wickedly cool. And the 4 Beatles outfits from the day. That's nearest to us. But everywhere you go, there's displays of costumes and stage wear and guitars and Clarence Clemens sax and all kinds of things like that. So good stuff.
Excellent. All right. Well, thank you, Pierre. Have fun today. I want to thank our sponsors. Preston and Steve Show is brought to you today by Acme Markets. Fresh foods, local flavors. Acme, official grocery store of the Preston and Steve Show. Also brought to you by A.D. Moyer Lumber, trusted expert since 1939. Your professional source for decks, windows, doors, kitchens, millwork, and more. And also brought to you by Everfresh Juices and Juice Drinks. There's an Everfresh juice flavor for every occasion this summer. And that's Everfresh, nature's refreshment. Tomorrow, a Wednesday, Fox Good Day, secret text word. We're also going to have John Anderson of the band Yes.
That's amazing.
He's coming to town for a solo show. And Jack Osborne will be on the
Love
show,
it.
amongst other things. That's it. We're done. So rage on and have a great day, and we'll see you tomorrow, gang. Bye-bye.